I am unleashing a mysterious revival in Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226 Change. Without a doubt, the Ancient One was the most powerful being Ailin had encountered since crossing over. Before her legendary life ended in dramatic fashion, she was the undisputed strongest being on Earth and its protector. But tonight, Ailin's impression of the Ancient One was shattered by her own hands. Because she had murdered her. Perhaps for most creatures on Earth, the Ancient One remained the Earth's protector. But for Ailin, who had faced the Ancient One's murderous intent, the Ancient One had transformed from a protector into a potential enemy. However, what made Ailin feel powerless was that he was now powerless against the Ancient One's murderous intent. To save his life, Ailin even smiled and offered to give the Ancient One the Byron transformation circle he had painstakingly exchanged from the scales of fate, which was of great benefit to him. The feeling of powerlessness, of being at the mercy of others, deeply stung Ailin. After a long silence beside the surging river of fate, Ailin summoned the projection of the scales of fate again. Looking at the massive projection of the scales of fate before him, Ailin unhesitatingly tossed his newly acquired Philosopher's Stone into the balance. After receiving the Byron transformation circle from Ailin, the Ancient One, whether as compensation or for some unknown reason, gave the Philosopher's Stone to Ailin in exchange. But for Ailin, regardless, he had no intention of using the stone. He didn't even intend to keep it. He was unsure if the Ancient One had tampered with it. Or perhaps, for a powerhouse of Ailin's caliber, tampering with the stone itself wasn't necessary. As long as she concealed the stone's hidden dangers, the side effects could, through a series of unexpected events, plunge Ailin into an irretrievable state. Or, perhaps even more sinisterly, the Ancient One possessed a special item capable of sensing the stone's presence. Under certain circumstances, it could reveal events surrounding the stone, allowing Ailin to peer into his secrets. For Ailin, the consequences of this were far more catastrophic than the Ancient One's tampering with the Philosopher's Stone. Of course, this could all be Ailin's imagination. The Ancient One's gift of the Philosopher's Stone to Ailin might simply be compensation, without any hidden agenda. But having just endured a life-or-death crisis, Ailin clearly couldn't be so complacent. Rather than keep such a thing, he'd rather exchange it for something useful. After placing the Philosopher's Stone on one side of the scales of fate, Ailin directly stated what he wanted to exchange for. A protective array, or anything that could prevent the outside world from teleporting directly into his home. This time, the home he had considered a safe haven, the home he had painstakingly built, was like a defenseless maiden before the Ancient One's portal, allowing him to come and go as he pleased. This filled Ailin with deep unease. He didn't want to be killed in his sleep, unawares, one day. Ailin didn't expect his safe haven to be able to prevent the Ancient One's invasion. But at least he could have been warned when the Ancient One invaded, given time to react. Unlike this time, where he allowed the enemy to come and go freely, even small monsters were easily imprisoned, unable to even warn Ailin. Almost as soon as Ailin input what he wanted into the virtual image of the scales of fate, amidst the endless mist, 3 fate shadows appeared on the other side of the scales of fate. Within the first shadow was a silvery white stone the size of a thumb, forbidden sky stone, a unique mineral born from the endless turbulent void. Extremes often produce opposite effects. In the depths of the turbulent void, where space is chaotic and storms are everywhere, a product with completely opposite effects often emerges. A strange field forms around the forbidden sky stone. Within this field, space is nearly solidified, rendering any special mysteries or laws like teleportation and flash ineffective. Note, the Forbidden Stone's power doesn't discriminate between friend and foe. Enemies can't teleport, and while teleporting is in effect, you can't perform the same actions. Hint 1, the Forbidden Stone doesn't require special forging, simply placing it in a specific location automatically activates it. In many worlds, the Forbidden Stone is an excellent material for forging void caverns or the cornerstones of divine kingdoms. Hint 2, given the size of this Forbidden Stone, it can only confine a 100-meter radius. The Forbidden Stone. Ailin's eyes lit up after reading about it. If this Forbidden Stone had been in his house before, the Ancient One's portal wouldn't have been able to function. In that situation, even if the Ancient One wanted to enter his house, he would have had to forcibly breach the monster's defenses. Great stuff. Ailin's eyes lit up after seeing the first forbidden stone that appeared before him. Although the forbidden sky stone on the other side of the scales of fate was only the size of a fingernail, its 100-meter radius was more than enough for Ailin. After all, even with the expansion of his house's interior by a special stone, it still wasn't as large as a 100-meter radius. What made Ailin even more excited was that the forbidden sky stone was a naturally occurring treasure, possessing no side effects. Of course, the fact that Ailin, the owner, couldn't use his special abilities within the forbidden sky stone's domain was somewhat frustrating. After all, his flame jumps were, in a sense, also a form of void power. However, compared to the forbidden sky stone's effectiveness, this flaw wasn't unbearable. To be able to trade a philosopher's stone, fraught with uncertainty and risk, for such a small forbidden sky stone, Ailin was already quite satisfied. After viewing the first phantom displayed on the scales of fate, Ailin looked towards the second phantom on the other side. Although Ailin was very pleased with the first item on the scales of fate, he hadn't immediately made up his mind. At least, he must see what the other two objects on the other side of the scales of fate are. The second one resembles a silver-white barrier, Guardian Barrier, a supreme special formation created by a world guardian's self-sacrifice. Wherever the barrier reaches, it becomes a vast land. Note, as long as the barrier remains intact, no outsider can enter. Before it shatters, no one without the barrier's permission can enter by any means, not even the gods of the sky. Hint 1. This is the final act of a world guardian. He burned his life and soul, merging his will into the formation, becoming the final barrier protecting the last vast land of the human realm. Although this final barrier was also shattered by the gods and demons of the sky decades later, this barrier held back the gods and demons for decades, creating a ray of hope for that world. Before the barrier shattered, even the gods of the spatial system could not pass through the barrier and enter the final vast land behind it. Hint 2. This exchange will allow you to exchange the special phantom for a projection of a protective barrier with a fixed energy level. Until the energy is depleted, no one can enter the barrier, not even the real god or demon Yi. Hiss. Looking at the description of the silver-white phantom of the law, Ailin gasped. Even the real god or demon Yi couldn't enter the vast land protected by the barrier before it shattered. This suggestion made Ailin's heart flutter. Ailin had originally thought the first phantom was enough to tempt him, but he didn't expect the second phantom on the scales of fate to be even better. Moreover, compared to the forbidden sky stone, this protective barrier also has the ability to distinguish friend from foe. However, compared to the forbidden sky stone, this protective barrier also has its own drawback, energy. If the barrier exchanged for the philosopher's stone runs out of energy, this barrier will also shatter. In terms of durability, this protective barrier is far inferior to the forbidden sky stone. But now, Ailin prefers this protective barrier over the forbidden sky stone. After all, this protective barrier, besides preventing enemies from invading through special forces like portals, also possessed formidable defenses. Capable of blocking countless gods and demons, it was practically indestructible until its energy was depleted. According to the description above, even the Ancient One might not be able to enter the barrier's protection zone before it shattered. This, for the insecure Ailin, was a deadly attraction. However, Ailin's only concern was how long the energy gained from the Philosopher's Stone would last. Ailin was unsure of the Philosopher's Stone given by the Ancient One. If the energy exchanged for this protective barrier couldn't even stop the Ancient One for a minute, then it would be better to exchange it for the Forbidden Sky Stone. After a deep glance at the protective barrier's phantom, Ailin suppressed his trembling and looked at the last phantom on the scales of fate. When Ailin's gaze fell on the third phantom on the other side of the scales, a massive, damaged, rusted anchor emerged from the mists of fate. Broken anchor, a spare anchor from a ghost ship that spanned the heavens. During an adventure across the Chaos Sea, the ghost ship clashed violently with a terrifying entity within it, and this ghost ship's spare anchor was lost in the endless Chaos Sea. Note, this rusted piece of scrap metal before you is a small fragment of that lost spare anchor. Although only a fragment, it still possesses many incredible abilities. Ability 1, Imprisonment. Locking and imprisoning space to allow the ghost ship to dock is the anchor's fundamental ability. Even after countless years and countless scars, this rusted fragment of the anchor can still easily imprison a certain area, making that space as solid as a rock. Unless the anchor allows it, or the special laws are far stronger than the anchor's level, the anchor's imprisonment cannot be broken. This ability is a natural property of the special metal used to construct the anchor, and does not require additional energy to activate. Ability 2, Dimensional Jump. After locking onto an anchor point, the anchor can carry a ghost ship or an object through a dimension jump. This feature is currently broken and temporarily unavailable. Note, the broken anchor appears to be stained with the blood and curse of a certain being. If this curse is activated, unimaginable disaster will erupt. Be careful, beware of him. Hiss. Ailin nearly gasped upon seeing the power revealed by the broken anchor. Compared to the protective barrier in the second phantom, the broken anchor in the third phantom seemed even more powerful. While possessing the ability to confine space, it also possessed the ability to distinguish friend from foe. While it lacked the powerful protective power of the protective barrier, the broken anchor was a permanent creation. Furthermore, if repaired, it would possess the ability to dimensional jump, even carrying its own safe haven. While restoring the function of this broken anchor might seem daunting, it's not impossible, is it? Even for Ailin, who relies on the scales of fate, as long as he has enough fate points, achieving this isn't impossible. Then, a house capable of space hopping, or a mobile castle, would truly become the safe haven Ailin desired. Thinking of this, Ailin's eyes grew hot as he looked at the broken anchor. Of course, Ailin had seen the hint from the scales of fate. But compared to the potential gains, the curse within the hint seemed less unacceptable to Ailin. You get what you pay for, that's the eternal truth. And if Ailin really wanted to mine the curse, once he'd accumulated enough fate points, he could use the scales of fate to manifest something like the light of purification to cleanse the anchor's curse. No. If this curse was used wisely, it could be turned into a powerful tool. Ailin stared intently at the hint, the broken anchor. Something clicked in his mind, and his lowered eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of coldness flickering in them. If that's the case, then I'll trade. Chapter 227 Choice. Finally, the revisions are complete. Feel free to subscribe, everyone. I choose to exchange for the broken anchor, while the broken anchor lacks the unparalleled defensive capabilities of the protective barrier, and carries a terrifying curse that could erupt at any moment, seemingly fraught with hidden dangers. It possesses the ability to distinguish friend from foe, something the Forbidden Skystone lacks. Furthermore, it doesn't suffer the same risk as the protective barrier, which renders it useless upon depletion of energy. Therefore, it's no surprise that Ailin chose the broken anchor of the three. Of course, what attracted Ailin the most was the ability to anchor the broken anchor once it was repaired, allowing it to carry objects through dimension jumps. If his home could eventually evolve into such a moving castle, its usefulness to Ailin would be greatly enhanced. It would also, to a certain extent, significantly improve Ailin's ability to survive. With Ailin's confirmation, the other two phantoms on the other side of the scales vanished in vain, and the shadow of the massive, rusted anchor was instantly obscured by a thick, fateful fog. When the fog cleared, a massive anchor, transformed from phantom to solid, appeared before Ailin. From its phantom state, the anchor seemed even larger. Even leaning on the ground, the broken anchor tip appeared several inches taller than Ailin himself. The anchor's surface was covered in a verdigris rust, etched with traces of corrosion, lending the shattered anchor a sense of age. Tiny black dots dotted the broken anchor tip's notch on the right side of the anchor. The moment he saw those tiny dots, Ailin's vision shifted to a hazy image, a boundless, chaotic sea. A massive, dark blue anchor, obscuring the sky and the sun, pierced through the void, crushing it inch by inch. Then, carrying a terrifying, earth-shattering force, it crashed down from the boundless sea of chaos. But before it could fully impact, a massive, dark blue fist emerged from the void, shattering it in two and sending it careening back. With that blow, the massive, dark blue anchor's very essence was instantly shattered, its very body shattering into numerous pieces. Bombarded by terrifying force, like a kite with its string cut, it shattered one world barrier after another. Finally, the anchor came to rest at the edge of a shattered world. By then, the massive anchor had shrunk 1,000-fold. However, as it shattered and flew away, the massive, dark blue anchor also inflicted a hideous wound on the giant, dark blue fist. Countless streams of dark blue blood splattered. A drop of blood, after breaking apart, formed foam that clung to the broken hole in the anchor, smoothing out the dark spots. With a single blow, the anchor of the ghost ship spanning the heavens shattered, piercing countless worlds. So, how powerful was the owner of this drop of blood? Even if you were weak, Ailin suspected it was a true deity. The deities Ailin was referring to weren't the cosmic gods of the Marvel Universe. In this world, even Odin, who roamed the 9 realms and earned a formidable reputation, was still far from a true deity in Ailin's eyes. Not to mention those cosmic gods whose names were merely names. As Ailin silently gazed at the drop of blood, the dried blood seemed to come alive, strangely twisting. Thinking his gaze had triggered something, Ailin's heart trembled. Just as he was about to react, the distortion vanished without a trace. The dried blood stain remained perfectly intact, seemingly untouched. It was as if everything Ailin had just witnessed was merely an illusion. How bizarre! Ailin refused to believe that everything he had just witnessed was merely an illusion. Fortunately, under those circumstances, he hadn't sensed any trace of the curse. It seemed the curse on the broken anchor hadn't yet erupted. While comforting himself, Ailin silently heightened his vigilance for the broken anchor. Because of what had just happened, after exchanging the broken anchor, Ailin didn't immediately return to the real world. Instead, he drew upon his esoteric knowledge, setting up one ritual array after another on the broken anchor's body. These ritual formations had a certain sealing effect on the curse, effectively reducing its activity and slowing down its duration and frequency. They also provided Ailin with a warning when the curse erupted, preventing him from even noticing it. To avoid the danger of looking directly at the blood foam, Ailin had also specially set up a vision-blocking ritual formation to block his view. Done. Over an hour later, Ailin clapped his hands and breathed a sigh of relief. After completing his preparations and warnings, Ailin returned to the real world, carrying the broken anchor with him. Of course, the broken anchor was not only enormous, but also incredibly heavy. According to Ailin's estimation, it weighed at least tens or hundreds of tons. With Ailin's strength, he simply couldn't lift it. So, Ailin simply placed his hand on the anchor and, using the power of the balanced dimension, brought it back to the real world. Fortunately, the broken anchor was something Ailin had exchanged with the scales of fate, otherwise they wouldn't have bothered with it. With such a heavy object, Ailin wouldn't have been able to successfully bring it back to the real world without the scales' help. Bang! Almost a moment Ailin returned to the real world, a dull sound echoed through Ailin's bedroom. With a loud bang, the floor of Ailin's bedroom instantly cracked, and even the concrete floor beneath it quickly began to form circles and circles of cracks, like a spider web. If everything in this house hadn't been reinforced multiple times by the monsters, given the quality of the Federation's housing, the terrifying force of that sudden fall wouldn't have been enough for most floors to withstand. Ailin wouldn't be surprised if it had smashed through the 3rd floor, or even all the way through the 2nd, 1st, and basement floors. Luckily, the house was reinforced by the monsters, otherwise I'd have to sleep in a different room today. Ailin was secretly shocked and shook his head at the impact. A large, square head emerged from the shattered floorboards, seemingly surging through the waves. Upon emerging, the monster glanced at the culprit who had dented its body, then glanced resentfully at Ailin. Its resentful gaze hinted at its confusion as to why its master had thrust such a massive lump of metal into it. That blow had truly stung. Sorry, monster, I didn't expect it to be so heavy. Ailin glanced at the monster, then at the massive, shattered anchor. A sudden flash of inspiration struck him, and he asked, Monster, can you devour this anchor like you did the furniture and weapons originally placed within it, and transform its powers into your own? The master wanted me to eat this massive lump of metal? The monster, with a string of question marks in its mind, was stunned for a second before finally opening its mouth wide and swallowing the massive, rusted anchor in one gulp. The monster's stomach swelled several times after swallowing the massive anchor. It seemed to be experiencing some indigestion after swallowing such a large object. After twisting its body for a few rounds, the monster suddenly spat out a massive anchor with a whoosh, bang, another loud noise echoed, and large sections of the floor in Ailin's bedroom shattered. After spitting out a massive anchor, a message was transmitted to Ailin's mind. Master, I can swallow it, that's it. From the monster's fragmented messages, Ailin slowly understood what it meant. Given enough time, it could indeed devour the broken anchor and transform it into part of the house. However, the level of the broken anchor was too high, and the monster didn't know how long it would take to digest the massive iron lump. It certainly wasn't something that could be done in a short time. Furthermore, while it would still possess the imprison ability after devouring the anchor's hidden ability of dimensional leaping would be lost. After being devoured by the monster, any object assimilated by it would lose the ability to evolve. Even if the monster's power leveled up, and the house itself, along with everything within it, evolved and transformed, this broken anchor wouldn't necessarily restore the dimensional leaping ability. After being assimilated by the monster, everything within it would silently move towards the monster's evolutionary direction, ultimately becoming a true whole. Is that so? After receiving the monster's message, Ailin frowned slightly, a slight headache coming from his head. A long digestion time wasn't a big deal, Ailin could wait. But if the dimensional Pichiao's ability also disappeared, it would be a loss. After all, Ailin's primary reason for exchanging this broken anchor was its dimensional leaping ability. Looks like we can't let the monster devour this giant for now. Even if we do, we need to repair the anchor's dimensional jump ability. Having made this decision, Ailin instructed the monster to move the massive anchor to the basement. As the anchor moved, the broken floorboards in Ailin's bedroom quickly repaired with a flicker of light. Before long, the floor was restored to its original state. Meanwhile, following the information from the Destiny Compass, Ailin set his house as a confinement zone. From within his own house, he tested the confinement power of the broken anchor. Snap! With a snap of his fingers, Ailin, attempting to leap to the flames 10 meters away, remained motionless. Snap! 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 Even after Ailin snapped his fingers several times, his body remained motionless, not moving at all. The space that should have been distorted by his fire jump, allowing him to instantly travel, now stood in front of him like an iron wall. Even at the moment he used his fire jump, a powerful restraining force pinned him to the spot, giving him no chance to leap. Seeing this, Ailin nodded in satisfaction. While his fire jump was a bit shorter, his manipulation of the laws of space was probably no less powerful than Kamartaj's portal spell. Since his fire jump was completely ineffective, it was likely that the Ancient One's portal would not be able to penetrate the space trapped by the broken anchor, for the time being. A slight sigh of relief accompanied Ailin's thought. He couldn't help but think of the Philosopher's Stone he had despised. Being able to exchange the scales of fate for something like the broken anchor, the Philosopher's Stone must be far more valuable than he had imagined. In fact, its value might even be much less than the Byron transformation circle. From this point of view, the Ancient One's words weren't empty words. However, none of this changed Ailin's opinion of the Ancient One. Instead, it solidified a certain thought in Ailin's mind. After testing the anchor's restraining power, Ailin infused his aura into it. With this infusion, the space around him, which had been fatally confining him, quickly returned to its original state. With another snap of his fingers, Ailin effortlessly leaped into the flames 10 meters away. Everything seemed to have returned to normal, but Ailin knew that from that moment on, his home was no longer the same. Not even the Ancient One could enter his realm through the portal again. After a long day of tossing and turning, Ailin felt hungry. He went into the kitchen and prepared a sumptuous meal. In addition to a nutritious meal, Ailin also prepared a few of his favorite dishes. He brought each portion to the table and ate silently. Ailin's gaze seemed to penetrate the pitch-black night outside the window. He looked towards Hell's Kitchen where the clone was. Chapter 228, Someone gave me a pillow just as I dozed off. The Ancient One's appearance immediately disrupted Ailin's plans. Although he had exchanged the Philosopher's Stone he'd received from the Ancient One for a space-confining anchor, it was clearly not enough against the Ancient One. He needed to increase his chances of survival. For example, he could send his clone away from Earth. With his twin gifts, as long as either he or his clone remained alive, Ailin could be resurrected repeatedly. This was precisely why Ailin had spent a vast amount of fate points to acquire the twin gifts. Originally, Ailin had envisioned that his clone could quickly transform some of Kingpin's men into his own, establishing his own true power. As for their loyalty, Ailin, whose spiritual cultivation had reached a state of trance, was not particularly concerned. Furthermore, Dr. Banner's research had recently made some progress. If the final experiment was successful, a universal healing potion could be concocted. Once the potion is released, as long as the clone can open up channels, his funds, influence, and various channels and resources will snowball and rapidly expand. At that time, the clone's support will also rapidly boost Ailin's strength. But now, his previous plan has to change. The mystical side of Earth is currently, to a certain extent, controlled by the lineage of the Sorcerer Supreme. Even many mythological systems, including Asgard, were expelled from Earth by the Sorcerer Supreme's lineage. Of course, this also involves many unknown compromises and deals. Otherwise, Odin's daughter, Hela, the goddess of death, would not be sealed on Earth today. However, regardless, this also indirectly proves the power of the Ancient One. In this situation, Ailin dared not put all his eggs in one basket. If he and the Ancient One clashed one day, and he killed both him and his clone, Ailin would have no chance of resurrection. Therefore, sending his clone away from Earth was imperative. Thinking of this, Ailin felt it was imperative. Ailin used his twin gifts to transmit his thoughts to his clone. Hell's Kitchen. The Melbourne building, less than 6 months old, was still brightly lit. At 5 in the morning, a fierce-looking, tall figure, dressed in a suit and tie, was bustling in and out of the building, appearing incredibly busy. And on the top floor of the building, Ailin the clown stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down at New York at 5 in the morning. What a shame. I was planning on making a big splash, but in the blink of an eye, I'm having to flee in disgrace. After receiving the message from his original self, Ailin the clown turned around and glanced at his newly renovated, luxurious office with some reluctance. Damn it. This office I just finished, and now it's all my fault. I wouldn't have put so much effort into decorating it earlier. This Melbourne building was one of Ailin the clown's inheritances from the Kingpin. After assuming control of the Kingpin's forces, the Joker immediately set his sights on the newly constructed building, renaming it Miracle Tower. Following Bucky's advice, after lavishly installing the building with Stark Industries' latest security equipment, he also expended considerable resources to transform the building's third basement floor into the laboratory Dr. Banner desired. He also deployed a large number of elite personnel to patrol the building day and night. Of course, the Joker didn't skimp on himself either, even finding a renowned designer and persuading him to create him a luxurious office. The entire top floor of Miracle Tower was his office. But he had barely spent a few days there before being forced to flee. This situation left the Joker wanting to curse. However, after learning of the Ancient One's return from his original form, he had no intention of staying in New York. He had recently assumed the identity of a Kamartaj wizard, and if he were caught by the Ancient One now, he would face serious consequences. However, previously, Clown Ailin had been planning to leave New York for a while, out of the Ancient One's sight. Now, it was simply a matter of leaving Earth for a while. But leaving Earth? Leaving Earth at this time is difficult. Just as Clown Ailin was starting to feel a headache, the sky above Hell's Kitchen suddenly darkened with dark clouds, and thunder and lightning roared. Within the thick clouds, a dazzling array of rainbow lights flickered continuously through the clouds. At the same time, Clown Ailin, gazing down at the New York nightscape from the 32nd floor, quickly sensed a massive surge of energy gathering above the Miracle Tower. Could this power fluctuation be? Seeing the familiar wave emanating from the sky, Clown Ailin's eyes twitched. If he was not mistaken, this rainbow light and that familiar energy fluctuation were the same waves emitted by Asgard's Rainbow Bridge during teleportation? But wasn't the thing shattered by Thor? Wait, because of his appearance, the plot of Thor seemed to have been completely altered beyond recognition. It's not surprising that the Rainbow Bridge didn't break during this time. Just as Ailin was momentarily stunned, a streak of colorful light swiftly streaked across the sky, fading before it could illuminate the New York night sky. A few minutes later, Ailin the clown watched Thor, the god of thunder, appear before him in his robes. Reluctantly, he pulled an unopened bottle of vodka from the refrigerator and poured it all into a large glass. Without waiting for Ailin the clown to pass the drink over, Thor, impatient at the strong aroma of the vodka, snatched up the massive glass and took a swig. After downing nearly half the bottle in one gulp, Thor felt a blazing heat, almost explosive, emanating from his tongue and mouth. His eyes lit up, and he exclaimed in admiration. "Ha! Such a strong drink." With that, Thor eagerly downed the remaining half. After seeing Thor's heroic drinking style, the clown Ailin gave Thor a thumbs up. "You're awesome. I've never seen anyone drink vodka like that." After a glass of wine, Thor's attitude towards Ailin became more familiar. "Hey, now you see." He raised the empty glass in front of him and gestured to Ailin. Thor then took a bottle of vodka from Ailin's refrigerator. With a flash of lightning, the bottle cap flew off. Thor then took the bottle and drank directly. However, this time, his drinking speed seemed to slow down a bit. Seeing this, the clown Ailin poured himself a glass of bourbon, then asked Thor in confusion, "Why are you here, and how did you know I was here?" Burp. After a burp, Thor said to the clown Ailin, "My friend, I came here to invite Asgard to drink." You have invited me to drink Midgard's fine wine several times. Of course, I can't fall behind. I prepared a grand banquet in Asgard a few days ago and planned to invite you to participate, but I don't know how you did it. Even Heimdall couldn't find you. Today is magic, I finally found you. After I heard about it, I rushed here immediately. Having said that, Thor deliberately put his strong arm on the clown Arin's shoulder and whispered, Don't worry, I specially invited a group of Asgardian ladies to participate in this banquet in Asgard. I promise not to let you down. After that, Thor deliberately blinked at the clown Arin. Catching sight of Thor's ambiguous gaze, Ailin suddenly recalled his farewell words to Thor, saying he only embraced beautiful women. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener takes it seriously. Ailin's excuse had clearly taken root in Thor, for he had truly considered Ailin his friend. But after hearing Thor's words, a strange glint flickered in Ailin's eyes. Was this, just as he was about to doze off, someone offered him a pillow? He'd barely begun thinking about how to leave Earth, and then Thor arrived to invite him to Asgard for a drink. What a stroke of luck. Lucky? Of course he was. Just now, having purified the aura of the evil god from beyond this world, the mysterious sign beam descending upon Ailin from the Marvel Universe shook violently. It was this slight tremor that allowed Heimdall, who shouldn't have been able to see Ailin, to see him. And so, the scene that had just unfolded. Of course, Ailin was oblivious to all this. Really? I'm really looking forward to it, having already wanted to leave Earth and escape the Ancient One's sight. Ailin, the clown, naturally wouldn't refuse Thor's invitation. So, after hearing Thor's words, Ailin, the clown, readily agreed. He even deliberately gave an expectant expression. Seeing Ailin's eager expression, Thor gave him a smile that every man understands. I knew you'd agree. So, let's get going. I need to go to Mexico to pick up Jane later. Thor eagerly raised his hammer. Wait, Ailin, the clown, immediately stopped Thor, who seemed eager to pick up Jane. He then pulled a golden pocket watch from his jacket pocket and asked, It's 5 in the morning. Most people are asleep at this time. Are you sure you want to disturb a lady's sleep? Ugh. Thor froze in his tracks at Ailin's question. Even the raised Mjolnir lowered slightly. No matter where you are, it is impolite to disturb a lady's sleep. The time in Asgard is different from that on Earth. That is why Thor, who had just been teleported from Asgard, was so eager to see Jane. Because he didn't realize that there was something wrong with his time. It was not until he was reminded by Ailin that Thor realized that it was not appropriate to come to her house at this time. After seeing Thor's embarrassed expression, Ailin the clown continued, Besides, before I leave, I have to say hello to my friends. Otherwise, if I, a living person, disappear like this, they will think I am missing. I don't want a missing person notice to appear in tomorrow's newspaper. After Ailin made a joke, the embarrassment on Thor's face dissipated a little. Thor took a slightly awkward sip of his wine before saying, Well, you're right. It's not really appropriate to go now, of course. Besides, we need to give the ladies time to get ready. And I need time to say goodbye to my friends. Arin gestured to his refrigerator, which was filled with fine wine, and said to Thor, I've got some good wine in there. Have some first. I'll go down and say goodbye to my friends, of course. After saying that to Thor, Arin walked directly to the dedicated elevator on this floor and pressed the button for level -3. As the elevator rapidly descended, Arin soon arrived at the 3rd basement level of the Miracle Tower. As he stepped out of the elevator, Arin saw Bucky, fully armed, guarding the entrance, and Dr. Banner, draped in a white lab coat. They looked as if they were about to take the dedicated elevator up. The moment he saw Arin, Bucky put down his submachine gun, walked up to Arin the clown and asked, Are you okay? I just felt a powerful energy suddenly descending to the top of the building. I thought something had happened, and was about to go up with Dr. Banner to have a look, but you came down. Arin shook his head and said, Well, it's not a big deal. I told you that the Asgardian Thor I met before is here. He plans to invite me to Asgard for a drink, and I agreed. Asgard, Thor. Dr. Banner, who was standing by, was stunned when he heard this and said, He's the one who gave me the tube of blood. Before Dr. Banner could finish, Arin the clown dodged and immediately covered the doctor's mouth, blocking his unspoken words back into his stomach. Ahem, Dr. Banner, there are some things you just need to know. You don't have to say them out loud. These people have much better ears than us. Chapter 229 Abnormal. After stopping Dr. Banner from blurting out his next words, Clown Ailin turned to Bucky on the other side and said, "For some reason, I must leave Earth for a while. Someone will take over the new company from me. Just treat him as you would me." After hearing what Clown Ailin said, Bucky was slightly taken aback before he understood who he was referring to. Because of his mental imprint, it's no exaggeration to say that Bucky was the one who most understood the relationship between Ailin and Joker. Although he was a little curious about his boss's absence, he didn't question it. He simply nodded at Clown Ailin. "Very good." After seeing Bucky's reaction, the Clown Ailin nodded with satisfaction, and then said, "During this period, the power of the potion in your body has been almost digested. Next, I will let that person help you completely digest the power of the potion in your body and help you advance. Of course, the final choice of whether to take the subsequent tube of potion is up to you. Promotion." After hearing this, Bucky murmured, took a look at his still incomplete arm, and finally said, "I understand. After Alexander Pierce dies, I will take that tube of potion after I have fulfilled my last wish and complete the final promotion." The Clown Ailin nodded at first, and then seemed to remember something, and asked Bucky, "Speaking of which, has the videotape we sent been in Alexander Pierce's hands?" To be honest, I'm a little curious about Alexander Pierce's reaction when he saw that cute young lady. What a pity. If I weren't leaving soon, I really want to see with my own eyes how that young lady talked to Alexander Pierce. I don't know if it was luck or coincidence. Lately, Clown Ailin has been thinking about Alexander Pierce, who's always been traveling the globe for meetings and business trips. He's managed to escape danger by some strange twist of fate. After a few such incidents, Clown Ailin simply had Bucky send him a videotape of Miss Sadako. Cute? Miss? The string of adjectives Ailin uttered made Bucky's mouth twitch. Only his boss would use those words to describe that terrifying figure. Anyway, Bucky didn't feel that the terrifying figure had anything to do with those adjectives. But even as he complained, even the usually calm Bucky shuddered as he recalled the eerie scene he'd witnessed before. If his boss hadn't used some kind of power to temporarily disperse the strange figure, even with his extraordinary abilities, he would have been pulled into the ancient well and torn to pieces. However, it was precisely for this reason that Bucky was so wary of that terrifying figure. To ordinary people, the ghost's power was nearly unstoppable. With that terrifying figure's power, not just one Alexander Pierce, but even 10 of them would be no match. Their only concern was when Alexander Pierce would actually open the videotape. "Don't worry, boss. I've already implanted some awareness in Alexander Pierce's maids and cooks through suggestion, instigation, and other means. I'm sure someone will remind him to open the videotape soon." Clown Ailin nodded, a look of regret on his face. Honestly, he was genuinely curious about what Alexander Pierce, the leader of Hydra, would feel like when he met Miss Sadako. It was a shame, he was destined never to witness that scene. After explaining everything, Clown Ailin returned to the top floor of the Miracle Tower. But in the brief few minutes since he'd gone down, a lot had transpired in New York. Thor, the god of thunder, was already burping, contentedly reclining on his large sofa. The bar not far away was filled with bottles of various sizes. Thor said, "Hey, my friend, you're finally back? Let's go get Jane. I'll treat you to some of Asgard's unique wines." Just as the Clown Ailin was being whisked away by Thor to New Mexico to find his beloved girlfriend, they were at the Hammer Industries arsenal. Justin Hammer, with a sullen expression, grabbed the bald engineer by the collar and said coldly, "$10 billion. I invested a full $10 billion in this project, and all you've produced is 40 pieces of junk that can only salute. Do you know how much Tony Stark spent on his Iron Man suit? Less than $500 million, less than $500 million, and he built a true killing weapon. But what about you? You spent all that money on me, and all you gave me is this piece of junk." The bald engineer, whose collar Justin Hammer had grabbed, shuddered at the veil of murderous intent on Justin Hammer's face. After a moment's silence, he murmured, "Sorry, boss, I'm not Tony Stark," or rather, comparing him to Tony Stark was flattering him. Justin Hammer knew this, but this engineer was the best he could hire. Waste. After a furious outburst, Justin Hammer shoved aside the chief engineer he had hired from Stark Industries at a significant expense, coldly declaring, "I don't care about your excuses. $10 billion has been spent, and you must give me an explanation. This is clearly stated in the contract I paid you for. If you can't give me a satisfactory explanation, then we'll see you in court." Hammer Industries has the world's top legal team. Before going to court, I think you could inquire about the fate of those who have been enemies of Hammer Industries." With a cold snort, Justin Hammer adjusted his suit, resuming his dapper, refined demeanor. He then swaggered out of Hammer Industries' largest arsenal with his 4 bodyguards. After Justin Hammer left, the bald engineer, whose face Justin Hammer had spitted on, remained there for a long time, head bowed. If you looked closer, you'd see his downcast eyes, brimming with anger. Why are you all comparing me to Tony Stark? I've already told you I'm not Tony Stark. Why are you still forcing me? Why? He stood there in the cold arsenal for who knows how long. Raising his head again, the bald engineer drove out of the Hammer Industries arsenal and returned home. Upon reaching home, he stopped at a warehouse. He hesitated, then finally opened the door. As the warehouse of Hammer Industries' chief engineer, it wasn't filled with things as one might expect. Instead, it seemed unusually empty. Within the vast warehouse, there was nothing but a tattered suit of armor perched on a central iron shelf. If the once dead Obadiah were still alive, he would surely have discovered that this piece of steel armor, with only the head and chest remaining, was the prototype of Ironmonger. As the warehouse door opened, 2 crimson beams slowly lit up from the Iron Man's eyes. Immediately afterwards, a synthesized voice echoed from within the Iron Man's skull. Hey, I knew you'd come looking for me." A flicker of unnaturalness crossed the bald engineer's eyes at the voice, but then, remembering the insults he'd received from Obadiah and Justin Hammer, he finally spoke in a deep voice, "You're right. I've come looking for you. This time, I won't leave you hanging. I'll build you the most powerful body possible, as agreed. But you'll also need to help me refine the Iron Man's design and build the energy system. I know you recently successfully replicated a small-scale arc reactor, so that shouldn't be difficult for you. Of course, that's what I promised you, isn't it? With this, we'll be better able to deal with Tony Stark and his companions." Half an hour later, the bald engineer, pushing a small cart, entered the Hammer Industries arsenal. On his 2 carts lay the steel armor, with only half of its body remaining. As the bald engineer pushed the carts past the dozens of neatly arranged suits of armor, 2 crimson beams of light slowly lit up from the head of the tattered suit, covered by aqua blue tarpaulin. "I feel the smell of machinery," he muttered softly. Within the shattered suit's chest, countless tiny parts quickly connected, forming a strange mechanical heart. Bang! As the mechanical heart beat, an invisible wave of energy rapidly spread in all directions. Within the arsenal, every mechanical creation that heard the sound suddenly trembled slightly. "What's that sound?" The bald engineer, pushing the cart toward his office, heard the sound, and his eyes suddenly changed. He quickly pinpointed the source of the eerie sound to his own cart. Upon realizing this, the bald engineer immediately lifted the tarpaulin that had been covering him. He lowered his head to the remains of the armor that had made the eerie sound and warned, "Ivan Vanko, don't do anything rash, or I'll make sure you die a miserable death, Ivan Vanko." That's right. The consciousness within this tattered armor was none other than the madman who had attacked Tony Stark. Shortly after being rescued by the Black Mist, he appeared at the bald engineer's home. He was caught red-handed by the bald engineer, who had just returned home. At their initial meeting, Ivan Vanko had spoken at length to the bald engineer, trying to persuade him to build him a strong body. However, the bald engineer, always wary of someone with unknown origins, refused Ivan Vanko's request without hesitation and imprisoned him in a warehouse at his home. To prevent him from sabotaging the warehouse, the bald engineer had emptied it of everything except the shattered armor. However, the bald engineer hadn't anticipated needing him again so soon. "Really?" A whiff of maniac laughter echoed from the tattered armor after the bald engineer's words. Puff. Then, before the bald engineer could react, a sharp iron spike suddenly rose from its broken arm and pierced his head with lightning speed. He glanced down at the spike that had pierced his neck and head, a flicker of disbelief in his eyes. "Why, you promised to join me in taking on Tony Stark." Puff. He yanked out the sharp iron spike, letting the crimson blood splatter, and then pushed the fallen bald engineer aside. Suddenly, a voice from the cart spoke again, "Idiot, I trust the power of machines more than you humans." As the voice fell, the neatly arranged mechanical armor pieces suddenly seemed to come alive, their eyes suddenly opening in unison. "Very good. Awake, my children." Within the armor, the mechanical heart beat violently. An invisible wave instantly swept in all directions. Under this invisible wave, every machine in the arsenal opened its eyes in unison. "Very good." Seeing those crimson eyes, Ivan Vanko within the armor let out a frantic laugh. "It was worth it. Having expended all his energy upon his rebirth, forging the mechanical heart the being he had spoken of. Otherwise, how could he have been unable to even obtain a good body? But now, it seemed all worth it. With a repetitive dong 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 sound, under the influence of the mechanical heart, every mechanical creation within the arsenal began its evolution. In an incomprehensible way, they rapidly transformed into mechanical life. Unnoticed, within this silent arsenal, one mechanical life after another was born. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230 The Rise of Machinery. Watching the Iron Soldiers transformed into mechanical life one after another, Ivan Vanko's crimson eyes blazed with a fiery light. The previous hunt for Tony Stark had taught Ivan Vanko a profound understanding of the pain of being alone and powerless. Had Tony Stark not relied on his superior numbers and sent out bodyguard after bodyguard to stop him, Ivan Vanko wouldn't have been able to escape. He even found such a formidable ally to fight him. Thinking back to that seemingly immature young man, yet possessing incredible abilities, Ivan Vanko's crimson cybernetic eyes brimmed with fury. Had that man not intervened, Tony Stark would have been no match for him. And if that man hadn't intervened, Ivan Vanko wouldn't have died. He recalled everything he had endured since his death, trying to climb back out of hell. Having already survived such an ordeal, Ivan Vanko still couldn't help but shudder. His body, riven with mechanical parts, creaked and rustled. Although he'd been fortunate enough to become a disciple of that person, he didn't want to experience the horrors of his previous experience again. HMPH, wait, soon, very soon, I won't be alone anymore. Watching the steel soldiers around him transform into mechanical life, and the massive machines coming to life one after another, Ivan Vanko's electronic eyes lit up with excitement. Although he'd endured inhuman torture in hell, upon returning to the human world, he possessed incredible and terrifying abilities. The ability to activate and bring life to machines through his mechanical heart was one such ability. With this power, he could quickly assemble a vast army of machines. Of course, the energy within the mechanical heart wasn't infinite. Having just emerged from hell, Ivan Vanko had only enough energy to activate it once. This was precisely why Ivan Vanko had only been so quiet when he was imprisoned in the warehouse by the bald engineer. It wasn't until he was brought to the arsenal, home to a vast storage facility containing a vast array of weapons and iron soldiers, that he finally unlocked the power of his mechanical heart. Tony Stark, and that damned bastard, wait, I'll be back for you soon. After emerging from his hellish state, Ailin, who had killed him once, became Ivan Vanko's target, just like Tony Stark. This time, he wouldn't fail again. Click, click, just as the number of mechanical lives that had come alive around Ivan Vanko reached 100, the throbbing mechanical heart within him suddenly stopped, rapidly disintegrating into a chaotic jumble of parts. And the beating of the mechanical heart abruptly ceased. Around Ivan Vanko, the various mechanical devices, which were transforming into mechanical life forms but had not yet completed their final transformation, all ceased their transformations. And with a speed visible to the naked eye, they returned to their original state. Is the energy exhausted? When all the transformations ceased, 40 iron soldiers stood neatly around Ivan Vanko. Behind these 40 iron soldiers were massive figures. These were mechanical life forms transformed from large equipment. Looking at the numerous mechanical life forms surrounding him, Ivan Vanko felt an unprecedented sense of security. These mechanical life forms, transformed and revived by the mechanical heart, would be his most loyal subordinates and his bravest warriors. And these mechanical soldiers, while giving Ivan Vanko a sense of security, also aroused his deepest desire and ambition. Not enough, I need more soldiers, and stronger warriors. 100 iron soldiers were too few. While a torrent of steel composed of 100 iron soldiers could instantly crush an army of tens of thousands, it pales in comparison to the human army's hundreds of millions. Not to mention the terrifyingly powerful weapons at the disposal of humanity. If he wanted to completely spread the light of machinery to every corner of the earth, he needed more men and greater firepower. Whether it was to acquire more men or to replenish the energy of the mechanical heart and revive more mechanical life, he needed various energy and resources. For the glory of machinery, I must have more resources. With this thought, Ivan Vanko looked at the bald engineer's body lying beside him. His eyes flashed, and a bold idea suddenly surged into his mind. Once the thought came to him, he couldn't stop it. After a moment of contemplation, Ivan Vanko fished out the bald engineer's phone from the corpse. After picking up the phone, Ivan Vanko unsheathed a data cable and quickly deciphered the bald engineer's phone password. Seeing the name Justin Hammer in his address book, a hint of a smile seemed to flicker across Ivan Vanko's cold steel visor. After summoning a steel soldier and giving him a few instructions, Ivan Vanko used the bald engineer's phone to shoot a video and sent it to Justin Hammer. The bait has been cast. Now we just have to wait for the big fish to take the bait. Having made a decision, Ivan Vanko seemed unaware that his original creed of revenge had unknowingly shifted his focus to spreading the glory of the machine. The moon set and the sun rose. It quickly reached 8 in the morning. Because of a major incident at the dance held at Midtown High School the previous night, to suppress the impact and discussion among students, Midtown High School officials had granted all 12th graders a 3-day holiday. Having unexpectedly received a 3-day holiday, Ailin drove his Aston Martin to the Miracle Building in the heart of Hell's Kitchen. Upon entering Hell's Kitchen, the roar of the Aston Martin instantly drew countless glances. In Hell's Kitchen, a city synonymous with poverty and backwardness, luxury cars like the Aston Martin were rare. Its beautiful exterior and roaring engine drew admiring glances from countless Hell's Kitchen residents, but it also attracted the attention of numerous car thieves and thieves. In Hell's Kitchen, those who could afford an Aston Martin were rare. However, when Ailin's Aston Martin parked openly outside the Miracle Building, the thieves and thieves who had followed the Aston Martin, thinking they had encountered a wealthy individual, suddenly looked away in fear. Bad luck. With a silent curse, the men who had followed the Aston Martin suddenly dispersed, quickly disappearing into the throng of Hell's Kitchen. After the Kingpin's death, Hell's Kitchen was in chaos for a while. Then, as the territories were redrawn, the chaotic situation quickly cleared up. Among them, the Miracle Group, a rising star, quickly absorbed most of the remaining elite members of the Jin Bing Empire and, having carved a significant piece of the pie from that massive corpse, became the new overlord of Hell's Kitchen. During the Miracle Group's rise, it wasn't without its share of attention. However, those who targeted it were invariably used as stepping stones for the Miracle Group and were utterly annihilated. After a bloody slaughter, the Miracle Group, riding on the prestige of those gangs, quickly rose to power and became a force to be feared once again in Hell's Kitchen. While its reputation was still far inferior to that of the Jin Bing Empire, it had become a formidable force in Hell's Kitchen that no one dared to provoke. Even the two other gangs that had risen in Hell's Kitchen to exploit the chaos had designated the Miracle Group as a target to be avoided. In this context, even the most rapacious car thieves abandoned their plans for the Aston Martin after seeing it parked outside the Miracle Building. They wanted to make a killing, but they also didn't want to risk their lives. 10 minutes later, Ailin, respectfully led by Bucky, entered the third basement level of Miracle Group. As Bucky and Ailin disappeared into a dedicated elevator, those within Miracle Group, watching their backs, began to speculate about Ailin's identity. In order to quickly digest the instigator potion, Bucky had led nearly every fight between Miracle Group and the other gangs in Hell's Kitchen. As a result, Bucky held a prestige within Miracle Group second only to the boss. Aside from the boss, they had never seen the instructor show such respect to anyone else. As the elevator slowly descended, Bucky, standing in front of Ailin, who had just pressed the elevator button, involuntarily straightened his body. It was strange. His boss was the moody and seemingly more difficult one, but the gentle Ailin behind him put even more pressure on Bucky. Bucky dared to crack a few jokes around the clown, but he didn't dare utter a single word around him. Standing behind him, he seemed to notice Bucky's frayed nerves and smiled faintly. "Why are you so nervous? We've met before. After all, I was the one who left your first psychic mark." As he spoke, Bucky's nerves relaxed, his muscles less stiff, as he recalled the warm feeling that first psychic mark had brought him. "I don't know why, but I always get nervous when I see you," Bucky explained. The dedicated elevator to the third basement level dinged. Outside, a figure in a white lab coat stood. It was none other than Dr. Banner, who had hurried out of the lab upon hearing the arrival of the real boss. Unlike Bucky, Dr. Banner was unaware of the connection between Aaron and the Joker's doppelganger. He only knew that the mastermind behind Miracle Group was the same terrifying being who had summoned the Seraphs and nearly traumatized the Hulk. It was for this reason that Dr. Banner, having only just learned of Arling's arrival, was even more curious about him, a man he had never met before. Before their meeting, Dr. Banner had imagined various images of Ailin in his mind. He had even consulted Christian and Catholic texts to control his emotions. He had initially imagined a boss capable of summoning seraphs to be a white-haired saint or an ascetic from a religious order. But he had never imagined a boss who actually appeared before him would be so young. If it weren't for Bucky standing respectfully behind Ailin, and if Dr. Banner hadn't sensed a rare fear from the Hulk within him, he wouldn't have dared to connect Ailin with a mysterious figure who had summoned the seraphs and captured the internet's attention. "Hello, Dr. Banner." After exiting the elevator, seeing the slightly dazed Dr. Banner, Aaron extended his right hand and said with a smile, "Why, am I different from what you imagined?" The moment he heard Aaron's words, Dr. Banner snapped back to reality. Flustered, he reached out his hand and gently shook Aaron's. "Actually, I never imagined you'd be so young. But I sensed the Hulk within me, fearing you." "Really?" A flash of surprise crossed Aaron's mind. The Hulk actually feared him? That was something Aaron hadn't imagined. Could it be that the previous battle in Harlem had left a psychological scar on the nascent Hulk? Recalling the scene in the movie where Thanos had traumatized the Hulk, leaving him unwilling to appear, Aaron smiled and shook his head. Then he asked, "Dr. Banner, how's your research on the repair wax going?" Speaking of his research, Dr. Banner, who had been a little reserved in front of Aaron, perked up and became much more confident. "Based on my research over this period, I found alternatives to many of the ingredients in the formula, and through continuous experimentation, I've come up with 3 optimal solutions." At this point, Dr. Banner glanced at Aaron and said, "Words alone are bound to sound a bit hollow. If you have time, boss, I can take you to the lab to see the results firsthand." "See the results firsthand?" Aaron nodded and said, "In that case, I'll trouble you, Dr. Banner." Chapter 231 Bucky's Determination. I don't know if it was because he couldn't wait to show Aaron his research results, or what. Dr. Banner's steps became much lighter. Not long after, Dr. Banner brought Aaron to the laboratory. After grabbing a little white mouse, Dr. Banner took out a scalpel and cut a long and narrow incision on its body. After making the wound, Dr. Banner fixed the injured little white mouse on a special device. Then, Dr. Banner took out a bottle of brown liquid and poured it on the special glass device. After the brown liquid submerged the injured body of the little white mouse, leaving only the mouse head on it to breathe air, Dr. Banner stopped pouring. At the same time, he directly held up the liquid medicine in the bottle and explained to Ailin, "This is medicinal wax number 3. The formula of medicinal wax number 3 is a formula I improved based on the original medicinal wax ratio. The advantage of medicinal wax number 3 is that it can greatly enhance the therapeutic effect of the medicinal wax and greatly accelerate the healing time of the wound. Compared with the medicinal wax with the original formula, the therapeutic effect of medicinal wax number 3 is enhanced by 0.3 times, and the speed of wound healing is accelerated by 0.5 times." While speaking, Dr. Banner pointed to the mouse affixed to the glass device and said, "A wound of this magnitude, with a mouse's natural healing ability, would take at least 3 days to heal, and at least 2 weeks to fully recover. Of course, if the wound becomes infected during the healing period, it will die, but with the help of medicated wax number 3, the entire process of healing, scabbing, and shedding will be complete in just 1 hour. If this healing speed were applied to a human, this medicated wax would be the most powerful trauma treatment ever invented." As Dr. Banner explained, through the transparent glass device, Ailin seemed to see the mouse's wound undergoing a transformation under the stimulation of the medicated wax. His vision was blurred by the color of the liquid, so Ailin activated his clairvoyance. The moment his eyes darkened, the transformation of the mouse within the glass device became clear to Ailin. Under the stimulation of the liquid medicine, tiny granulations appeared to sprout from the muscles torn by the scalpel at the mouse's wound. These granulations on either side of the wound slowly touched and tangled together, tugging at them. Under the pull of these granulations, the torn muscles on either side of the mouse's wound were continuously pulled in, then slowly adhered together. While this flesh growth rate wasn't as fast as the holy light healing, it was countless times faster than natural healing. After gaining a general understanding of the effects of this medicinal wax, Aaron said to Dr. Banner, "You're right. This wax must be the most powerful trauma medicine ever invented. Congratulations, Dr. Banner. You've created this potion and will be the savior of countless trauma patients." In response to Aaron's praise, Dr. Banner shook his head and said, "This isn't my invention. I simply refined the formula you gave me, boss. Compared to me, The person who developed that wax formula is a true genius. It's a little strange. Despite coming up with such a fantastic formula, he was surprisingly careless when it came to the precision of some of the ingredients. A little more refinement would significantly improve the effectiveness of this wax, but he seems oblivious to it. At this point, a hint of surprise flashed in Dr. Banner's eyes. Ailin, standing beside him, didn't seem at all surprised. This is due to the limitations of the times. This healing wax formula was invented by a pharmacist centuries ago. Due to the limitations of that era, he couldn't achieve the precision he does now, so that's how it is, Dr. Banner muttered after hearing Ailin's explanation, finally resolving his doubts. After observing the effects of wax number 3 on the mice for a while, Dr. Banner used the same method to show Ailin the two best solutions, potion number 17 and potion number 66. Potion number 17 is a specialized enhancement of the original formula. Compared to the original formula, potion number 17 emphasizes the wax's healing effects. While the healing speed isn't much faster than the original formula, the effectiveness is more than doubled. Even serious wounds, such as those caused by a laceration, can be quickly repaired in the wax. As for potion number 66, it's a more basic or weakened version of the wax formula. Its effectiveness is even inferior to the original. However, this potion replaced many of the precious ingredients in the original formula, significantly reducing its cost and making it more universally applicable. The original potion formula used a number of rare and precious medicinal substances. These precious drugs increased the cost of the wax and limited its dissemination. However, Dr. Banner's improved potion number 66 did not have these limitations. While replacing the precious ingredients with common materials with similar efficacy, the healing effect of the wax was not significantly reduced. After introducing the 3 potions, Dr. Banner seemed to remember something and pulled out a tube of sticky paste from the side, handing it to Ailin. "Oh, I almost forgot about this. This thing is the byproduct precipitate produced when preparing those medicinal waxes. I have done some experiments. Although this paste has no effect on treating wounds, it can repair damage to skin tissue. Applying it on the skin can repair scars, nourish skin cells, and make the skin smoother and more delicate. I felt that this thing should be useful, so I extracted it." Huh? After hearing Dr. Banner's words, Ailin stared at the paste before him, his eyes fixed on it. He quickly asked, "Is there a lot of this sediment?" "A lot," Dr. Banner recalled. "Because of the formula, there's actually quite a lot of this sediment." "Well, because of the ingredients, the sediment from potion 3 and potion 17 is more effective, while potion 66 has a bit more. However, compared to the sediment from potion 3 and 17, the sediment from potion 66 is much less effective." "Is that so?" After a few seconds of hesitation, Ailin quickly said, "Dr. Banner, from now on, please collect the sediment from these potions separately and find a way to gather some specific data for me. I have a feeling the value of this medicinal wax sediment may exceed our expectations." In fact, upon hearing about the effects of this sediment, Ailin immediately thought of the expensive beauty and skincare products from his past life. Those skincare products were ridiculously expensive, but the effects were incomparable to the effects of this medicinal wax sediment. Since those pricey beauty and skincare products from his previous life were so popular worldwide, wouldn't his own, more effective medicinal wax precipitate be even more popular? If he could make this precipitate into a scar-removing skincare product and sell it, would it be highly sought after by the women of this world? Thinking of this, Ailin couldn't help but become even more intrigued by these medicinal wax precipitates. Dr. Banner, who had devoted all his energy to research, didn't understand why his boss was so focused on these medicinal wax byproducts, but that didn't stop him from completing Ailin's instructions. "I understand. I'll quickly compile specific data on the efficacy of these precipitates and give it to you." "Quickly?" "That's not necessary." Seeing the noticeable dark circles under Dr. Banner's eyes, Ailin smiled and said, "There's no rush for the specific data on these precipitates. Until then, Dr. Banner, you can rest well." He recalled the experiments that had captivated him. Banner instinctively tried to say he wasn't tired, but before he could, Ailin continued, "Staying up late for too long won't help you control the Hulk's power. If I'm guessing correctly, Dr. Banner, you haven't had a good night's sleep in ages. This won't work if you want to master the power within you." As he spoke, Ailin's right hand condensed into a soft, milky white light. Then, before Dr. Banner's slightly surprised gaze, it landed on his chest. "Thanks to Ailin's guidance, Dr. Banner, while unable to master the Hulk's power, had imbued himself with the Hulk's terrifying, almost bestial instincts. Dr. Banner felt no threat from the milky white light, but instead smelled a soothing aura. Because of this, Dr. Banner allowed the soft, milky white light to descend upon his chest without dodging. The moment the milky white light landed on him, Dr. Banner felt a warm current spreading rapidly from his chest throughout his body. The warm sensation was like a spring breeze, as if every pore in his body had opened. As the warmth flowed through him, his body, already fatigued from recent long nights, instantly relaxed, and even his mind felt a sense of relief. With this mental relaxation, Dr. Banner quickly felt the fatigue that had been suppressed deep within him. Previously, immersed in research, Banner's high-energy state had forcibly suppressed both physical and mental fatigue. Only now, after completely relaxing, did Dr. Banner feel the exhaustion surge through him like a tide. Under this fatigue, the mastery he had cultivated through constant practice within his body was being steadily diluted by the restlessness caused by exhaustion. Ailin, who had been in contact with Dr. Banner for a while, saw this and unleashed a primary holy light healing on Dr. Banner, relieving both his physical and mental fatigue. Puyi relaxed. Dr. Banner, feeling his eyelids droop, suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. After exhaling, he solemnly thanked Ailin. "Thank you." Because of their experience in Harlem, Dr. Banner wasn't overly impressed by Ailin's abilities. "We're one family, no need to be so polite." Ailin waved his hand, signaling Dr. Banner to stop being so polite. "Let's stop here for today. Go back and rest. You look like you're terribly sleepy." Despite the wave of fatigue that washed over him, Banner didn't refuse Ailin's offer. After watching Ailin and Bucky leave, Dr. Banner turned and entered a nearby room that had been prepared specifically for him. Without even removing his white coat, Dr. Banner collapsed onto the bed. Soon, a muffled snoring filled the room. After leaving the laboratory on the third basement floor with Bucky, Dr. Banner left. Ailin led Bucky to the luxurious office on the top floor of the Miracle Building with ease. Once inside, Ailin said to Bucky, "Although he should have given you the witch potion, are you truly ready to transform into a witch? Once you take the witch potion, you will be completely transformed from the inside out, from body to soul. This is an irreversible process. Once you embark on this path, there's no chance of regret." Bucky, who was standing by, was silent for a moment, then said, "Ever since the boss told me about the side effects of witch, I've been thinking a lot. At first, I was actually quite angry about the boss's so-called transformation, meaning a complete transformation into a woman, but now I feel at ease. Perhaps this is the retribution I deserve. Only by doing so can I completely forget the past and put aside the mistakes I've made. Perhaps only by doing so can I feel I can face Steve." Ailin was silent for a moment. Ailin said, "I respect your choice. Since you've finally chosen this path, let me help you remove the last knot in your heart." Chapter 232 Tony, Artificial Intelligence Sends. Without a doubt, Bucky's heart is tied to Alexander Pierce, the man who has manipulated him like a puppet for decades. As long as Alexander Pierce survives, Bucky will always have a thorn in his heart. Only by killing Alexander Pierce and finally understanding his inner struggle can Bucky finally move on from the past and begin a new life. When Bucky heard that Ailin was going to take action himself to help him resolve his emotional issues, he shook his head and smiled, saying, "Actually, you don't have to do anything. Alexander Pierce won't live long. Before you came, Lord Joker asked me to send him the strange videotape. When Alexander Pierce comes back and opens the videotape, his fate will be sealed, and even if he doesn't open the videotape, his maid who was hypnotized by us will help him open the strange videotape. Although Alexander Pierce is the leader of Hydra, his body has not undergone any strengthening. When the time comes, we don't have to do anything. The vengeful spirits in the strange videotape will tear Alexander Pierce into pieces." Ailin shook his head when he heard this. "You think Alexander Pierce is too simple. You have tried to kill him many times, but he always manages to escape once. Is all this really a coincidence? Once or twice would be fine. 3, 4 times? How could there be so many coincidences in this world?" Before arriving, Ailin had used the Libra dimension to perform a divination. He wondered if Alexander Pierce would die at the hands of the strange videotape this time. And the result was, no. It was precisely for this reason, after confirming Bucky's choice, that Ailin decided to personally take action to eliminate Alexander Pierce. He didn't know if his arrival had triggered a change in the world, or if this world wasn't as simple as he imagined. After crossing over, Ailin experienced many things that never appeared in the original novel. After Iron Man tore through the extraordinary prologue, the world seemed to go into a state of panic. Various extraordinary events occurred frequently, and even various strange events increased rapidly. It was as if the uncanny had been revived. In this situation, to avoid further complications, Ailin felt that Alexander Pierce's swift demise was best. Otherwise, who knew what this person, hiding behind the scenes and controlling vast resources, would use against him next? Of course. Alexander Pierce had been staying at SHIELD's headquarters during the day lately. Even if Ailin wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have chosen to do it during the day. Therefore, after confirming Alexander Pierce's intentions, Ailin left the Marvel Tower. For Ailin, assassinating Alexander Pierce was tonight's goal. But before that, he had much else to do. After leaving the Marvel Tower, Ailin drove directly to Stark Tower in the heart of Manhattan. Before arriving, Ailin had called Pepper. After identifying himself, Ailin was warmly ushered to the CEO's office at Stark Tower by a sweet smiling receptionist. After a gentle knock on the door, the receptionist politely said, "President Potts, Mr. Ailin is here, come in." Hearing the voice from inside, the enthusiastic receptionist opened the door for Ailin. Once Ailin entered, she tactfully closed it behind him. To Ailin's surprise, there was no one else in the Stark Industries CEO's office besides Pepper. Tony Stark, looking a little pale, was also there. Upon seeing Ailin, Tony Stark took a sip of his chlorophyll-filled juice and quipped, "Look who's here." A rare guest, Tony. After glaring at Tony, Pepper stood up and walked over to Ailin. After smoothing out the wrinkles on his collar, she said with satisfaction, "Not bad. I guess I should have picked out some formal suits for you sooner. You look much more stylish this way than you did before." No wonder Helen called me yesterday to say her precious daughter was about to be taken away by some little brat. After hearing Pepper's words and recalling the relationship between Aunt Pepper and Ms. Helen, Ailin touched her nose and said, "Actually, Gwen has agreed to be my girlfriend." "Really?" Pepper's eyes lit up at this, and she said happily, "Next time I'm free, I'll treat you and your girlfriend to dinner." "Oh, by the way," halfway through her sentence, Pepper turned and pulled out 2 concert tickets from her desk drawer. "These are tickets to Mr. Roberts' concert. I just didn't have time, so I'm giving them to you." Sometimes, taking your girlfriend to a concert is a nice experience. Pepper winked at Ailin after she finished speaking. Before Ailin could react, Tony Stark, standing nearby, looked at the 2 tickets in Ailin's hand and gaped in amazement. As one of the world's most renowned musicians, tickets to Mr. Roberts' concerts are incredibly hard to come by, even among the upper classes. Tony had finally managed to snag these 2 tickets, using his considerable financial resources. But before he and Pepper could even see them, they were passed on to Ailin. Although Pepper had declined when he had offered the tickets to him, citing a plethora of matters at Stark Industries, Tony still felt a pang of displeasure at seeing Pepper give Ailin the tickets he had worked so hard to acquire. Of course, Tony's displeasure was directed at Ailin. He and Pepper hadn't even been to this concert yet. And you 2 little brats got it for free. Although Tony felt a little annoyed because of Pepper, he didn't show it. After handing the concert tickets to Ailin, Pepper asked, "Just now on the phone, you said you needed my help with something. What's going on?" "I have something I need Aunt Pepper's help with." Ailin glanced at Tony Stark, who was hunched over on the sofa next to him, and continued, "Of course. It's a good thing Mr. Stark is here too. I need your help with something, too." "Wow, Mr. Stark. That's a truly remarkable title. I've never heard such a respectful term used on your nephew, except today." With a slightly exaggerated tone, Tony Stark, realizing his dissatisfaction, then recalled how he still owed Ailin several life-saving favors. "For the sake of Mr. Stark, I'll help you with what you're talking about." Honestly, Tony Stark, saved by Ailin several times, was worried about how to repay her for all her help. As a major shareholder in both Osborn Corporation and Stark Industries, Ailin had no shortage of money. This completely rendered Tony's wealth useless. Not long ago, after a long period of inconsolable thought, Tony even considered throwing a lavish banquet and inviting a host of beautiful women to entertain Ailin. But as soon as he hinted at this idea, Pepper issued a stern warning. She said if Tony led her nephew astray, she would never forgive him. Pepper's warning forced Tony to abandon the idea. Before Ailin arrived, Tony had asked Pepper, "What are Ailin's hobbies?" Unexpectedly, before Pepper could answer, Ailin called, asking for her help. It was precisely because of this that Tony, now devoting most of his time to searching for a palladium substitute, waited for Ailin for quite some time at Stark Tower. Ailin nodded in agreement after hearing Tony Stark's promise. In that case, that couldn't be better. I recently bought a newly built building in Hell's Kitchen and set up a company. I've almost completed the company's security system, but I'm lacking a powerful firewall. I'm sure that won't be a problem for Mr. Stark. Although Ailin had impressive programming skills, he had no experience building a large-scale firewall on his own. His repair wax, once released, would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. In this world of advanced technology, Ailin couldn't guarantee that any of the world's top hackers would be capable of breaching the Miracle Tower's firewall. So, not wanting the Miracle Tower network to be compromised, Ailin came straight to him. Tony Stark, who had long ago designed Jarvis, was undoubtedly a genius in the world of artificial intelligence. With his skills, he could build a network security system far superior to Ailin's own. When Ailin mentioned that he had bought a building in Hell's Kitchen, Tony began to work on the tablet beside him. Within seconds, photos and the latest information about the Miracle Tower appeared on Tony Stark's computer. Looking at the Miracle Tower on the computer, which looked no smaller than Stark Tower, Tony shook his head and said, "A firewall? A firewall alone won't satisfy the needs of your Miracle Corporation. Well, I'll just copy you a subroutine from Jarvis, then, all you have to do is install a few supercomputers in your own computer room, and you'll have your own AI. Trust me, an AI with powerful computing power will not only help you block malicious attacks from the internet, but also handle a lot of work chores." Huh? Just giving me an AI? When did Tony Stark become so generous? After sizing him up with a strange look, Ailin said uncertainly, "Just giving me an AI? You're so generous? Don't worry, this AI might have some backdoors or vulnerabilities." Tony Stark, who had been smiling broadly, expecting Ailin to burst into tears of gratitude, froze at this. "Good boy. If it weren't for repaying you for saving my life, would I have given you an AI? And a backdoor, a vulnerability? Why would I, Iron Man, care about a little brat like you?" The next moment, Tony Stark, his face livid with anger, said sullenly, "Why would I leave you a backdoor, a vulnerability? Take it or leave it." "Yes, of course," Ailin confirmed, using his telekinetic force field to probe Tony Stark and sensing no ill will. Since Tony Stark harbored no ill intentions and hadn't left any backdoors or vulnerabilities in the subroutine copied from Jarvis, how could Ailin miss the chance to get an AI for free? HMPH, Tony Stark snorted coldly, then turned his head away, ignoring Ailin, who had taken his kindness for granted. Ailin, observing this, didn't seem to care. He turned to Pepper and said, "Aunt Pepper, you know, I have no experience managing a company. Plus, I haven't even graduated from high school yet, so I need a CEO who can help me run the company. I don't know anyone in the human resources department who has that kind of talent, so I came here to ask for your recommendation for a suitable candidate. Of course, if you're willing to come, Aunt Pepper, that would be great. I'm fully invested in that company. And I promise not to interfere with any of your decisions. Even though it's only recently established, I've already developed several groundbreaking products. Its future is definitely not inferior to Stark Industries." Tony Stark, who had initially turned his head away in anger, was immediately in a state of panic when he heard Ailin poaching Pepper right in front of him, inviting her to join his newly established company. Despite all the recent events, Tony and Pepper's relationship had, by chance, broken through the barrier of their relationship and officially confirmed. Under these circumstances, how could Tony allow his future wife to work for another man? If it was someone else trying to poach him, Tony wouldn't be worried, but Ailin was Pepper's nephew, and who knew if Pepper would do something irrational because of family affection. So, without waiting for Pepper to answer, Tony jumped out in a rage and shouted, "Impossible, don't even think about it, you little brat. Pepper is the president of Stark Industries. There's no way she'd go to your little company. It's not even worse than Stark Industries. Do you know what Stark Industries' market capitalization is now? $890 billion. A full $890 billion US dollars, and that number is constantly rising. It won't be long before Stark Industries becomes the world's first trillion-dollar company. Your newly established little company still wants to compete with Stark Industries? Dream on, of course. The most important thing is that I've already confessed my feelings to Pepper. Now, Pepper is not only the president of Stark Industries, but also my girlfriend. In short, there's no way he'd give up his job as the president of Stark Industries to go to your little company. Just forget it. Chapter 233 The Girl Haunted by Disaster. Seeing Tony's anxious expression for the first time, Pepper couldn't help but smile. Feeling a little sweet, Pepper brushed her hair away from her ear and said to Ailin, I appreciate your kindness, but Stark Industries has been through a lot lately, and I can't leave at this time. Of course, if you just need someone to help you manage the company, I know someone who's quite capable. But, an hour later, under Tony Stark's grim expression, Ailin left Stark Tower contentedly, holding a gray-black USB drive. The gray-black USB drive in Ailin's hand contained a backup of the Jarvis subsystem. Once the USB drive was inserted into the computer, the program Tony Stark had already configured would automatically run. Then, Ailin would have an artificial intelligence. If Ailin wanted, he only had to return to Miracle Tower with a USB drive and Miracle Corporation would have its own AI. However, to fully demonstrate the power of artificial intelligence, it must be paired with several supercomputers with immense computing power. In the current timeline, supercomputers are not for sale. Ordinary people, even if they have the money, can't afford them. Fortunately, Tony Stark, the Federation's largest arms dealer, has no shortage of connections in this field. Through Tony Stark's channels, Ailin ordered 3 supercomputers. Now all he had to do was wait for them to arrive. After putting the gray-black USB drive into the Ring of Greed with a smile, Ailin drove his striking Aston Martin directly to Manhattan Central Hospital. The top manager Aunt Pepper had introduced him to was currently stationed there. With the enthusiastic guidance of several nurses and doctors, Ailin finally arrived at the door of a hospital room. 7-1406. Looking at the room number, Ailin raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. A crisp knock on the door was followed by the sound of footsteps. Not long after, a middle-aged man with an unshaven beard and an unusually haggard appearance opened the door and emerged. Looking at Ailin standing at the door, the middle-aged man searched briefly, but couldn't find any memory of Ailin. Frowning, he asked, "Who are you?" "Hello, Mr. Fragla, I'm Ailin, the founder of Miracle Group." Miracle Group. After a moment's thought, Fragla frowned slightly, still unable to recall any information about the group. "I'm sorry, I haven't heard of that name. What do you want to talk to me about?" Miracle Group had only been established for a short time, so it wasn't surprising that Fragla hadn't heard of it. "Well, Miracle Group is a company I founded not long ago. It's understandable that Mr. Fragla hasn't heard of it, but that's precisely why we lack an experienced president. Pepper Potts is my aunt. After hearing about my situation, she recommended you to me, so I came to visit you this time." Hearing Pepper Potts' name, Fragla, who had been about to reject Ailin's invitation outright, swallowed the words that were about to slip out. Recalling Pepper's past help, Fragla's attitude toward Ailin softened considerably. The hint of impatience that had just risen on his face quickly dissipated. "Pepper's nephew? I didn't expect Pepper to ask you to come to me. I'm sorry, although I'm short of money right now. As you can see from my situation, I'm not suited to any position right now, nor do I have the desire to do so. Right now, I just want to be with my daughter, to spend her life in peace and quiet." At the end of his words, Fragla's eyes dimmed as he glanced at the little girl lying quietly in the hospital bed. "Is that Lilith? Would it be convenient for me to come in and take a look?" Hearing Ailin's request, Fragla hesitated, recalling the times Pepper had helped him before. He nodded after a moment's hesitation. "You can come in, but try not to make any noise." Lilith finally fell asleep, of course, Ailin said softly, then tiptoed into the ward. After Ailin entered, Fragla closed the door to prevent the noise in the hallway from disturbing his daughter. Once inside, Ailin finally got a clear look at the little girl in the bed. She had the same golden hair as Fragla. According to Pepper's information, Lilith should be 7 years old, but now she looked only 5 or 6. Her face, delicate as a porcelain doll, was now unusually pale, and dark circles under her eyes were a stark contrast to someone her age. She looked like a flower that had withered before it could bloom. Even in her sleep, Lilith's delicate brow remained furrowed, as if etched with unwavering sorrow and fear. That's right. Fear. Although Lilith wasn't awake yet, Ailin could still sense it in her brow. What was she afraid of? Taking advantage of Fragla's momentary inattention, Ailin's pupils suddenly darkened. "Huh?" Ailin, who had only intended to use his clairvoyance to more clearly discern the cause of Lilith's fear, unexpectedly caught sight of the lingering, gray auras whirling around Lilith's astral form, like wisps of smoke. It seemed to be the aura of doom. Using the mystical knowledge in his mind, Ailin quickly discerned the substance entwined with Lilith's astral form, and a slight frown deepened as he used his clairvoyance to scan Lilith's body. Before coming, Pepper had told Ailin that Fregula's daughter had contracted an unknown illness. If Ailin could cure the mysterious illness of Fregula's daughter, Lilith, Fregula, given his character, would undoubtedly repay Ailin with all his might and help him develop his miracle group. And with Fregula's abilities, he'd be more than capable of taking on the CEO position at even a behemoth like Stark Industries, let alone a newly established miracle group. No one knew Fregula's management skills better than Pepper, who had worked with him before. All he lacked was a platform to showcase his talents. Of course, the Federation was not short of discerning talent, and several major corporations had offered Fregula their services. Fregula had already accepted one offer, but just as he was about to reach the pinnacle of his career, his wife died in a car accident. His daughter, who survived the accident, also seemed to be suffering from a mysterious illness. To treat his daughter's illness, Fregula was forced to travel to various hospitals year-round. But even after seeing numerous renowned doctors, Lilith's condition showed no improvement, only worsening. She was even on the verge of death several times. Pepper had provided considerable assistance during Fregula's treatment, which was why she knew all about Fregula's situation so well. As a friend, Pepper felt nothing but sympathy for Fregula's plight, unable to offer any real help. She could only watch as Fregula slid deeper into the abyss of loneliness. But that night, after witnessing Ailin's miraculous healing abilities, Pepper had an idea. It just so happened that Ailin's newly established miracle group needed an experienced and capable CEO to lead the company, so Pepper simply introduced Fregula to Ailin. If Ailin could truly cure Lilith, he would earn Fregula's sincere gratitude. It would be a win-win situation for both Fregula and Ailin. And even if Ailin's miraculous healing abilities proved ineffective against Lilith's mysterious illness, Pepper might be in a position to do something about it. Ailin wouldn't lose anything either. However, what Pepper didn't understand was that what was tormenting Lilith wasn't her unusually fragile body compared to her peers, but the aura of doom that clung to her. Ailin had never seen such a strong aura of doom surrounding anyone in his entire journey. Logically, with such a strong aura of doom, Lilith should have died from some calamity or accident long ago. How had a little girl managed to hold on until now, under the ravages of the doom? A flicker of doubt flashed across Ailin's eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to Fregula, standing beside him. Mr. Fregula, can I wake Lilith and ask her about her condition? As Fregula's face darkened, Ailin quickly added, Aunt Pepper is well aware of your situation. She recommended me to you because she believes not only in your abilities but also in mine, because she believes I can cure Lilith and thereby earn your gratitude and wholehearted support. Fregula, who had been about to kick Ailin out when he saw him trying to wake his finally asleep daughter, paused after hearing Ailin's words. As an elite praised by Pepper, Fregula naturally wouldn't be swayed by simple persuasion. But Ailin had cheated. Using his mind field to amplify Fregula's inner desire to cure his daughter, Ailin also used hypnosis to instill a level of trust in Fregula, further bolstering his confidence. Although Fregula's mental will was far stronger than most ordinary people, driven by a desire to heal his daughter, Fregula ultimately suppressed his anger. However, Ailin's age and youthful appearance were too deceptive. Even after Ailin hypnotized him, a lingering doubt remained within him. Ailin offered no explanation for Fregula's suspicion, nor did he strengthen his mental field to force him to believe. Hypnosis did have its side effects. It might have been fine for a small-time recruit from Kingpin's army, but for an elite like Fregula, who could potentially protect the miracle group, Ailin didn't want to use hypnosis to solve the problem. This world was full of unexpected events. If Ailin's hypnosis were to be undone by some unforeseen event, it could lead to a bitter feud between them. Having experienced this several times before, Ailin clearly didn't want to make another mistake. With a slight smile, Ailin turned and pointed a finger at Lilith's furrowed brow. Just as Ailin's right index finger approached Lilith, a ball of milky white light suddenly appeared at his fingertip. In an instant, the pea-sized ball expanded to the size of a ping-pong ball. Ailin then pressed it against Lilith's forehead. The moment the milky light sank into her brow, it suddenly burst into an unprecedented radiance, flooding every part of her body. Under the flowing holy light, Lilith's pale, shrunken skin seemed to glow with a faint glow. After the glow faded, Lilith's pale face seemed to receive a mysterious nourishment, becoming more rosy. Even the dark circles around her eyes receded. Her dull skin regained a hint of the rosy glow that befitted her age. In Ailin's vision, After the holy light poured into Lilith's body, leaving behind most of its energy to nourish her body, the remaining portion acted directly on her spirit, expelling some of the calamity energy that had been corroding her body. While not much, the holy light did expel some of the calamity energy that had been invading Lilith's spirit and body. Once that calamity energy was expelled, Lilith, who had long been ravaged by it, suddenly felt as if her body had relaxed, and even her furrowed brow softened. Inside the hospital ward, after the milky white light appeared at Ailin's fingertips, Phlegra, fearing for her daughter, instinctively wanted to step forward and stop him. However, Ailin's move was slow, yet it was actually swift. Before Phlegra could even take a step, the light had already landed between Lilith's eyebrows. And then, before Phlegra's astonished eyes, Lilith's complexion visibly brightened. Unlike Ailin, who possessed clairvoyance, Phlegra couldn't see the gray energy expelled from Lilith's body by the holy light. But Phlegra could see the milky white light Ailin had pointed at sink into Lilith's brow. Lilith's complexion visibly improved, and her brow relaxed for the first time in a long time. Chapter 234 The Source of Disaster. Lilith, upon seeing the transformation in Lilith, Phlegra, who had been about to stop Ailin, abruptly stopped in his tracks, even retracting his outstretched right hand. Seeing his daughter's brows relax, a long-lost smile, in her sleep, Phlegra forcibly resisted the urge to interrupt Ailin. Instead, he acted as if he was afraid to disturb Ailin. Although Phlegra didn't know the exact nature of the white light Ailin had just created, he saw that after absorbing it, Lilith's complexion improved at a noticeable rate. This remarkable effect was something Phlegra had never witnessed before. Coupled with the mysterious white light just now, Phlegra seemed to see a glimmer of hope for the first time in a long time. After years of traveling to the world's top hospitals, with no hope of curing Lilith, Phlegra had long since become disillusioned with modern medical technology. This was precisely why he had appeared so pessimistic when he opened the door for Ailin. But the mysterious white light Ailin had just pointed him in a different direction. If current medical technology couldn't save his daughter, then could the legendary mysterious side, possessing extraordinary abilities and various means, possibly save her? With this in mind, Phlegra suppressed his anxiety and uneasiness, allowing Ailin to stand by Lilith's bedside and perform his work. Unlike Phlegra, who saw hope, when the energy of the primary holy light healing ran out, Ailin looked at Lilith's body and frowned slightly. He discovered that the problem within Lilith was more serious than he had imagined. While the primary holy light healing had healed some of Lilith's injuries and expelled some of the calamity energy that had eroded her body, it was only temporary. Once the energy of the holy light healing dissipated, the wisps of calamity energy that had lingered around Lilith's body began to touch her again, slowly but steadily eroding her body. At this rate of erosion, in 2 or 3 days, perhaps 3 or 4, Lilith, having only just been slightly healed by Ailin, would revert to her pre-basic holy light healing state. Furthermore, if the lingering aura of doom that lingered around Lilith wasn't resolved, even if Ailin completely healed her body and spirit, she would eventually return to her current state. Meanwhile, Phlegra, who had finally begun to hope, saw Ailin's slight frown and felt a pang of fear. After forcing himself back, Phlegra finally couldn't help but ask, "Can you heal Lilith?" Ailin glanced at the anxious Phlegra and said, "Lilith's condition is more complicated than I expected. Her condition isn't simply physical. I can heal her physical issues, but if I can't address the root cause of her condition, even if I heal her body, she'll return to her current state in a few years," Ailin said. Upon seeing Ailin's expression, Phlegra, already anticipating what was to come, suddenly dimmed. But a few seconds later, a genuine smile broke out on his face once again. He walked over to Lilith's bedside, gently stroked her dry, tangled hair, and said to Ailin, "No matter what, even if Lilith can only recover and live a few more years, it will be better than what she has now." In fact, not long ago, Lilith's attending physician had issued a critical illness notice. After years of torment from the disease, Lilith's body had long since failed. The only reason Lilith remained bedridden was because Phlegra spared no expense, using expensive medication daily to keep her alive. But even so, Lilith could no longer hold out. Phlegra had been on the verge of despair, but today, unexpectedly, he saw a new hope. Thinking of this, Phlegra said to Ailin, "If you can really cure Lilith's body and let her live a few more years, I promise to go to the miracle group you founded and do my best to help you develop and expand it. However, if I go to your company, you must offer me a considerable salary, so that my monthly income will not be less than $300,000. In the past 2 years, Lilith's monthly medical expenses will not be less than this number. For the future medical insurance of my daughter, this amount cannot be less. Of course, I will prove that I deserve this salary. Fregla looked in front of him, with a serious look in his eyes. Ailin smiled and said, "Don't underestimate the Miracle Group I founded. The CEO of Miracle Group earns $1 million a month, and that's just the base salary. If your abilities are as outstanding as Aunt Pepper says, and if you satisfy me, I promise your monthly bonus will be several times your base salary. And that's just your initial salary." As for Lilith, Ailin glanced at the ill-fated little girl in the hospital bed. After a moment's hesitation, he finally said, "While New York has no shortage of excellent doctors, Lilith's condition means she'll only waste time if she continues to stay in the hospital. If you're truly determined, you can rent a house near me. You can bring Lilith to my house every night for treatment. I guarantee the results will be better than coming to the hospital." Ailin pulled a pen and paper from his jacket pocket. After scribbling a few words, he tore off a page from his notebook and handed it to Fregla. "Here's my contact number and address. When you make your decision, you can come find me." Just as Fregla took the note from Ailin, a whimpering sound came from the bed between them. Then, the haggard little girl on the bed woke up. Hearing the whimpering sound, Fregla immediately turned her attention to her daughter and approached her with concern. From these ordinary actions, Ailin could see how much Fregla cared for his daughter. After drowsily opening her eyes, Lilith immediately saw Flegra's slightly haggard face. After seeing Flegra, Lilith struggled to raise her skinny little hand and gently pinched Flegra's nose. "Dad, you lied to me again. You said you'd sleep with me. You haven't had a good night's sleep in ages. I just listened to you and got a good night's sleep. Now, Dad, you have to listen to and get a good night's sleep." Okay, Dad will get a good night's sleep later." After kissing Lilith's forehead, Flegra asked with concern, "Lilith, are you feeling any discomfort?" "No, I feel much better after sleeping. Look, Dad, I even have the strength to pull your beard." Lilith smiled and gently tugged at Flegra's scruffy beard. Ailin could tell this was a gesture of affection between father and daughter. Lilith seemed to do this to relieve Flegra's worry, as well as to prove to him that she was truly better. However, as Lilith reached out to tug at Flegra's beard, Ailin could see the slight trembling of Lilith's arm beneath her sleeve and the hint of pain hidden deep in her eyes. Clearly, even a gentle tug on Lilith's beard wasn't easy for her. Although Lilith hid the slight pain well, and even an ordinary person wouldn't notice anything wrong even if they stared at her, Ailin, with his telepathic force field and exceptionally sensitive emotional control, still noticed it. Even with his clairvoyance, Ailin could see that at that moment, Flegra's body trembled slightly, a touch of distress welling up within him. However, like Lilith, he hid this distress behind a smile. Looking at the father and daughter, each unwilling to worry the other, Ailin sighed softly. If it weren't for the aura of disaster lingering around Lilith, they would surely live a very happy life. Seeing Lilith's understanding and heartbreaking appearance, Ailin's heart was touched. After the father and daughter had a few moments of affectionate affection, Ailin deliberately coughed a few times. Ahem. Hearing a cough from the room, Lilith tilted her head in surprise. Soon, she spotted the older brother in her ward. Glancing curiously at Ailin, Lilith timidly said, "Are you sick, brother? If you are, you must see a doctor soon. It's very hard to stay sick all the time." "I'm not sick, brother. I just coughed on purpose because I didn't want to bother you too." Seeing Lilith insisting on seeing a doctor despite being so weak, Ailin explained with a shake of his head. After hearing Ailin's words, realizing the older brother wasn't sick and was just coughing on purpose, Lilith breathed a sigh of relief, but then shyly nuzzled into Fregla's arms. She watched the faint blush spread across Lilith's pale face. Ailin smiled, then walked over to Lilith and asked, "Lilith, can I ask you a few questions?" "A few questions?" Was he trying to find out what had happened to Lilith? Recalling Ailin's initial words to Lilith, Flegra seemed to think of something and gave Lilith an encouraging look. Lilith, who had already retreated into Flegra's arms, saw her father's encouraging look and, slightly nervously, said to Ailin, "Ask me, good girl," Ailin said. Then, he reached out and gently stroked Lilith's head. Ailin's hand seemed to possess a magical power. After his palm touched her, Lilith, who had been nervous for so long, having not been around strangers, suddenly felt less nervous. After Lilith calmed down, Ailin then asked, "Lilith, when you were a child, Did strange things or particularly bad luck often happen around you? After Ailin finished speaking, without waiting for Lilith to answer, Fragra, who was holding her daughter, spoke. I can answer that question on Lilith's behalf. Strange things and bad luck did happen around her when she was little, but it was always others who suffered. But there was a reason for all of this. After gently stroking Lilith's head, Fragra continued, when Lilith's mother was pregnant, we moved from California to New York due to a job change. We were pressed for time, and Lilith's mother was pregnant, so we didn't look around much and rented a house near my workplace that same day. Not long after we moved in, we heard from the neighbors that our house was rumored to be haunted. But her mother and I are both atheists, so we didn't pay much attention to those rumors, but we soon regretted it. Strange things started happening around us soon after we moved in, and even our luck took a turn for the worse. We often encountered bad luck. Once, Lilith's mother nearly had a miscarriage. Because of that incident, we moved out immediately. I even beat up the agent who rented it to me. It's strange to say, but our luck has improved a lot since we moved out of that house. And we were thankful for it for a while. We thought that was the end of it, but after Lilith was born, we found that some things were not over. After Lilith was born, dangerous things, or disasters, often happened around her. Although she always managed to escape those disasters miraculously, we were still often frightened by them. But fortunately, the intervals between those disasters have been getting longer and longer, and after Lilith's mother died, except for this strange disease that suddenly appeared in her body, there have been no more dangerous disasters around Lilith. Wait, could it be that Lilith's strange disease is also due to that reason? Damn it, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have rented that damn house. At the end, Fragra, whose face was as red as a dye vat, showed deep self-blame in his eyes. Chapter 235 Sorry, I thought about it. It would be better if you died. A haunted house? Ailin glanced at Lilith, who was held in Fragra's arms, and muttered to himself, looks like I'll need to go check out that house someday. The pervasive aura of doom emanating from Lilith wasn't something you'd expect from a haunted house. After witnessing the doom lingering around Lilith, Ailin was determined to visit the haunted house even if Fragra didn't ultimately join the miracle group. For no other reason than the fateful fate it held. As Ailin pondered this, a flicker of hesitation crossed Lilith's eyes, as she lay in Fragra's arms, her back to Ailin. But just as she opened her mouth to speak, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in her vision. Lilith glanced up, catching sight of the blurry figure behind Fragra, and a flicker of fear crossed her eyes. The words she was about to say were instantly dwindled back. As Lilith's emotions fluctuated wildly, Ailin's clairvoyance keenly captured this shift, as well as the sudden surge of fear within her. What was going on? Just as Ailin was puzzled, a chilling feeling washed over him. It was as if, at that moment, a terrifying presence was gazing at him with cold, malevolent intent. That sudden chill was almost as chilling as the feeling Ailin had felt when the Ancient One's murderous intent enveloped him. Ailin's body tensed under the intense sense of danger. But before Ailin could react, the chilling malevolence vanished as strangely as it had appeared. Though the intense malevolence dissipated, Ailin dared not let his guard down. Even after scanning the entire ward, he still couldn't find the source of that chilling feeling. It seemed as if everything that had just happened had been just an illusion. However, instead of relaxing his nerves, it only made him even more cautious. He didn't believe it was all just an illusion. Seeing the lingering fear in Lilith's body, he knew his feeling was correct. The sudden malice disrupted his attempts to delve deeper. After a few brief words with Fragra, he found an excuse and hurriedly left Manhattan Central Hospital. Only after completely leaving the block where Manhattan Central Hospital stood did his pounding heart finally calm. Taking a deep breath, he parked his Aston Martin in a secluded corner of the park. After parking, he took out a silver coin and began to divine from inside the car. Are there any threats nearby? Are there any threats nearby? After 7 repetitions, the coin displayed a negative result. Without hesitation, Ailin mobilized his spiritual energy and leaped into the Libra dimension. Entering safely, he breathed a sigh of relief upon discovering he bore no curses or marks. Exhaling, Ailin sighed. This is truly unexpected. Ailin's original intention was simply to find a CEO for Miracle Group to manage. He hadn't expected so many unexpected events to unfold. After a brief pause, Ailin once again divined within the Libra dimension the cause of the chill he'd felt at Manhattan Central Hospital. Through his continued exploration, Ailin discovered that while the Libra dimension wouldn't enhance his divinations, it could prevent other factors from interfering with his readings. He spent 2 fate points to materialize a round-bellied fountain pen and a notebook within the Libra dimension. Without delay, Ailin wrote down a divination in his notebook. There was a presence in the ward just now that was filled with hostility toward me. After repeating it silently 7 times, Ailin sat cross-legged on the silvery white mist that flowed slowly like mercury. Through meditation, he entered his memories. Within the gloomy world of memories, Ailin's meditation returned him to the ward at Manhattan Central Hospital. This time, free from any distractions, Ailin finally saw a different scene in his memory. As Fragra finished recounting Lilith's childhood and fell into self-blame, Lilith, lying in Fragra's arms, moved her lips slightly, as if about to speak. But before she could, a blurry black figure suddenly appeared in the ward. Lilith, who was about to say something to Ailin, suddenly shut her mouth in fear at the sight of the shadowy figure. At this moment, Ailin, drawing on his memories, could even more deeply sense the little girl's genuine fear. As Ailin's attention continued to focus, the non-existent shadow in his memory seemed to shed its mist. When the mist dissipated, Ailin saw a woman with 2 faces, silently surveying the ward. One of the faces bore a faint resemblance to Lilith, gazing at her with a tender gaze. On the other face, a ferocious figure scanned the ward with eyes filled with malice. It was precisely this venomous gaze that sent a chill through Ailin's spine. Upon catching sight of Ailin, the shadow slightly raised its right hand, as if about to do something to him. But before it could strike, its other hand clamped down on the slightly raised right hand, and, in a puff of black mist, it vanished from the room. As the mist dissipated, the image in Ailin's memory shattered. Waking from his memory, Ailin frowned slightly. After regaining consciousness, Ailin felt a sense of familiarity about the face on the shadow. As a fortune teller, he quickly determined the reason for the familiarity. He had recently seen a photo and related information about a similar face. It was Kelly Elizabeth, Lilith's mother, the woman who died in the car accident 2 years prior. Recalling the woman's name, Ailin quickly conjured a photo of her within the Libra space. Comparing the photo with one of the faces on the shadow, Ailin's expression was one of astonishment. It's her, looking at the 2 nearly identical faces, and the 2 faces that had appeared on the shadow. Ailin felt a significant understanding dawned on him. Fragra said that after the car accident 2 years ago, Lilith hasn't had any more catastrophic events, so, it's likely that after Lilith's mother died, for some unknown reason, she merged with that terrifying black shadow, and with its power, she's been silently protecting her daughter, and judging by how she just suppressed the shadow's other hand and took it away, Lilith's mother still has some control over it, but it's a good thing it's like that. Otherwise, even if Fragra decided to take a job at Miracle Tower, I probably wouldn't dare to save his daughter. With this thought, Ailin wrote down his conjecture in his notebook, then took out the silver coin he'd been carrying lately and began divination again. After silently repeating it 7 times, Ailin opened his eyes again and saw the coin he had thrown lying quietly in his palm, heads up. This proved that the preliminary information was sufficient, and the divination was successful. It also proved that if he continued to treat Lilith, he wouldn't face any threat from the shadow. After confirming his suspicions, Ailin breathed a sigh of relief. If the divination had indicated danger, he would have had to temporarily give up contact with Fragra until he could protect himself. A few minutes later, Ailin wrote down the divination statement in his notebook and continued. However, this time, the object of Ailin's divination was no longer Fragra and Lilith, but Alexander Pierce, the leader of Hydra. Time flew by, and soon it was several hours later. Tonight, the New York night was somewhat gloomy. Even though there was a half moon overhead, dark clouds obscured the bright moonlight. Even the streetlights were dimmed by the layers of haze. At this time, in Alexander Pierce's villa, a somewhat distraught Pierce stared intently at the horrific wraith not far away, pinned to the ground by a jewel-encrusted cross. If the cardinal, who had come to New York to search for the seraphim, hadn't just happened to be visiting his home, he would have been torn to pieces by the terrifying wraith. Thinking of this, Pierce glanced at the bodies in the villa, all in varying states of death. Among them were elite Hydra soldiers who had protected Pierce, as well as 2 middle-aged knights from the Vatican. But tonight, both the elite Hydra soldiers and the knights had fallen to the wraith's claws. If the cardinal hadn't finally taken out a jewel-encrusted cross and stabbed it into the wraith's body, pinning it to the ground, Alexander Pierce would have been among the corpses lying on the ground. Thinking of this, Pierce unconsciously twirled the brass ring on his left pinky finger. Only after the terrifying vengeful spirit, struggling and wailing, was completely reduced to a puddle of ash by the holy light emanating from the cross. Did Pierce breathe a sigh of relief? After the spirit dissipated, Pierce turned his gaze to the pale Cardinal, Canterbury, who was clutching his abdomen on the sofa nearby. Although Canterbury had earlier used the cross to pin Sadako, who had emerged from the television and was on a killing spree, to the ground, he himself had been sent flying by Sadako's final attack. "Bishop Canterbury, are you alright? Hang on, I'll take you to the hospital." Hearing Pierce's slightly concerned voice, Canterbury, gnawing at the massive wound in his abdomen, said with a wry smile, "Thank you for your help." Although Cardinal Canterbury was a cardinal of the Vatican, he had achieved his position through diligent study. He was not one of the powerful ascetics of the Vatican. In terms of strength, even the two knights protecting him were far superior, let alone a spirit like Sadako. If it weren't for the Holy Cross, passed down from the Vatican, Canterbury would have been no match for Sadako. Even so, Canterbury, after being sent flying by Sadako, felt his back ache. Just as Pierce held Canterbury's hands and lifted him from the ground, a silver-white pistol suddenly pressed against Canterbury's back, firing several rounds into his heart. Bang, 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 the silver-white bullets easily ripped through Canterbury's heart, reducing it to a pool of shards. Alexander Pierce, letting Canterbury's body slip from his hands, a look of regret on his face, squatted down and apologized to Canterbury, saying, "I'm sorry, I've thought about it, and I think it's better for you to die." He reached out to close Canterbury's eyes, which were still open in death. Pierce took the pistol from one of his men and shot Canterbury again in the head. After blowing Canterbury's head off, Pierce pulled a white handkerchief from his jacket pocket and wiped the blood from his shoes. He then instructed one of his men behind him, "Deal with the bodies." After having his men drag Canterbury's body away, Alexander walked towards the cross not far away, where the terrifying ghost was nailed to his body. If Pierce hadn't been attracted by the cross, he wouldn't have wanted to kill Canterbury so easily. But before Pierce could even take a step forward, applause erupted from his villa. "Pa, what a wonderful performance. I didn't expect Minister Pierce to give me such a good show in the end." Chapter 236 Alexander Pixar's Recruitment. Who, hearing this slightly mocking voice, Alexander Pierce paused briefly before continuing his march towards the cross. The Hydra warriors surrounding Alexander Pierce instantly drew their weapons, protecting him closely while they cautiously searched for the source of the voice. Suddenly, a dark figure flashed past the large floor-to-ceiling windows of Alexander Pierce's home. The instant they caught sight of it, the Hydra warriors surrounding Pierce raised their weapons and opened fire rapidly. The next second, a continuous stream of bang, bang, bang. Instantly, the figure that had passed by the window was reduced to a hornet's nest. When the gunfire died down, a Hydra warrior near the window looked out and saw a tattered cloak and coat. The instant the Hydra soldier saw the cloak riddled with bullets, he raised his neck and cried out, "No! It's just a coat." Before he could even turn, an orange-yellow bullet traced a graceful arc through the air and, with a bang, struck him squarely between the eyebrows. With a hole in his brow, the Hydra soldier's body froze instantly. Then, he collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. Bang, bang. Almost as soon as the first Hydra soldier fell, two more gunshots rang out almost simultaneously, killing two Hydra soldiers near the floor-to-ceiling window. Defender formation. Seeing the enemy instantly dispatch three of his men before they even showed up, the Hydra captain, responsible for protecting Alexander Pierce, frowned. Despite his grimace, he continued to issue orders in an orderly manner. The enemy hiding in the shadows who instantly killed three of his men might seem formidable, but in his mind, he considered him far easier to deal with than the vengeful spirit in the villa that was immune to physical attacks. After all, if someone is killed, they die. And when it comes to killing, Hydra is expert at it. Quickly retreating into defensive formation, once most of the Hydra soldiers were behind cover, the Hydra team leader waved his hand, and three Hydra soldiers each drew 3 frag grenades from their belts and hurled them toward the villa's courtyard outside the French windows. While 3 frag grenades weren't many, the shrapnel from the explosions, landing in different locations in the courtyard, was enough to engulf the entire compound. As long as the enemy who had just ambushed them was still in the courtyard, the shrapnel from these grenades would be enough to severely injure him. At the very least, they would force him out of his hiding place. Rumble. Just as the Hydra warriors in the living room were drawn to the enemies outside, Ailin, wearing a faceless mask, took advantage of the loud noise of the explosion and quietly entered the villa from the second floor. At the stairwell, next to the TV, and behind the sofa, there's an enemy each. Leaving the second floor room, Ailin's clairvoyance revealed the Hydra warriors hiding behind cover. The next second, bullets blasted out. Arc ballistics. Bang, bang, bang. Ailin swung his arm, and 3 orange-yellow bullets traced a graceful arc through the air, swerving around the stairs and heading towards their respective targets. Bang! The first orange-yellow bullet pierced the Hydra warrior's head from the left, staining the pristine white wall with a crimson spray of blood. The other 2 bullets, after turning around the stairwell, continued to blast into the heads of the 2 Hydra soldiers next to the TV and behind the sofa. The next second, a 3rd Hydra soldier guarding the living room was killed. In the blink of an eye, 6 of the Hydra soldiers, who had been so numerous and powerful the moment before, were dead. Only 5 Hydra soldiers remained, including the Hydra team leader, and Alexander Pierce, who leisurely pulled the cross from the ground. The enemy had not yet appeared. The Hydra team leader, whose team had been decimated, was terrified of the enemy's strength, but he had also detected the enemy's position from the 3 gunshots. Fire to the left of the second-floor stairwell. Almost immediately, the Hydra team leader fired a submachine gun in the direction of the second-floor stairwell. Bang, bang, bang. The other Hydra members in the living room were only a moment slower, their submachine guns following their own, blazing flames cascading down towards the second floor. They didn't fire in unison in the direction their captain was firing, but instead, with clear division of labor, they launched a barrage of bullets at the second-floor ceiling. Countless bullets rained down on where Ailin had been. In a split second, Alexander Pierce's luxuriously decorated villa, adorned with famous paintings, was reduced to shattered pieces. Soon after, the floor beneath Ailin's feet erupted with bullets. Although these bullets' power was greatly reduced after breaking through the barrier of the second-floor, they were still deadly to human flesh. Despite several rounds of strengthening, Ailin's body was far from bulletproof. Wow! That gun is powerful. With his keen intuition, the Joker twisted his body as if for knowledge, dodging several bullets that had pierced the floor. Ailin stretched out his hand, and several high-explosive grenades appeared in his hand as if by magic. It's rude not to reciprocate. You should also take advantage of my firepower. With controlled force, Ailin effortlessly threw the high-explosive grenades down the stairs. In a few moments, they landed in the first-floor hall. The instant the grenades were seen, the Hydra captain closest to the stairwell's pupils narrowed. Grenades. Oops. Dodge. With that, the Hydra captain flung himself behind a nearby sofa. The other Hydra soldiers, their faces drastically changed, stopped firing and sought the nearest cover. But before they could even begin to duck, several bright orange bullets suddenly burst out from the second-floor stairwell, tracing graceful arcs through the air before accurately striking the high-explosive grenades in mid-air. Time's up. Hearing the screams from the first floor, Ailin raised his hands and gently covered his ears with a finger that had just pulled the trigger. Then, smiling, he mimed the sound of an explosion and whispered, "Boom, boom." Accompanied by screams, the Hydra warriors in the living room, who had no time to seek cover, were engulfed by the soaring flames. Flame leap, giving the enemy almost no chance to react. Ailin swiftly leaped through the flames after the explosion ended, directly into the still-burning first-floor hall. Bang, bang. Raising his pistol, he dispatched 2 still wailing Hydra warriors. Then, Ailin saw the Hydra captain, fearlessly charging towards him. "Sorry, I don't want to die with you." Raising his pistol, he delivered a precise shot to the Hydra captain's forehead. Then, using his fire-leaping ability, Ailin shifted position again. Almost instantly, Ailin's body vanished into a shadow. The Hydra captain, clutching several grenades, their rings already removed, also fell. The next second, flames erupted once again from the shattered living room. The rising flames and surging shockwaves ripped the first-floor ceiling apart, reducing the villa's second floor to rubble. After Ailin spoke, Alexander Pierce's expensively built private villa was reduced to rubble in less than 30 seconds. The dozen or so Hydra warriors tasked with protecting Alexander Pierce perished in the flames. But amidst the wreckage, Alexander Pierce, the most vulnerable, survived unscathed. Aside from the flames and smoke that stained his body, leaving him looking a bit disfigured, Alexander Pierce was unharmed by the relentless explosions. Re-emerging from the flames, Ailin gazed at the unharmed Alexander Pierce not far away, his expression as if to be expected. Sure enough, that narrow escape from disaster is no coincidence at all. As Ailin studied Alexander Pierce, clutching the Holy Cross, silently observed Ailin as well. Although Ailin had utterly decimated his men, Alexander Pierce's face remained unfazed. Gazing at the faceless mask on Ailin's face, Pierce sighed. I've long heard that Nick Fury used SHIELD funds to secretly recruit numerous individuals, but I never imagined that among them would be a psychic as powerful as you. Alexander Pierce had witnessed Ailin's instantaneous disappearance through fire leap and reappearance in the flames. It was for this reason that he uttered this profound sigh. That day, Alexander Pierce personally detonated the helicopter Nick Fury was riding in. After 3 days and 3 nights of salvaging, and still no trace of Nick Fury's body, Alexander Pierce realized something was amiss. While he didn't know how Nick Fury had escaped the explosion, he knew he would soon face Nick Fury's revenge. That's why he deployed so many people to protect him at his villa. However, he didn't anticipate how Nick Fury's retaliation would come so swiftly and so strangely. Pierce had originally believed that with a dozen well-equipped Hydra warriors, they could hold out for a while even if Captain America himself attacked. But who could have imagined that Nick Fury would act so unpredictably? Not to mention the vengeful spirit that had previously been immune to physical attacks. If that generous cardinal hadn't come to him for help, asking him to find the saint who had summoned the seraphim and had taken the blame for him, what would have happened? Pierce was nearly torn to pieces by the Wraith. But he hadn't expected that just as he dealt with the Wraith, another superpowered being, now at full power and single-handedly wiping out an entire Hydra team, would appear again. Pierce, never considering that Arlen's attack was a way to settle Bucky's grudge, simply blamed both Arlen and the terrifying Wraith as revenge for Nick Fury. After shaking his head slightly, Pierce looked at Aaron's mask and said sarcastically, "Mask, Nick Fury can't even let you walk in the sun with his face on? If you were one of us, you wouldn't have to be so cautious. How about it? Are you interested in becoming one of us? If you become one of us, we can easily shape you into a superhero like Tony Stark. Not only can you walk in the sun, you can also enjoy people's admiration and cheers wantonly. And even power and wealth will be at your fingertips." Wow, what a great speech! While clapping his hands to applaud Pierce, Aaron said with emotion, "If the red-clothed man who died in your hands just now heard what you said, he would definitely be very moved." After hearing Aaron's meaningful words, Pierce's heart sank, but he did not show any expression on his face. Instead, he showed a disdainful expression. "Are you talking about Canterbury? If you're talking about him, I don't think I did anything wrong. If you really understood what he's done, you might even thank me for ridding God of a cancer. In the past few decades, he's used countless methods to climb to his current position: coercion, bribery, frame-up, murder. Haha, these are just the basics. Quite a few people have died at his hands over the years, and dozens of families have been torn apart because of him. And this is just one of Canterbury's crimes. If he continues to live, it will only cause greater harm to the world. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237, Lucky Ring. Puff, whether the fellow will harm the world, or according to the Zora algorithm, hinder Hydra's world domination, only you know. Of course, in my opinion, you're more likely to covet that cross and commit murder and robbery for the sake of wealth, so, there's no need to sound so righteous. After a sneer, Ailin continued, "Of course, I don't care about anything you say. I came here simply to kill you." With that, Ailin raised his pistol and pulled the trigger at Alexander Pierce, who was dozens of meters away. As Ailin had said, his purpose today was to kill Alexander Pierce, not to punish evildoers. Even if Canterbury was as despicable as Alexander Pierce claimed, Ailin would at most give him a bullet before leaving, sending him to meet the god he believed in. Hearing the term Zora algorithm from Ailin, Pierce's heart sank. Even the Zola algorithm was known. It seemed Nick Fury knew more than he'd imagined. This was truly troublesome. Before Alexander Pierce could even contemplate future troubles, his present troubles had already arrived. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, an orange-yellow bullet blasted towards Alexander Pierce's forehead. With Aaron's current marksmanship, hitting Alexander's forehead from dozens of meters away was as easy as eating or drinking. But just as Aaron's bullet was about to strike Alexander, a silver-white metal arm blocked his path. Ding! With a metallic clang, Aaron's bullet, after sending a series of sparks flying off the silver-white metal arm, was deflected. Standing in front of Alexander Pierce was a towering figure clad in a metal hood, his arms transformed into mechanical metal arms, similar to those of Bucky the Winter Soldier. Before he appeared, Aaron had already seen this figure through his clairvoyance, hiding in his blind spot through disguise. Therefore, his appearance came as no surprise to Ailin. Just as the towering figure blocking Alexander Pierce thought they had blocked Ailin's attack, 2 more gunshots rang out from Ailin's hand. The instant the gunshots were heard, the towering figure quickly pulled Alexander Pierce to the side and threw him to the ground. But before his body could hit the ground, a bullet, as if anticipating his movements, arced through the air and struck his unprotected ankle. The orange-yellow bullet pierced his right ankle and, without losing momentum, pierced his other ankle. The other bullet arced, avoiding the tall obstacle and heading straight for Alexander Pierce, who was protected behind him. But just as the first bullet was about to hit Alexander Pierce, the towering figure, carrying Alexander Pierce, suddenly twitched at the excruciating pain of the bullet piercing his ankle. This seemingly insignificant twitch caused the mechanical arm holding Alexander Pierce to suddenly retract. It pulled Alexander Pierce's body, shifting mid-air, allowing him to just avoid the bullet. Ailin, already in a state of adrenaline spurts through self-hypnosis, his mind racing, everything around him as if in slow motion, perfectly observed this coincidence. Another coincidence, haha. With a chuckle, Ailin's fingers flew, emptying his hand of bullets directly at Alexander Pierce, dozens of meters away. Bang, 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 a series of gunshots followed. The towering figure, half of his body replaced by mechanical metal, was struck in the heart and eye socket by Ailin's bullets before he could even begin to wield his might. With both his heart and brain vulnerable to simultaneous attacks, he silently grabbed his lunchbox. But Alexander Pierce, whom Aaron had treated with even more bullets, appeared unharmed, aside from a heavy fall from the towering figure. Aaron's bullets were intercepted by one unexpected event after another. A soup spoon, struck by the bullet Alexander Pierce had previously dodged, then deflected and happened to intercept a bullet, deflecting it from its intended trajectory. A metal ornament, tumbling from the large hole in the second floor collapsed due to the vibration, similarly intercepted a bullet. One seemingly inadvertent incident after another, each one perfectly intercepted bullet for Alexander Pierce, allowing him to narrowly escape danger time and again. Is this unusual luck your trump card? Watching Alexander Pierce, who had pushed the corpse off him and climbed to his feet not far away, Ailin asked curiously, I'm curious how you came to possess such unusual luck. Seeing the second-generation Winter Soldier, whom he had placed such high hopes in, easily killed by Ailin before he could even make a move, even the cunning Alexander Pierce's face darkened. Do you think I'll tell you? He grumbled bitterly. Then, overwhelmed by his luck, Alexander Pierce pulled a special, sci-fi-inspired firearm from his bosom. Since those useless tools won't work, I'll do it myself. With the thing, even if my marksmanship is terrible, I can still hit my target by accident. And the power of this rare energy weapon, a surviving weapon from World War II, is enough to pulverize any enemy. But before Alexander Pierce could raise his arm, a deafening voice, like thunder, suddenly exploded in his ears. Look at me, bastard! Alexander Pierce instinctively raised his eyelids at the alluring shout. The moment he looked up, his gaze met with another's. In that moment, Ailin before Alexander Pierce, in his eyes, seemed transformed into a mighty ancient dragon roaring to the heavens. The indescribable, terrifying dragon power shook the very heavens. Before that indescribably terrifying figure, Alexander Pierce felt like an ant, his mind trembling violently. And just as Alexander Pierce's mind was trembling, an indescribably terrifying dragon shadow followed his gaze and pierced the depths of his soul, instantly crushing his will. Just as Alexander Pierce's will, shattered by the dragon shadow and on the verge of unconsciousness, a sudden warmth filled his heart. This warmth, like being embraced by a mother, instantly made Alexander Pierce, still recovering from the shock of the dragon's power, lose himself. Whoosh! With a quick dodge, he grabbed Alexander Pierce, who had nearly fallen to the ground. Ailin seized the moment to interrogate the hypnotized Alexander Pierce. Alexander Pierce's uncanny luck was still fresh in his memory. Ailin didn't want to be interrupted by any unexpected incident while questioning Alexander. Looking at Alexander Pierce's glassy eyes, Ailin directly asked the question that concerned him most. What's with your uncanny luck? A ring. A lucky ring. With that, the hypnotized Alexander Pierce raised his left and right hands. On his left pinky finger, Ailin spotted an antique brass ring. After hearing Alexander Pierce's answer, Ailin quickly plucked the brass ring from Alexander Pierce's pinky finger. A lucky ring. Could it be that Alexander Pierce's uncanny luck was caused by this lucky ring? Looking at the brass ring lying in his palm, Ailin's eyes flickered, and he quickly asked, "Where did you get this ring? Besides this ring, what other items with magical powers do you have?" The lucky ring is a special forbidden item obtained by a SHIELD team while handling a supernatural incident in England. After learning of its power, I made a special trip to England to obtain it and destroyed the files on that mission. Besides this item, I also have an energy gun specially preserved by Hydra that wasn't destroyed during World War II. There are also 2 magical items in the villa's basement. We also have several magical items sealed in the special prison B13, but the items in the special prison are too dangerous. Listening to Alexander Pierce's description of each magical item, Ailin's mouth twitched. Wow. I've fought so many battles since crossing over, but if you don't count the items I won from the lottery on the scales of fate, the supernatural items I've obtained are not even a fraction of what you, a pampered fellow, have. Fortunately, from today on, all these things belong to me. Following Alexander Pierce's description, Ailin scooped up Alexander Pierce with one hand and quickly carried him to the villa's basement. Using Alexander Pierce as a ready-made tool, Ailin quickly opened the basement door. Using the Ring of Greed, he plundered Alexander Pierce's basement of all valuables. Ailin then quickly carried him out of the villa. As Ailin emerged carrying Alexander Pierce, Bucky, still dripping blood, appeared before Ailin. While Ailin fought in the villa, Bucky and a group of men engaged in a fierce battle with the Hydra soldiers who had come to his rescue. To counter Nick Fury's imminent attack, Alexander Pierce had more than just a single Hydra squadron guarding him. He also had 2 hidden operations within the villa complex. After the battle erupted in Alexander Pierce's villa, those men rushed to his aid almost immediately. Fortunately, having foreseen the arrival of reinforcements, Ailin and Bucky took advantage of the situation and set numerous traps outside the villa. Using these traps, along with a special forces squad carefully selected from among the Kingpin's men, Bucky caught the Hydra warriors off guard. By the time Ailin emerged with Alexander Pierce, Bucky had nearly finished the fight outside the villa. Looking at Alexander Pierce, held in Ailin's arms, Bucky's eyes flashed with hatred and confusion. He seemed to wonder why Ailin hadn't killed Alexander Pierce but had brought him out. "Now, here's yours." Upon seeing Bucky, Ailin smiled and thrust Alexander Pierce toward him. "Resolve your own problems, Bucky." Ailin patted Bucky on the shoulder and walked past him. Ailin once again pulled out a pistol from the Ring of Greed and joined the still unceasing battle outside the villa. Ailin's clairvoyance, combined with his obstruction-free arcing ballistics, proved a disaster for the warriors who had come to support Alexander Pierce. It wasn't long before the battle squad, with Ailin in tow, quickly dispatched the Hydra reinforcements. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Alexander Pierce, his mouth stuffed with a grenade, exploded into a hail of shattered flesh. Amidst this rain of blood, Bucky, bathed in Alexander Pierce's blood, finally let go of the last vestiges of his grief. After a few seconds of silence, with a sense of relief, Bucky turned to Ailin, who had just opened an umbrella beside him, and said, "Boss, we should leave, or we won't be able to leave later." Of course, this battle had already lasted quite some time. If they didn't leave now, the police and special forces, arriving upon hearing the news, would likely surround the villa complex. To avoid being harassed, Ailin and the others had to evacuate the battlefield as quickly as possible and escape the impending pursuit. As a minister of the World Security Council, Alexander Pierce was an undeniably influential figure. The assassination of such a prominent figure would undoubtedly cause considerable turmoil within the Federation. Chapter 238, Spoils of War. After Ailin and the others cleaned up the battlefield and removed any traces of their presence, they quickly evacuated the area via a pre-prepared retreat route. Just then, the sound of police sirens approached Ailin's ears. Bucky, standing nearby, checked the time on his watch and quipped, "I've never seen the police arrive so quickly. That's perfectly normal." After all, Alexander Pierce is officially a minister of the World Security Council and holds significant political power internationally. With such a prominent figure under attack, the police department wouldn't be too aggressive unless they're desperate to get their hands on him. With that quip, Ailin and Bucky quickly left. Shortly after Ailin and the others left, a senior NYPD officer who lived nearby led a team to Alexander Pierce's villa complex. Special agents arrived, quickly dismounted from their armored vehicles, and immediately took up a vantage point. After the Secret Service confirmed the immediate threat-free situation, a senior NYPD officer, wearing a gold-blue badge with 4 stars, stepped from the armored vehicle. As soon as he stepped off the vehicle, the officer was completely shocked by the scene before him. Alexander Pierce's villa had long since lost its former grandeur, now resembling a battlefield in the Middle East. The smoke-filled battlefield was littered with corpses. While it wasn't a strewn field of corpses and blood, it was close. All the officers who arrived at the scene and witnessed this scene were on edge. After taking a deep breath, the gray-haired NYPD officer, Mooney, immediately ordered the SWAT team leader beside him, Ryan, lead your men in. We must immediately confirm whether Commissioner Pierce is alive or dead. If he's alive, save him at all costs. If he's dead, let those audacious individuals die with him. Yes, the officer replied. Captain Ryan, who was wrapped entirely in a Special Forces uniform, gestured to the people behind him, and then quickly led a dozen Special Forces members to charge towards Alexander's villa. As he watched Ryan and his men begin to charge, Mooney said to his assistant behind him, "Send the message back to the police station, and immediately send people to block all nearby traffic arteries and investigate any suspicious individuals. If Minister Pierce really has an accident, we must not let the murderer escape." By the way, Nick Fury of SHIELD was assassinated not long ago, and now Minister Pierce has just taken over the post of acting SHIELD director and he has been attacked. I suspect there is some unknown connection between them. Immediately send someone to report this matter to SHIELD and the World Security Council, and have them send people to conduct a joint investigation. Remember, this blame cannot be borne by our NYPD alone. At the end, Mooney, whose hair was obviously a little gray, flashed a sharp look in his eyes. Yes, after replying, Mooney's assistant pulled out his phone and began making calls non-stop. As Mooney's assistant, he was well aware of the underlying meaning behind Commissioner Mooney's words. Under Mooney's command, the NYPD's officers immediately went into full force. The NYPD's unprecedented full-scale operation caused some trouble for Ailin and the others, who hadn't yet completely left the police blockade. Fortunately, with the help of Ailin's divination, they avoided most of the trouble. Even the NYPD's interrogation upon leaving the blockade was easily handled by Ailin using his telekinetic force field to hypnotize several of the officers. Just as Ailin had left the NYPD's blockade, SWAT Captain Ryan, who had previously rushed into the villa, hurried out. Seeing Ryan's hurried appearance, Mooney suddenly had a foreboding premonition. Before Ryan could reach him, Mooney asked, "How's it going? Have you found Minister Pierce?" "Chief, the villa has been bombed multiple times, and many bodies are unrecognizable. We haven't found Minister Pierce's body yet, but it's very likely he's among them, because there's no one alive in the villa. And according to observations, the killers had already finished the battle before we arrived, and they even had time to erase some traces. In this case, it's unlikely that Minister Pierce survived. Besides Minister Pierce, we also found the body of a cardinal in the villa." Upon hearing Ryan's words, the elderly Chief Mooney's vision suddenly darkened. "Oh no. The chief has fainted. Quick, help, elsewhere." After leaving the police cordoned-off area, Ailin and his companions quickly returned to Hell's Kitchen in separate batches using pre-arranged transportation. Back in Hell's Kitchen, the special team members, fresh from a fierce battle, greeted their friends as usual. They chatted, trained, and even made plans for after-get-off-work drinks. It was as if they hadn't even fought a single battle. In fact, to them, there hadn't been any battle tonight. The Miracle Group hadn't yet fully grown into a towering, sheltered structure. To prevent them from accidentally leaking tonight's operations, before returning, Aaron had hypnotized them, making them forget the battle. Of course, as a reward for their dedication, Aaron would later offer them a generous reward under other pretexts. Back at the Miracle Building, Bucky obtained the witch potion from Aaron, took a long vacation, and left. Watching Bucky disappear into the night, a flicker of inevitability crossed Aaron's eyes. Ailin knew that when Bucky appeared before her again, she would truly put aside her past and become a true witch. She wondered what Bucky would look like once he became a witch. A flicker of inexplicable anticipation flashed through her mind, and with a slight shake of her head, she left Hell's Kitchen and returned to Chinatown. For Ailin, this battle, while eliminating Alexander Pierce and avenging the self who had been attacked by Hydra, also resolved Bucky's grievances and provided her with a powerful subordinate. Of course, Ailin was most pleased that this battle had also yielded a number of unexpected gains. Ailin was already eager to examine his trophies. However, before Ailin could enter the Libra space, he unexpectedly received a call from Gwen. After confirming their relationship, Ailin and Gwen's relationship had grown closer, even engaging in the usual long phone calls between lovers. After the long call ended, Ailin, feeling strangely calmer, re-entered the Libra space. Arriving at the Libra space, Ailin retrieved the brass ring he had snatched from Alexander Pierce's hand. As Ailin withdrew the ring, the phantom of the Libra hovering over the river of fate emitted a white light, illuminating the ring. Ding. With a chime, information about the ring appeared in Ailin's mind. Ding. Appraisal completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the lucky ring. Lucky ring. A daring individual hunted down the goddess of luck from a certain pantheon and forged her divine power and blood. Anyone who wears this ring will be blessed with extraordinary luck. Note, while every host who wears this ring has experienced extraordinary fortune, strangely, each one has ultimately met with an untimely death. It seems that from its inception, this ring, born from the power of God slaying, has been burdened with a mysterious curse. From a certain perspective, this extraordinary fortune is also a form of misfortune. Forged from the divine power and blood of the goddess of luck? Ailin looked at the brass ring on his hand, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He had originally assumed this lucky ring was blessed by some goddess of fortune. Unexpectedly, its origins were even greater than he had imagined. Of course, its side effects were also far more severe than he had imagined. Seeing the note in the notes, every owner has met a tragic end, Ailin inexplicably thought of Alexander Pierce, who had a grenade stuffed into his mouth and exploded into a tangle of mortal flesh, leaving not even a complete body. With these side effects, it's unclear whether this lucky ring should be called the lucky ring or the doom ring. Of course, the side effects of the lucky ring made Ailin somewhat wary. But its effects were undeniably powerful. Luck itself is often a powerful manifestation. Having witnessed Alexander Pierce's incredible luck firsthand, Ailin didn't underestimate it. If it weren't for the lucky ring, Alexander Pierce, a mere mortal, would have been slain by his own clone long ago. Even this time, when he personally attacked, Alexander Pierce managed to hold out for a long time against his own attack. If it weren't for Ailin's numerous methods, and the vast difference in strength between him and Ailin, anyone else facing Alexander Pierce might have been overturned by his uncanny luck. As the leader of Hydra, Alexander Pierce possessed a wealth of valuables. Combined with the power of the lucky ring, there was no telling what the outcome would be. Apart from anything else, the energy gun he finally pulled out had already instilled a sense of threat in Ailin. Thinking of the energy gun, Ailin removed the spoils, including the energy gun, from the ring of greed and placed them under the scales of fate for appraisal. Besides the lucky ring, Ailin had collected 3 items in total from Alexander Peake's villa. Under the white light shed by the scales of fate, information about those 3 items quickly appeared in Ailin's mind. Energy gun. Dr. Zora successfully developed this groundbreaking weapon by extracting the energy of the space gem within the cosmic cube, transforming it into stable energy and filling it with an energy magazine. Note, while the energy gun's firing rate is slow due to technological imperfections, the powerful energy of the space gem contained within it can easily shatter the defenses of an armored vehicle, reducing it to a pile of scrap metal. Of course, with such power, please keep in mind that the energy magazine only holds enough energy for 5 energy bullets. Due to imperfect storage technology, decades of energy dissipation have meant that the energy stored in this energy gun is limited to 3 rounds. Looking at the energy gun in his hand, which resembled a Luger pistol, but had a much cooler appearance, Ailin shook his head slightly. It was only because Zora developed these energy weapons too late, coupled with the presence of a child of time, like Captain America, within the Federation at the time. Otherwise, if Hydra's energy weapons and energy tanks had become widespread during World War II, Ailin couldn't imagine how they could have lost that battle. After all, energy weapons are still a high-tech product that's not widely available even in this day and age. Of course, while this energy gun was powerful, its endurance was a concern. After 3 rounds were expended, Ailin didn't know where to recharge. With a flick of his right hand, a beautiful gun flower, Ailin placed the energy gun into the ring of greed. Besides the energy gun, Ailin also found 2 other magical items in the basement of Alexander Pierce's villa, a music box and an oil painting. Chocolate's music box, a music box that carries Chocolate's beautiful wishes. Once played in front of it, it can reproduce any sound. Note, The music box can only store 8 different sounds. Features: to fulfill a wish once made by Chuguli, play a different piece of music in front of her every week. Please note that these pieces of music cannot be repeated within 8 months, otherwise, the unsatisfied music box will bombard your ears with crazy sounds. This, Chuguli's music box, is now used by Alexander Pix as a brainwashing tool. It contains 8 lullabies meticulously recorded by a hypnotist. Given the right environment, these 8 lullabies can hypnotize the will of an ordinary person. Looking at the music box in his hand, Ailin seemed to understand why the Hydra warriors were so loyal. Chapter 239: A bold idea. Besides the chocolate music box, which was used as a hypnotic, brainwashing tool, another oil painting found in Alexander Peake's basement was far more precious to Ailin. It depicted a beautiful landscape. Beneath a blue sky and white clouds, a vibrant tree swayed in the wind, surrounded by a lush green meadow. At the edge of the meadow, several figures appeared to be chasing and playing, but they were too far away to discern their faces, or even to distinguish whether they were male or female. Further away, white clouds hung low in the sky, like fluffy marshmallows, ready to fall from the sky at any moment. Dream painting, a demon, nostalgic for the human world, personally painted a scroll in remembrance of his former home. Anyone who sees it is captivated by the beautiful scenery within. Note: demons are always selfish, and even the hometown depicted in the paintings is not shared with others. Feature 1. Anyone who gazes upon this painting will be hunted by the goblin within. As long as the painting survives, the goblin can be reborn an infinite number of times, but each goblin will only appear once to hunt the same person. Feature 2. The goblin's pursuit is only the beginning, not the end. After defeating the goblin, you who gaze upon this painting will see the true abyss. This painting carries a curse from a higher level demon. Anyone who gazes upon it will be marked by it. When you fall asleep, you will be pulled into the world within the painting and then fall into the abyss. Hint: when you gazed into the abyss also gazed upon you. Of course, as long as you don't look at it, it can't see you either. Containment method: after forcibly killing the goblin in the painting, at nightfall, ignite the goblin's ashes left behind. Then, fall asleep. Guided by the goblin's ashes, you will cross the abyss and reach the ancient castle deep within the painting. Once you defeat the demonic mark left within, you will become the new owner of the painting. P.S. After thousands of years, the demonic mark within the painting has faded. After seeing the detailed description of this painting, even Ailin couldn't help but be surprised. In terms of size, this painting seemed no smaller than a lucky ring. After all, in this world, the higher-level demons of the Hell Dimension are far more powerful than the gods of the ordinary pantheon. And the two characteristics of this painting caught Ailin's eye. No wonder Alexander Peaks hung this painting at the only entrance to his basement. With this painting as his protection, Alexander Pierce no longer had to worry about anyone entering his basement and stealing his important information. Without Alexander Pierce's guidance, anyone who entered his basement would likely die inexplicably. Ordinary people could not infiltrate Alexander Pierce's basement. Even if they managed to evade the attack of the goblin in the painting, they would ultimately be dragged down into the abyss in their sleep. Fortunately, when Ailin hypnotized Alexander Pierce, he also learned from him how to evade the painting. Close your eyes and avoid looking at it. Otherwise, even he would have fallen prey to it if he hadn't been careful. Besides these extraordinary items, when Bucky blew up Alexander Pierce, Ailin also received 2,000 fate points. While not a large sum, it did help to replenish Ailin's dwindling purse. Furthermore, according to information provided by Alexander Pierce himself, Ailin had also found a USB drive and a secret inventory of assets hidden in a hidden corner of the basement. In Ailin's eyes, the value of this USB drive and its asset list is no less than that of the previous extraordinary items. In fact, it far exceeds that. This USB drive contains the complete list of all members of Alexander Pierce's Hydra team, which lurks within SHIELD, a complete list of Hydra members. Whether publicly acting as SHIELD agents or covertly as Hydra members, these identities are often kept secret from ordinary people. Due to the unique nature of their work and the fear of information leaks, Alexander Pierce's Hydra team is arguably the most confidential of all Hydra members. Hydra's ordinary members generally adhere to a single line of communication. Therefore, aside from their own subordinates, superiors, or partners they've collaborated with on missions, they have no idea who else is within Hydra. They only know that Hydra's influence within SHIELD is immense. It's for this reason that Captain America, after time traveling back in Infinity War, was able to easily deceive a Hydra member in an elevator with just a simple cry of Hydra, long live Hydra, because they truly thought Captain America was a member of Hydra. Besides Alexander Pierce, perhaps no one else in Hydra would have such a detailed list. Looking at this list and the asset list documenting Hydra's vast wealth, a sudden idea struck Ailin. Perhaps I could do this, as Ailin was counting the spoil seized from Alexander Pierce, inside a hidden dam. Nick Fury, suffering extensive burns and relying on machines and medication to barely stay alive, muttered a curse, "Fuck you," upon hearing the latest information from Natasha. Due to his extreme excitement, the instruments monitoring Nick Fury's health suddenly blared with shrill alarms. Only after several doctors administered a sedative did the shrill alarms subside. Watching Nick Fury, who had fallen into coma again under the effects of the sedative, Maria Hill pulled Natasha and Captain America out of the simple ward where Nick Fury was being treated. After leaving the ward, Natasha, who had just learned that Nick Fury was still alive, frowned at Maria Hill and asked, "What the hell is going on?" Captain America, who was following Natasha, also said, "Actually, I also want to know what is going on. Before coming here, I thought Director Fury was dead. I even ordered flowers and condolences at the flower shop." Looking at Natasha and Captain America who were vaguely questioning him, Hill shook his head and said, "Don't look at me like that. In fact, I only knew that Fury was not dead one day earlier than you." As he said that, Hill turned his head to look at Nick Fury who had fallen into coma again under the effect of drugs not far away, and sighed. "Originally, all this should have been explained to you by Director Fury himself. But now let me explain it to you. I don't know how Director Fury escaped from the exploding helicopter, and he didn't say, but we have some guesses about who tampered with his helicopter. I guess Fury has told you all about Hydra. If our guess is correct, the ones who attacked Nick Fury this time were those Hydra people who infiltrated SYNOPSIS, and after learning of Nick Fury's death, Alexander Pierce temporarily took on the role of acting director of SYNOPSIS and temporarily took over all of SYNOPSIS authority. We suspect that he is the manipulator behind the plan to murder Nick Fury, the Hydra leader hiding in the dark. Maybe that's why Nick Fury was so excited after hearing the news you brought back, Natasha, because the death of Alexander Pierce means that our previous guess is likely to be wrong." Looking at Maria Hill's wry smile, Captain America Steve on the side said puzzledly, "Why do you suspect that Alexander Pierce is the manipulator behind Hydra? Wasn't Nick Fury promoted by him personally? Alexander Pierce is the Minister of the World Security Council and the former director of SYNOPSIS. If he truly were Hydra, there would have been no reason for him to promote Nick Fury to the position of director of SYNOPSIS. Furthermore, as far as I know, he was the one who diligently investigated Nick Fury's death after his accident. This time, Nick Fury was killed by Alexander Pierce himself, pressing the detonator. He didn't have the time to leave a message to Captain America as in the original novel. So, to win over Captain America and the agents of SYNOPSIS, Alexander Pierce went to great lengths to win over Captain America and the agents of SYNOPSIS, and it seems his efforts were effective. At least, Captain America doesn't doubt Alexander Pierce anymore. Hearing this, Maria Hill said, "No, that's exactly why we suspect him even more. He managed to plant a bomb on the director's helicopter in the SYNOPSIS headquarters, avoiding the eyes of countless agents, and even without being discovered until now. Do you know how many people it took to accomplish this? In all of SYNOPSIS, Alexander Pierce is probably the only one with such immense power and influence to have been able to do this without Nick Fury's knowledge, and, most importantly, after Nick Fury's death, he gained full control of SYNOPSIS and benefited the most. Whoever benefits the most is most likely the murderer. That's why Nick Fury and Maria Hill believe Alexander Pierce is the murderer." But at the end, Maria Hill smiled bitterly again, but now it seems that Alexander Pierce is the Hydra hiding in the dark. He deliberately set up a target in order to mislead us, otherwise he would not die at this time. Natasha, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said, "You are right. If Minister Pierce is really Hydra, he would not have gotten into trouble at this time after getting rid of Director Fury and temporarily taking over as director of SYNOPSIS, and the New York Police Department found Minister Pierce's body, which was blown into a pile of minced meat, and 2 relatively intact feet through DNA matching 2 hours ago. His death could not have been faked like Director Fury. This further rules out the possibility that Minister Pierce is Hydra. In that case, let's change direction. If Minister Pierce is not Hydra, then why was he assassinated at this time? Two SHIELD directors have died in quick succession, and even with Minister Pierce's status, even Hydra, no matter how powerful they are, couldn't easily pull this off. After all, after Director Nick Fury's death, Minister Pierce specifically mobilized a team of agents to protect him for his own safety, and according to police information, not only were all the agents assigned to protect Minister Pierce's villa killed, but even the documents stored in Minister Pierce's basement were looted. Do you think it's possible that after Minister Pierce took over SHIELD, he was murdered because he uncovered something? If Ailin were here, Natasha's serious analysis would have made her stomach ache with laughter. Hydra killing their own leader to silence him, how audacious. However, due to the lack of information, Natasha's current possibility was the most logical one. Even Maria Hill, standing nearby, frowned slightly, pondering Natasha's speculation. What you said is not impossible, but it is just our guess now. Director Fury must have more information about Hydra than us. When he wakes up, we can tell him these guesses and see his reaction. Natasha and Captain America looked at each other opposite Maria Hill, and then sighed silently. Now, there's only one way. The next morning, Ailin got up and prepared a nutritious breakfast. In order to enrich the taste, Ailin also went to the breakfast tree downstairs and bought a lot of special foods. After setting out a breakfast he prepared and a table of special foods. After looking at the time, Ailin walked to the first floor, opened the door, and smiled at the figure who was about to press the doorbell. Surprise. Chapter 248 Disturbed Breakfast. Surprise. Gwen, about to ring the doorbell, saw Aaron pull open the door and appear to greet her. Her lips curled slightly. I guess you must have divined my arrival time. Of course, I've also prepared a hearty breakfast, Aaron said, leaning aside and making an inviting gesture. Really? I also happen to have some strawberry pudding, which you can have as a dessert. You made that pudding yourself? I'd love to try your handiwork later. As Aaron and Gwen entered the room together, the door behind them gently closed. Huh? Gwen, keenly aware of the change in light in the room, glanced back in surprise at the door she had closed. An automatic door? I don't think it had this feature the last time I was here. Seeing Gwen's surprised look, Ailin smiled and said, Are you wondering when my front door got an automatic closing function? Gwen shook her head. At first, I was a little surprised, but then I thought about it and it's not surprising. You must have upgraded the front door after your house was invaded by that spider-worshipping cult. It was indeed a wise decision. When Helen was kidnapped from her home by that cult, George was terrified. He had even moved them to a new place overnight. Later, when Helen showed up, he even moved the house. Compared to this, it wasn't surprising that Ailin's house had also been upgraded after that invasion. In Gwen's view, Ailin's move was actually a responsible act for his own safety. I didn't just upgrade the front door. Technically, I upgraded the house. Upgraded the house, Ailin smiled and gently called out to Gwen, who looked a little puzzled. Little monster. The next second, the floor in front of Gwen twisted and swirled like a vortex, and a little monster that looked like an oversized trash can suddenly darted out from the floor. Oh my god, Gwen couldn't help but cover her mouth and exclaimed as she saw the little monster poking out of the floor like something out of a fantasy movie. After several seconds, Gwen, having calmed down a bit, looked at Ailin with a look of surprise. It's called a little monster. Ailin patted the little monster's head, and after the little monster showed an expression of enjoyment, he said, You can think of it as the elf of this house. Last time my house was invaded by that cultist, I happened to get something. In order to sleep more peacefully in the future, I used the thing to upgrade my old house, then the little monster was born. Don't underestimate this little guy. Normally, it can increase the strength of my house several times, and when attacked, it can also temporarily strengthen it, making the walls, doors, windows and other places of my house have the strength of steel. With it, let alone a cultist, even if someone drives an armored vehicle, he may not be able to blast open the door of my house. Is this little guy's ability so strong? Hearing this, Gwen looked at the little monster with a little surprise, as if he couldn't imagine what the little monster would look like when resisting the attack of the armored vehicle. Looking at Gwen's face, filled with disbelief, Aaron smiled and said, Of course. Wasn't Tony Stark attacked in Chinatown not long ago? After Tony's bodyguards fled here, the man chasing Tony Stark with an energy whip was stopped at the gate by the monster and nearly couldn't get in. You know, that whip could easily split a car, because the matter concerned Aaron. Gwen had asked George about the Chinatown case, but she hadn't expected the killer to be stopped by the monster. Amazing. Can I touch it? Of course. A few minutes later, Gwen sat down at the table and couldn't help but reach out to pet the monster again. Amazing. I always thought those magical legends didn't exist, but now I can't believe the things in those stories and legends actually exist. The human-faced spider. The cultists who worship evil gods. The mysterious fortune teller. The terrifying worms of Harlem. And that sacred six-winged angel. Over the past few months, the events surrounding her, one after another, have constantly challenged Gwen's worldview. Fortunately, Gwen's receptiveness is strong. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known how to process all this. But after the surprise wore off, Gwen quickly grew fond of this magical little creature, the little monster. She even excitedly picked up the steamed buns that Ailin had bought and began feeding it. The gods and demons and magic and mythology have always existed, it's just that ordinary people haven't known about them. Ailin then said to Gwen, "Just now, I had the little monster record your presence. Next time you come by, it'll open the door for you." What a convenient ability. Gwen sighed again, then stared at Ailin and said, "Is this the surprise you promised me last night?" "Of course not." Just as Ailin was about to continue, the doorbell rang. "Looks like we have guests," Gwen said, and a small monster quickly appeared before them, carrying a monitor. The monitor showed a scene from the entrance of Ailин's house. At Ailин's door, a slightly exhausted Natasha, accompanied by Steve Rogers, rang the doorbell. "It's her." Gwen immediately recognized a stunning red-haired woman on the monitor as the stunning agent who had appeared at Midtown High and taken charge of the mushroom incident. The sight of Natasha reminded Gwen of Rude, the man who had died in the school restroom after being covered in mushrooms. Thinking of this, Gwen said to Ailin, "She's the one we met at school last time, the one who is responsible for resolving the mushroom incident at the dance. I remember you said her name was Natasha, right? Did she come to see you with any information about those mushrooms?" As a member of the student council, Gwen was deeply concerned about the strange mushrooms that had appeared at the dance. After all, many of her classmates had been hospitalized by those strange mushroom spores. Even she herself had been taken by Ailin for a checkup. That's not entirely certain. Miss Natasha has had her fair share of troubles. Who knows what she's here for this time? After shaking her head and sighing, Ailin stood up from her seat and said, "Let's go see what news this secret agent has brought this time." Ding dong, ding dong. Just as Natasha rang the doorbell again, the Ailin door opened automatically. Through the open door, Natasha spotted Gwen walking in with Ailin. Glancing at the two couples, then checking the time on her watch, Natasha raised an eyebrow and said, "Looks like I've arrived at a bad time." Before Natasha could continue teasing, Ailin said calmly, "Indeed, it's bad timing, Miss Natasha. You're interrupting my girlfriend and I while we're having dinner." Gurgle. Just as Ailin mentioned eating, Steve Rogers, standing behind Natasha, felt his stomach growl. Hearing the sound, Steve Rogers said with a hint of embarrassment, "Sorry. When I heard the word dinner, it felt like my stomach was telling me to fill up." Gwen, who hadn't paid much attention to him, instinctively glanced in the direction of the sound. Seeing Steve Rogers' strangely familiar face, she instinctively exclaimed, Captain America's deeds, thanks to Federation propaganda, have endured." Even decades later, many still consider him their idol. Although Gwen wasn't one of them, she was very familiar with Captain America's appearance and deeds. After all, George had taken her to the Captain America Memorial many times when she was a child. However, Gwen, feeling slightly embarrassed, said, "Sorry, you look so much like the Captain America in the memorial. When I saw you just now, I almost thought Captain America was right in front of me." Hearing Gwen's words, Steve touched his nose and said, "If the Captain America in the memorial you're talking about is called Steve Rogers, then that's me." Steve had no intention of hiding his identity. After all, Ailin, standing next to Gwen, knew his identity perfectly well. However, when Steve revealed his identity, a wave of confusion crossed Gwen's eyes. Even the look she gave Steve Rogers became strange. Gwen's strange look made Steve Rogers, who had just revealed his identity, feel a sense of inexplicable embarrassment. Seeing Captain America's embarrassment, Ailin couldn't help but laugh. "Gwen, you're not mistaken. He's indeed the Captain America from 70 years ago. For some reason, our captain has been frozen in a layer of ice for decades. He was only recently brought back and thawed. Of course, due to certain confidentiality measures, not many people know this." Upon hearing Ailin declare that the man before her was indeed the legendary captain, Gwen's eyes widened. It was as if she couldn't believe that a character from a textbook could one day appear before her. Out of respect for the Captain America in the story, she remembered the grunting sound she had just heard. After a moment's hesitation, Gwen turned to Rin and whispered, "How about we invite Captain in for something to eat? My dad would be so mad he couldn't eat if he knew we left him outside hungry." Captain America has always been his idol, of course, Gwen whispered to Gwen. Then, she said to the two people standing at the door, "Stop standing there. Come on in." Soon, Natasha and Steve Rogers were led by Rin to the dining room. Seeing the sumptuous breakfast filling the entire table, Steve glanced at Rin with a hint of surprise, as if wondering why so much breakfast was prepared for just the two of them. Natasha, on the other hand, gave Rin a thoughtful look. Did this guy predict our arrival and prepare so much breakfast? If Rin could hear Natasha's thoughts, he would definitely tell her, "You're overthinking it, thank you." Steve and Natasha quickly devoured the Chinese breakfast Ailin handed them. They hadn't eaten since Hill took them to the hidden dam, and after so long, they were both feeling a bit hungry. After Natasha finished most of her food, Gwen asked, "Ms. Natasha, are you here to investigate the mastermind behind those strange mushrooms at the ball?" Hearing Gwen's words, Natasha said, "Our investigation has identified the suspect responsible for those mushroom spores. Although he fled New York before we could find him, we have a working knowledge of his whereabouts. We think we'll be able to apprehend him soon. While the parasitic growth of those mushroom spores is rapid, it's not difficult to deal with forewarned preparation. For SYNOPSIS, which has recently accumulated considerable experience in handling extraordinary events, such incidents should be easily handled with a strategy." After explaining to Gwen for Ailin's sake, Natasha turned to Ailin and said, "However, we're not here for this matter. To be honest, we're here to seek Mr. Ailin's help. Of course, if you're willing to help, Ailin, we'll definitely pay you a satisfactory reward." Chapter 241 Nick Fury, ambitious but incompetent. A reward that will definitely satisfy me? After hearing Natasha's promise, Ailin felt a faint interest. Then he said to Natasha, "If I want the Tesseract, will SYLD give it to me, the Tesseract?" Upon hearing this familiar word, Captain America, Steve Rogers, had a change of expression. In Steve's mind, the Tesseract was not a good thing. It was with the Tesseract that Hydra had originally used it to create a horrific array of war weapons, inflicting horrific casualties on the Federation. Logically, shouldn't the Tesseract have sunk into the sea with him? How did it end up in SYLD's hands? Wait. Steve, halfway through his thoughts, suddenly remembered that SYLD had rescued him from the ice. So, it didn't seem unreasonable that the Tesseract, which had sunk into the sea with him, would have ended up in SYLD's hands. However, while reasonable, the thought of the Tesseract's horror made Steve unable to resist speaking out. "I don't know where you learned about the Tesseract, but believe me, kid, the Tesseract is no good. It's more dangerous than you imagine." Looking at Steve's grim expression, Ailin smiled and said, "Captain, I understand the dangers of the Tesseract better than you do, but it seems SYLD, or your director Nick Fury, doesn't share that view." Right now, at a SYLD base, Nick Fury is gathering a large group of scientists to study the dangerous object you're talking about. Well, I can even tell you that it's precisely because of this action that he will bring great disaster to humanity in the future. I want the Tesseract in SYLD's hands to prevent this disaster. Ailin then turned his gaze to Natasha, who was surrounded by people. Ailin wasn't lying. The information Nick Fury had accidentally released while studying the Tesseract was a signal for war for any cosmic race that received it. This instantly brought Earth into the sights of numerous cosmic races, inviting them to battle. And yet, as an Earthling, I was completely unaware of all this. If Thor hadn't arrived on Earth to point this out and taken the Tesseract after the Battle of New York, then, guided by the Tesseract's signals, Earth would have been faced with endless wars until it had fully established its reputation and established its foothold in the universe. Furthermore, let's not forget the wormhole opened by the Tesseract in the original novel, which summoned Loki and ultimately led to the Battle of New York. If the Avengers hadn't destroyed the wormhole, and the Chitauri, who had been waiting on the other side, had arrived, then, no one knew what disaster awaited humanity. After hearing Ailin's words, Steve Rogers suddenly turned and fixed his gaze on Natasha beside him. Natasha, watched closely by Ailin and Steve, frowned slightly. "Don't look at me like that," she said. To prevent leaks, many SHIELD missions are kept secret. I've heard of the Tesseract, but I don't even know what it looks like, let alone what Director Fury did with it. But, speaking of general matters, Natasha's tone suddenly changed. Although I don't know what Fury did with the Tesseract you're talking about, I know Nick Fury. He's a cautious man and would never take any action that threatens humanity, even if the Tesseract is as dangerous as you say. Director Fury would surely have taken precautions. Clearly, despite Ailint's serious words, Natasha remained skeptical. Before the actual disaster struck, she had been somewhat dismissive of the calamity Ailin had described. Really, after a casual remark, Ailin turned to Natasha. Clearly, you don't know Nick Fury as well as you think, or he's not as capable as you think. Ailin had faith in Nick Fury's ability to survive. However, he had serious doubts about his other abilities and his loyalty to Earth. Seeing Natasha raise her eyebrows, as if about to retort, Ailin spoke first. Don't rush to refute me. If you were truly capable, he wouldn't have allowed Hydra to infiltrate SHIELD to the point where he's completely unaware of it. Remember, he's the director of SHIELD. Even with the help of Alexander and his remaining operatives, Hydra's infiltration of SHIELD wouldn't have been a one-time undertaking. And Nick Fury, after decades as director of SHIELD, was completely clueless. He was more than just incompetent. A classic case of overambitiousness and incompetence. On this point, Ailin couldn't help but admire Alexander Pierce's judgment. If he hadn't promoted Nick Fury to this position, with a more capable SHIELD director, Hydra would never have grown so easily and so rapidly over the past few decades. Natasha wanted to defend Nick Fury against Ailin's almost blatant mockery and contempt, but in the end, she found herself powerless to refute. Yes, Nick Fury was the director of SHIELD. The fact that Hydra had been able to infiltrate SHIELD and even grow stronger under his watch was a dereliction of duty. And the fact that someone had planted a bomb on the helicopter he was about to board at SHIELD headquarters, nearly killing him, was the best proof of his incompetence. If he had had a stronger grasp on SHIELD, this wouldn't have happened. And it wasn't just Natasha. Even Steve Rogers, standing nearby, and Gwen, who had never met Nick Fury, couldn't help but nod their heads. They were deeply skeptical of Nick Fury's abilities. Seeing the glint of suspicion in Natasha and Steve Rogers' eyes, Ailin smiled and said, well, that seems to have strayed a bit. Let's get back to our previous topic. After all, we're not here to discuss your director's abilities today, phew. Natasha's frown relaxed slightly after hearing Ailin's words. But then she shook her head. I'm sorry, but the Tesseract is a vital SHIELD artifact. I don't have the authority to mobilize or use it. I can't promise your request, but I will pass it on to Director Fury. Natasha paused briefly, then suddenly smiled. Don't worry, I won't tell him about your comments about Director Fury. Whether you tell your director or not doesn't matter to me, but besides the Tesseract, I can't think of anything else I need from SHIELD right now. Tell me what you want me to do for you, and I'll consider it. With that, Ailin picked up a shrimp dumpling from the table and bit into it, letting the chewy, delicious flavor of the shrimp bloom in his mouth. Seeing Ailin's sudden change of demeanor, Natasha said helplessly, actually, the favor we'd like to ask you for isn't difficult or dangerous. Aren't you amazing at divination and finding people? We're here to ask you for help in divining the whereabouts of some people and things. Clearly, Natasha had heard about Ailin's use of divination to locate Helen before coming. Otherwise, she wouldn't have mentioned Ailin's impressive divination skills. As she spoke, Natasha handed Ailin a document she had brought with her. Last night, a group of terrorists of unknown origin broke into the villa of Alexander Pierce, Minister of the World Security Council, and brutally murdered him, a cardinal, and the dozen or so agents and 2 church staff members who were protecting them. They also looted Minister Pierce's basement. We want you to divine the whereabouts of the terrorists and the looted items in Alexander Pierce's basement. Ailin, casually flipping through the documents Natasha handed him, couldn't help but feel a flicker of wonder in his lowered eyes as he listened to Natasha's words. Oh my goodness. Aren't they the terrorists who murdered Alexander Pierce? Of course, Alexander Pierce was the one who killed the cardinal, but Ailin refused to take the blame. As for the items in Alexander Pierce's basement, Ailin didn't even need divination to tell Natasha where they were. They weren't elsewhere. Is it now peacefully lying within Ailin's ring of greed? Fortunately, Ailin's eyes were scrolling over the documents Natasha handed him, Otherwise Natasha would have definitely noticed the strange glint in the depths of his eyes. Meanwhile, Steve, standing nearby, spoke up. We suspect that after Director Fury's helicopter exploded, Minister Pierce may have uncovered something, leading to the assassination by those unidentified terrorists. His ransacked basement may contain crucial information about Hydra, so we've come to ask for your help in divination regarding the location of those individuals and the items in Minister Pierce's basement. After hearing Steve's words, the strange look in Arlen's eyes intensified. Oh my goodness. Are they suspecting the assassination of Alexander Pierce was carried out by Hydra? That's quite interesting. However, they had a lucky rapport. Alexander Pierce's basement did contain crucial Hydra information, even a list of all the members of his own Hydra unit. However, with yesterday's thought in mind, Ailin had no immediate plans to hand those items over to anyone else. He snapped the folder shut and tossed it onto the table. Looking at these things so early in the morning is truly unappetizing. I'm not interested in the affairs between SYNOPSIS and Hydra. Divining the whereabouts of those people and objects isn't as easy as you think, and it's not as safe as you make it out to be. If I get involved, I'll be plunging headfirst into the vortex of conflict between Hydra and SYLD. Even someone like Alexander Pierce, the Minister of the World Security Council, was killed at will. It's not safe for a commoner like me to get involved in this. Of course, if SYLD is willing to give me the Tesseract, I wouldn't be afraid to risk my life and help you divine the whereabouts of those people and objects. Gwen, who had been sitting silently beside Ailin the entire time, reached out and shook Ailin's hand with some uneasiness. Then he shook his head slightly at Ailin. While Gwen didn't know much about SYLD and Hydra, she was well aware of the weight of a World Security Council minister. Such a powerful figure had been killed in the conflict between SYLD and Hydra. It was obvious. Gwen didn't want Ailin to get involved in such a dangerous matter. She didn't want her boyfriend, who had just confirmed their relationship, to die a short-lived ghost. Patting Gwen's hand, Ailin said, "Don't worry, I know my limits." Gwen looked at Natasha and Steve Rogers and said, "You see, my girlfriend doesn't want me to get involved in something this dangerous. So, if there's nothing else, please go back." Natasha frowned at Ailin's refusal and was about to say something else, but Captain America, standing beside her, stopped her. Aaron is right. This matter is not as safe as we thought. If his divination really finds the group that attacked Minister Pierce's villa and the things in the villa's basement, Hydra will definitely retaliate against him. We can't let an underage child take these risks because of our affairs. With that, Captain America pulled Natasha out of Aaron's house. When they reached the door, Captain America seemed to remember something and suddenly turned around and said to Aaron, "By the way, thank you for your hospitality. The buns just now were delicious." Chapter 242, Captain America and the Witch Bucky's first meeting. With that, Steve Rogers pulled Natasha out of Aaron's house. Walking down the busy street, Natasha, somewhat silent, looked at Captain America and said, "Captain, you know, he's no ordinary child. His abilities can help us find our target, I know, but that's no reason or excuse for putting him in danger." Just as Natasha and Steve were arguing over this matter, a crisp applause echoed in their ears. A woman in a black dress, with fair, smooth skin, a cascade of brown hair, and tan eyes reflecting a childlike innocence that made one want to protect her, stood a few meters away, clapping softly. Her innocent demeanor and beautiful face rivaled even the alluring and sexy Natasha beside Steve. The sudden appearance of these two striking beauties on the streets of Chinatown instantly captivated countless passers-by. Some people, unable to resist a second glance, even bumped into a streetlight with a thud. Without waiting for Natasha and Steve to speak, the woman in the black dress gently parted her rosy lips and said, "After all these years, you haven't changed at all, Steve." Natasha, initially stunned by the woman's appearance, suddenly became wary when she suddenly appeared before them and called out Steve's name. But in contrast, Steve Rogers, standing beside Natasha, felt a surge of familiarity the moment he saw the woman in the black dress not far away. It was as if this graceful woman in the black dress was an old friend he knew very well. However, even after searching for a long time, Steve still had no memory of the woman before him. Did he really know her? If he didn't, what was the meaning of her words just now? Seeing the confusion in Steve's eyes, a heartbreaking melancholy flashed across the woman's. A simple glance made the eyes of several men who happened to catch it redden, their breaths heavy, and they longed to rush over and tear the man who had caused the woman in the black dress to pieces. Did you recognize me? It seems that for the past 70 years, not only has your body been frozen in ice, but your brain has been too. Shaking her head gently, the woman in the black dress slowly walked over to Steve, looking at his unchanged face. She seemed to recall 70 years ago, when they grew up together and fought side by side on the battlefield. Just as the woman in the black dress couldn't help but reach out her right hand, clad in a black lace glove, to touch Steve's face, Steve suddenly said, "Sorry, although you look familiar, I really can't remember." Startled by Steve's words, the woman in the black dress instantly withdrew her right hand. "Can't remember? That's normal. If you did remember, then all my efforts would have been in vain." For some reason, the woman in the black dress smiled at these words. "Never mind. I'll forgive you this time. Just pretend you've been frozen in the cold for too long and your brain's been frozen." She didn't complain about Steve not recognizing her. Instead, she used her lace-gloved right hand to pull something out of her small satchel and handed it to Steve Rogers. "We were a bit rushed this time, so here you go. Consider it a gift to celebrate our reunion." After handing the item to Steve, the woman in the black dress glanced at a clock hanging in front of a nearby store, then said to Steve Rogers, "I have to meet someone later, so I'll be leaving now." Midway through her words, she suddenly stared into Steve Rogers' eyes and said, "By the way, my name is Carries. Don't forget me next time." With that, Carries turned and got into a black sedan parked on the side of the road, quickly disappearing from Natasha and Steve Rogers' sight. "Kilris," Steve couldn't help but murmur, watching the black car slowly disappear around the corner. He clutched the small wooden box, which exuded a faint jasmine scent, and whispered, "Hey, Captain, wake up. Come to your senses." Seeing Captain America's rare expression, Natasha waved her hand before his eyes. Before the captain could fully recover, Natasha, with a serious expression, quickly pulled him into another car on the side of the road. Then, with a roar of the engine, they sped away from Chinatown. After the pitiful woman in the black dress and the voluptuous Natasha left, the young and old men who had gathered around them dispersed with a look of melancholy on their faces. Many of the departing crowd cursed Steve, who had just been surrounded by two beauties. "Bah, damned pretty boy. Two stunning beauties. Why don't I have his luck? HMPH, I curse him." Stop being jealous. There are some things you can't envy. But did you see the red-haired beauty's face when she left? Two-timing him, that guy's going to be in trouble soon. I guarantee he's finished. That would be great. If that handsome guy breaks up with those two bitches, maybe we'll get a chance. What a pity I didn't ask for that handsome guy's phone number. Wait, something strange seemed to be intertwining with a group of men around them. After quickly driving to a relatively secluded corner, Natasha looked at the small wooden box in Steve Rogers' hand, a look of solemnity flashing across her face. "Captain, before you were frozen, did you really know that woman named Carries?" Remember, when SHIELD found Captain America, he had been frozen for 70 years. If that woman named Killis really knew Captain America, wouldn't they have known each other for over 70 years? By the calculation, Killis must be at least 70 years old. But the Killis just now, with her delicate, fair skin and clear, innocent eyes, didn't look even a hair over 70. In Natasha's opinion, whether that woman was truly over 70 or was deliberately using those words to deceive Steve, she was clearly not a simple woman. After all, not many people in the world knew that Captain America was still alive and had been freed from the ice that had been frozen for 70 years. After hearing Natasha's words, Steve Rogers, who had regained his composure, had obviously thought of this. He had relied on the super soldier serum and the ice to maintain his current appearance. So what about that strangely familiar Killis? Could she have also been frozen for decades? Thinking of this, Steve said, somewhat bewilderedly, "I don't know, but that Killis just now gave me a very familiar and intimate feeling, as if I'd known her for decades. But I really can't remember who she is." After looking intently into Steve Rogers' eyes and detecting no trace of deception in the captain's gaze, Natasha said, "In that case, Captain, you must think carefully about that woman named Killis. Of course, I'll also help you search SHIELD for any information matching that woman's identity and see if I can help you recall her." Steve didn't refuse Natasha's help, but thanked her. "I'll leave it to you, Natasha, you're welcome. I'd also like to know who that Killis is. If she's truly lived for over 70 years. Then I'd have to ask her how she's maintained herself for so many years. After all, she doesn't look 70 or 80 at all, never mind 70 or 80. The killers just now look no more than 20, at the peak of a woman's allure. After a joke, Natasha's eyes involuntarily flickered to the small wooden box in Steve's hand. Then she said, "Don't you want to take a look? This is a gift from your old friend, a gift you've received long ago." Speaking of generalities, Natasha suddenly changed the subject. "Of course, until you, Captain, recall the identity of that Keres, we'd better be cautious. After all, no one knows what's inside this little box." I know. Although he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and closeness towards Keres, the sudden appearance of an old friend from over 70 years ago, whom he couldn't even recall, and whose circumstances were so bizarre, made it imperative to be cautious. 10 minutes later, Natasha and Steve arrived at a remote house. After quickly entering a long password, Natasha led Steve inside. This is SHIELD safe house. The basement has been specially blast-proofed. It not only isolates signal transmissions but also effectively reduces the damage and noise caused by explosives and other weapon detonations. Wow, this is a perfect place. After taking a look around the house, Steve quickly followed Natasha into the basement. Looking at the rows of weapons covering the basement walls, Steve couldn't help but sigh at SHIELD's arrogance. Soon, they arrived at a blast-proof room. Steve and Natasha carefully opened the small wooden box, fragrant with jasmine. What they found inside surprised them greatly. It was a black USB drive. Picking up the black USB drive from the box, Steve searched for it for a long time. Seeing nothing else inside, Steve looked at the USB drive in his hand, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. This is a USB drive that stores information, Captain." After explaining this to Steve, the old antique who had just been unfrozen, Natasha looked at the black USB drive in Captain America's hand and asked, "Do you want me to find a computer to see what's stored on this USB drive?" "Thank you, I really need it." After thanking him, Steve handed the black USB drive to Natasha. After receiving the USB drive from Captain America, Natasha quickly inserted it into a computer in the safe house that was physically disconnected from the internet. Zzz, followed by a slight sound of electricity. Soon, the information on the USB drive was read by the computer. There was not much on the USB drive. Aside from a few address coordinates, there was only a message for Steve. "Steve, those coordinates on the USB drive are the locations of Hydra bases I found after your death. After hearing you'd been dug out, I retrieved this information from the database. I've double-checked the coordinates of those Hydra bases, and they haven't been abandoned. Of course, if you seek revenge on these guys, it's best to bring a strong army with you, as these locations are not safe. The most dangerous is a Hydra headquarters located high in the mountains outside Sokovia, in a former monastery. Your best friend, Killis." Killis's signature remained at the end of the message. The document's format resembled letters from decades ago. Although Natasha found it somewhat unfamiliar, Steve Rogers felt a strong sense of familiarity. However, when Steve finished reading that paragraph, his heart trembled. Natasha, who had also read the same paragraph, also had a hint of surprise in her eyes. She had never imagined that the gift the woman calling herself Keres gave Steve Rogers would actually be the coordinates of multiple Hydra bases. Elsewhere, after Natasha and Steve drove away from Chinatown, a message arrived on Aaron's phone. "This Keres is pretty quick." Aaron sighed and shook her head slightly before deleting the message. The Keres who had just appeared before Natasha and Steve was none other than Bucky, who had just become a witch. Keres was her new name. Chapter 243. You are also my first boyfriend. Although he had used divination after Bucky left, knowing that Bucky, now free from his worries, would surely ascend to become a true witch, Ailin honestly hadn't expected that after settling the knot of Alexander Pierce that had tormented Bucky for decades, he would take the potion so quickly and ascend to become a witch in such a short time. He'd assumed Bucky needed at least a day or two of rest to recover. If Bucky hadn't unexpectedly seen Steve Rogers when he came to see him that morning, having successfully ascended, Ailin imagined that he would have seen what Bucky's face would look like now that he had transformed into a witch. What a shame. Honestly, he'd always been curious about the effects of the witch potion. By the way, from now on, I should call her Keres. Ailin chuckled at the thought. It's bad luck for Hydra to have run into a pair of good friends who've gone sour. Keres had already told Ailin about revealing several Hydra bases, including the Sokovia Monastery, to Steve. Ailin didn't object. After receiving the detailed list from Alexander Pierce's basement, Ailin had second thoughts about the Hydra unit lurking within SHIELD. Since Ailin didn't want to touch that Hydra unit for the time being, he might as well release information about another Hydra unit and let SHIELD deal with it. It would be just right. While distracting SHIELD, it would also weaken the other Hydra units. After putting down his phone, Ailin turned and headed for the kitchen. After wiping a drop of water off Gwen's forehead, Ailin took Gwen's hand and walked out the door. Leave these kitchen utensils to Spider-Gwen. Believe me, he's more responsible than anyone else in this area. I'll take you to see something, okay? Gwen glanced back reluctantly after being pulled out of the kitchen by Ailin. Honestly, she was curious about how Spider-Gwen actually washed the dishes. But, apparently, Gwen wouldn't get to see it this time. After leaving his house with Gwen, Ailin drove the Aston Martin to the Miracle Tower, nestled in the heart of Hell's Kitchen. As Ailin and Gwen were driving to the Miracle Tower, inside Manhattan Central Hospital, Lilith's attending physician quietly approached the door of her hospital room. He glanced at Lilith, who had just fallen asleep after undergoing various tests, and then gestured to Fregula, "Come out and speak." Fregula, who was standing by the bed, adjusted Lilith's blanket and gently stood up to leave. After leaving the room, Fregula quietly closed the door. After walking a short distance down the hallway, Lilith's attending physician handed the test report to Fregula and, for once, gave him a rare smile. "I don't know what medication you gave Lilith, but you did the right thing this time, Fregula. According to the tests, Lilith's bodily functions have significantly improved compared to a week ago. If she can continue to take the medication you obtained yesterday, it won't completely cure her condition, but at least she can live a normal life." Fregula's eyes lit up at the words of Lilith's attending physician. Unable to explain the extraordinary methods Ailin had used to treat Lilith, Fregula attributed Lilith's changes to a special drug he had recently obtained from her laboratory. He also had Lilith's attending physician perform a full-body examination to better understand the changes. After taking a deep breath, Fregula suppressed his excitement and quickly flipped through the report in his hand. Although not a doctor, Fregula had spent the past 2 years self-studying medical courses and knowledge to better understand his daughter's condition and for that glimmer of hope. While his knowledge wasn't comparable to that of specialized doctors, Fregula had no trouble understanding the medical reports in his hands. Seeing the test results approaching normal, Fregula looked up at Lilith's attending physician and asked, "What about the side effects? Andy, you know, I asked you to run those tests on Lilith to find out what the side effects of the medication are." "Side effects?" Lilith's attending physician, Andy, shook his head. "I haven't found any so far. If there are any, they're simply a matter of the body's nutrient depletion. As long as you give Lilith more vitamins and other nutrient-rich foods, it shouldn't be difficult to resolve." Given Lilith's condition, it wouldn't even be considered a side effect. Fregula shuddered at this. Then, as if completely relaxed, he let out a long sigh of relief. "I understand. Thank you, Andy." Andy patted Fregula's shoulder and said, "We're old friends, let's not be so pedantic. If Lilith truly recovers, that would be the greatest thank you to me." Halfway through his speech, Andy suddenly seemed to remember something and said, "By the way, as soon as Lilith's medical reports came out, one of the doctors who previously worked with her asked me how I did it. I didn't tell anyone about the special medication you gave her. I only said I changed her treatment plan. If anyone asks you about it, don't let it slip. In federal hospitals, it's a serious taboo for patients to disobey their doctor's orders and take other medications without their permission. Some hospitals will even refuse to continue treating patients for this reason." Of course, Lilith's case was a different matter. After Lilith's remarkable recovery, the effect of new medication she'd used might have attracted scrutiny. Andy helped Fregula keep it secret, purely out of consideration for their long-standing friendship. "Don't worry, I know this better than you." After saying goodbye to Andy, Fregula returned to Lilith's hospital room. Looking at Lilith, who lay in bed, looking much better than she had in the past few days, Fregula made a decision. Elsewhere, as Ailin drove the Aston Martin into Hell's Kitchen, Gwen looked out the window at the distinctly different Hell's Kitchen from the rest of New York City and asked curiously, "This direction? Are we heading to Hell's Kitchen?" Ever since Gwen could remember, George had repeatedly forbidden her from approaching Hell's Kitchen. This was, after all, Gwen's first time near this neighborhood. "Yes, remember the medicinal wax we found outside that textile factory last time? Not long ago?" I founded a company and invited Dr. Bruce Banner to work with us on researching, cracking, and improving the formula for that medicinal wax. Fortunately, our research has made good progress. We discovered that bottle of medicinal wax together, so I'm inviting you to come and see our achievements." After hearing Aaron's words, Gwen thought briefly and quickly remembered what Aaron was talking about. To be honest, if Aaron hadn't mentioned it again, Gwen would have almost forgotten about the bottle they'd picked up outside the textile factory. Their original purpose for going to the assassin's base, disguised as a textile factory, was to search for something to remove the scars on Helen's legs. Later, after Aaron used his miraculous holy light magic, the 2 wounds on Helen's legs not only healed quickly, but even the scars disappeared without a trace. Having perfectly fulfilled her wish, Gwen had completely forgotten about the bottle of medicinal wax they'd found outside the textile factory. Gwen smiled at this and said, "That's not your achievement, but yours. Didn't you already give me what I wanted?" "Of course, if you're planning to invite your girlfriend to witness your entrepreneurial achievements, I'd be delighted." Looking at Gwen's charming smile, a hint of helplessness crossed Ailin's face. Originally, Ailin had considered giving Gwen, his girlfriend, some pocket money by claiming they had jointly discovered the medicinal wax. But Gwen had clearly seen through this and politely declined. Thinking of this, Ailin said, "As my girlfriend, of course you have to witness the success of my business venture. Besides that, I also hope you can help me manage this company in the future." "Let me help you manage the company," Gwen murmured, then tilted her head and looked at Ailin. "Like how Ms. Pepper helped Tony Stark manage Stark Industries?" "Of course not." Ailin had just opened his mouth when he felt a dangerous aura approaching the soft flesh around his waist. After saying 2 words, he immediately changed his tone. "Tony Stark is an irresponsible playboy, but I'm not. Before you, I didn't even have a girlfriend." After hearing Ailin's words, Gwen quietly lowered her right hand and said with a smile, "So, I'm your first girlfriend, of course." Humph. After giving Ailin a look that said, "You know what's good for you," Gwen's lips curved into a charming curve, and she turned her head to the window. A moment later, a soft voice reached Ailin's ear. "You're my first boyfriend too." 10 minutes later, Ailin finally made it through the somewhat shabby, cluttered streets of Hell's Kitchen and pulled his Aston Martin into the exclusive parking space in front of the Miracle Building. The Miracle Building was located in the heart of Hell's Kitchen. But the brand new office building, with its pristine grounds and meticulously landscaped gardens, stood out from the shabby surroundings. But to Gwen, this place was clearly much more appealing than the other places they'd driven by. After getting out of the car, Gwen looked at the large sign hanging in front of them and smiled. "Miracle Building. This looks much better than those places. Honestly, I thought your company would be in one of those office buildings we drove past. After all, the rent there seemed a lot cheaper." Hell's Kitchen, despite its chaotic atmosphere, offered significantly lower rents than other parts of New York City. Every year, many people short of startup capital, seeking a bargain, choose Hell's Kitchen as their initial location for their business ventures. However, few of them managed to persevere. After all, not everyone could tolerate the chaotic security situation at the company, frequently targeted by thieves. Ailin, who had just gotten out of the car, also smiled upon hearing Gwen's words. "No, actually, the rent here is cheaper than those buildings you saw earlier." Seeing the hint of confusion on Gwen's face, Ailin didn't wait for her to ask, but continued, "Oh, I forgot to mention that my newly established company is called Miracle Group. And this building is our company's property." A series of questions flashed through Gwen's mind, and after a moment's pause, she quickly remembered her boyfriend's other identity, a federal billionaire. Thinking of this, Gwen glared at Ailin with annoyance. She had previously assumed Ailin had chosen Hell's Kitchen as his business location because he lacked startup capital. Unexpectedly, Ailin had no shortage of startup capital. He had even lavishly purchased a building as his company's headquarters. Few people in New York could replicate this kind of operation. Thinking of this, Gwen hesitated, then looked at Ailin with some confusion and asked, "Ailin, if you're not short of funds, then why did you set up your company here? You even bought a building?" "My dad told me the security here isn't very good." "I know what you're worried about, but don't worry." Ailin pointed to the 2 rows of security guards standing at the entrance to the Miracle Building and said, "Don't worry about security. I've hired the most professional people to ensure that thieves can't steal here. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244: Professional Workers in Place. Of course, I admit that there are many other factors that influenced my decision to locate my company here. Perhaps in the eyes of Gwen, or others, opening a company in Hell's Kitchen wasn't a good idea. But for Ailin, it was the best option at the moment. First, the chaotic public security situation in Hell's Kitchen, which other companies were most worried about and uneasy about, wasn't a problem at all in Ailin's eyes. After all, to be honest, his Miracle Group was now the largest local force in Hell's Kitchen. As a local tyrant, Ailin's company was much more comfortable in Hell's Kitchen than in other boroughs in New York. In fact, if Ailin wanted to, with just a little more time, he could completely end the chaos in Hell's Kitchen and dominate the entire area. Besides this, Ailin didn't have a ready-made building elsewhere in New York to serve as his group's headquarters. After all, while Kingpin's legacy was considerable, there weren't many publicly available, high-quality assets. Other factors? Is it because of the preferential policies in Clinton, Hell's Kitchen? Gwen had no idea that Ailin had secretly recruited a large number of underworld elites left behind by Kingpin, even becoming a local tyrant in Hell's Kitchen. So, when she heard the other factors Ailin mentioned, she instinctively thought of the preferential policies in Clinton, Hell's Kitchen. In recent years, in an effort to improve the current situation in Clinton, Hell's Kitchen, the New York City government has enacted several policies specifically for Clinton, Hell's Kitchen, such as tax breaks. These policies are intended to attract investment and companies to Clinton, Hell's Kitchen, thereby alleviating the poverty, backwardness, and rampant gang-ridden conditions of Hell's Kitchen. Although the companies attracted by these policies ultimately didn't last long due to Hell's Kitchen's chaotic public order and harassment from various gangs, these policies did attract many companies lacking startup capital to Hell's Kitchen. In Gwen's opinion, Ailin might not lack the startup capital, but if the magical medicinal wax he mentioned could truly be mass-produced and Ailin wanted to expand it, it would be. But it definitely rivals the annual tax reductions from Clinton, Hell's Kitchen, through preferential policies. Thinking of this, Gwen smiled at Ailin and said, "It seems you're even more optimistic about that medicinal wax than I thought." Of course, although Ailin hadn't expected Gwen to imagine so much in that instant, he was incredibly optimistic about the formulas Dr. Banner had optimized and the byproduct derived from the medicinal wax. Well, seeing is believing. I'll take you there and you'll understand the advantages of these things. 3 hours later, after Ailin took Gwen on a tour of Dr. Banner's laboratory and witnessed the astonishing effects of Potion 3, Potion 17, and Potion 66, Gwen couldn't help but cover her mouth and exclaim, "Oh my God! Dr. Banner, this is definitely going to be a world-shaking invention." As an intern at the Osborne Corporation, the world's most advanced pharmaceutical giant, Gwen knew the astonishing effects of Dr. Banner's improved and optimized potions. In some areas, these were even world-changing inventions. In response to Gwen's exclamation, Dr. Bruce Banner smiled wryly. "No, this isn't my invention. I simply built on the shoulders of my predecessors and optimized it with modern technology. Compared to me, the person who originally formulated this potion is the true genius, Dr. Banner, you underestimate yourself." At this moment, Ailin spoke up. "The original inventor of this potion was indeed a genius who astonished the world, but you are also a genius of our time. The original wax formula was difficult to popularize due to material issues, but the potion you've optimized can truly achieve widespread adoption, and, beyond that, you discovered the true value of this wax precipitate. The Brotherhood had existed for thousands of years, and the wax formula had been around for hundreds of years, but over all those years, the Brotherhood had failed to realize the true value of the wax precipitate. Instead, they treated it as ordinary medicinal waste and discarded it. Of course, if it weren't for Bruce Banner's discovery, Ailin probably wouldn't have discovered that the precipitate, which looked like medicinal waste, could possess such powerful properties. Potency that would drive countless women crazy. That's right. Once packaged, these medicinal wax deposits will become the world's finest beauty and skincare product. Countless women will be madly in love with their effects. As the only woman present, Gwen, having personally experienced the effects of these deposits, understood better than anyone else their detrimental effects on women. Even she, usually a rational person, couldn't help but ask Dr. Banner for a can of the most effective deposit that came with potion number 3, after experiencing its effects. How could anyone else? Gwen had a vague feeling. Perhaps, even more than those miracle-working potions, these deposits were the biggest profit point for the Ailin Miracle Group. As for packaging, I'm already looking for a fashion designer to design an outstanding packaging for this product. But before that, we still have to disguise these sediments. Hearing this, Gwen's eyes lit up and interrupted. If that's the case, I do have some suggestions. In fact, the Osborne Group's research laboratory has also created similar products, but they don't sell those products directly. Instead, they grade these products by adding various other essences, package them into different grades, and then sell them at different prices. In this way, we can not only enrich our product variety, but also sell different grades of products to different groups of people, and build this product into a series. And after adding other things, it can also effectively prevent the product formula from leaking. I think we can do this. Clap, clap, clap. Before Gwen finished speaking, Ailin applauded. Banner, beside him, smiled and said, "Boss, it seems you're just like Tony Stark. You've found yourself the perfect wife." "I think so too." Seeing Gwen's cheeks gradually flush, Ailin nodded with a smile. He then turned to Dr. Banner. "Speaking of Tony Stark, I went to his place yesterday and asked him to copy a copy of Stark Corporation's artificial intelligence system. He also ordered several supercomputers through Stark Industries. Once those supercomputers arrive, with the assistance of artificial intelligence, Dr. Banner's research should be much more convenient. Several supercomputers. And Stark Corporation's artificial intelligence." After hearing Ailin's words, Bruce Banner's eyes suddenly lit up. As a scientific research enthusiast, Bruce Banner knew how much a powerful supercomputer could help research and experiments. After the Miracle Tower was first completed, Banner had considered requesting a supercomputer from Ailin the Joker. However, remembering that these items were generally controlled items, and fearing that it would attract military attention, Banner finally held back. But unexpectedly, Ailin had obtained several through Stark Industries channels. He even copied a copy of the AI. Bruce Banner had long heard of Stark Industries' advanced AI. As far as Banner knew, even the military had coveted it. However, with the exception of Colonel Rhodes, Tony Stark's closest ally, who used personal connections to secure a modified AI for his air base, all others, including the airbase where his father-in-law, General Ross, was stationed, had failed. Ross had been furious over this. He hadn't expected his boss, whom he had only met a few times, to quietly copy an AI from Tony Stark. It seemed his boss was even more mysterious and powerful than he had imagined. However, for Bruce Banner, the more mysterious and powerful Ailin appeared, the more reassured he felt. After touring the lab, Ailin took Gwen to the president's office on the top floor of the Miracle Tower. As soon as she stepped out of her private elevator, Gwen was stunned by the lavish offices that filled the entire floor. There were luxurious and spacious offices, plush and comfortable lounges, even a private gym, recreation room, and even a private theater. Everything was there. After touring the lavish CEO office, Gwen glanced at Ailin with a hint of surprise. Her eyes seemed to show her amazement that Ailin had such a luxurious office. "Don't look at me like that. I didn't commission this office. I just saw it a day before you. This was all the work of the clone. Ailin wasn't to blame." At this point, Ailin suddenly changed the subject and said, "Of course. I won't deny that working here makes me feel great." Gwen laughed. "Of course. Who wouldn't want an office like this? I'm sure there aren't many CEO offices in all of New York that are more comfortable than this one. What about you? I've always dreamed of having an office like this. Compared to my desk at Osborne Group, this is heaven." Ailin smiled slightly, then with a flick of his wrist, a magnetic card appeared in his hand as if by magic. After handing it to Gwen, Ailin smiled and said, "So, beautiful Miss Gwen, from today on, this office is yours." Looking at the magnetic card Ailin handed her, Gwen's lips curled up slightly, and she took it very naturally. However, after accepting the card, Gwen said to Ailin, "I haven't agreed to come help you yet. Even if I did, I'd only be your assistant, not the president of Miracle Group. That's not a position I'm qualified for right now. Of course, as your girlfriend, to prevent you from becoming a playboy like Tony Stark, I'll accept this elevator card without hesitation. With such a beautiful girlfriend around, I won't become a playboy like Tony Stark." Just as Ailin wrapped his arm around Gwen's waist and pulled her into a hug, ready for some tenderness, an untimely ringing sounded from his pocket. Just as Ailin's face darkened and he was about to hang up, Gwen kissed him on the cheek with a gentle, almost dragonfly touch. "Don't look so gloomy. Who knows? Someone might need help." Feeling the slightest moisture on his cheek, Arlen's expression brightened. Glancing helplessly at Gwen, who had already broken free from his embrace, Ailin finally pressed the answer button. The call connected. A slightly hoarse male voice came from the other end. "Hello, is this Mr. Ailin? This is Fregra." Hearing this, Ailin's face grew more serious. "It's me. Mr. Fregra is calling this time. Have you made your decision?" "Yes, I've rented a house in Chinatown. As long as you agree to continue treating Lilith, I'm ready to join the miracle group you founded." There was a slight pause on the other end before continuing. "Actually, I'm right outside your house. I was hoping to have a face-to-face chat with you, but it seems you're not home right now. That's unfortunate. I'm at the Miracle Building, our company headquarters. If Mr. Fregra has time today, you might want to come over and get acquainted with your future workplace." "Sure," Ailin smiled after hearing Fregra's response. "Very good. Trust me, Fregra, you'll be thankful for your decision today. By the way, our company is located at XX Avenue, Hell's Kitchen." "Okay, give me half an hour." With that, Fregra on the other end of the line decisively hung up. Chinatown. After hanging up his phone, Fregra took one last look at Ailin's house, which evoked a strange aura, and then got into his Audi. Then, he quickly drove towards Hell's Kitchen. Even if Ailin hadn't told him, Fregra knew the location of Miracle Group's headquarters. After making his decision, Fregra asked someone to gather all the information he could about Miracle Group. Chapter 245 Beauty God. After hanging up the phone, Ailin's smile faded and he fell into a moment of deep thought. After tracing back his memories in the Libra space and seeing that terrifying black figure, Ailin's attitude toward Fregola and his daughter had become more cautious. That day, Ailin had even considered whether to continue inviting Fregola to join his Miracle Group. However, after gaining a deeper understanding of Fregola's character and past, Ailin was finally tempted. After repeated divinations confirmed that his treatment of Lilith and the safety of Fregola's recruitment were safe, Ailin finally decided to proceed. It was for no other reason than Fregola's impressive resume. If it weren't for his daughter, Fregola would undoubtedly be one of the most dazzling figures in the world. In the early days of a business, the benefits of attracting such a person to join the company were indescribable. And, for some reason, Ailin had a persistent urge to understand the black figure that had appeared in the ward that day. It was as if a voice within him told him that it was very important to him. Gwen, watching the ever-changing expression on Arlen's face, asked curiously, "What happened?" "Nothing," he said, shaking his head. "Strictly speaking, it's a good thing. Aunt Pepper, after learning about my situation, recommended a professional manager to help me run Miracle Group. I visited him yesterday, and he just called to say he's agreed to join Miracle Group." Out of fear of the terrifying shadow, Arlen didn't tell Gwen about it. He simply explained the story of the Fregola father and daughter. After all, Arlen wasn't sure of the shadow's true level. What if it, like Adam and the others in the mysterious world, possessed the ability to know everything they say? The more they knew, the more dangerous it would be for Gwen. Beyond that terrifying shadow, the Fregola father and daughter's experience evoked Gwen's deep sympathy. Remembering the pensive look on Ailin's face just now, Gwen couldn't help but ask, "Were you thinking about Lilith's illness? Could it be that even you can't cure her?" Gwen had witnessed Ailin's incredible holy light healing firsthand, and that was precisely why she was even more puzzled by the solemn expression on Ailin's face as he pondered. "It's very troublesome. The root of Lilith's illness is the calamity energy within her body. If I don't address that root cause, even if I heal her, she'll eventually return to her current state," Ailin added. "Of course, if she continues to receive my treatment, with more sessions, I think it should be no problem for her to return to normal life, barring any incurable problems." As Ailin and Gwen chatted, Fregra arrived at the Miracle Building in his Audi. As he approached, he was stopped by 2 security guards. At the same time, Fregra noticed the 7 or 8 security guards who had suddenly surrounded him, their right arms unconsciously resting on their waists. Seeing this, Fregra instantly had a much higher opinion of Miracle Group's security. If he was not mistaken, the security guards were wearing pistols beneath their suit jackets. Such vigilance and the sheer number of pistols were not something that ordinary people could possess. With so many elite armed forces in plain sight, there were likely even more hidden in the dark. It seemed his future boss possessed a formidable force. No wonder he dared to open his company in the haunted city of Hell's Kitchen. However, if that were the case, it seemed he wouldn't have to persuade him to relocate the group's headquarters. As he thought, Fragra quickly revealed his identity to the two security guards who had surrounded him and explained that he had an appointment with Ailin. After confirming with the front desk via the intercom, the two security guards led Fragra into the Miracle Building. Upon entering the Miracle Building, Fragra saw a security gate standing before him. Just as Fragra passed through the security checkpoint, he glanced back and saw a man in a security uniform holding an instrument, scanning his car. He seemed to be checking for any hidden dangers in his Audi. After a quick glance, Fragra saw no fewer than 30 security guards. Seeing this, Fragra's eyes twitched slightly. There seemed to be too many security guards here. He was wrong. The security level of Miracle Building was not enterprise grade at all, but defense grade. This wasn't corporate security at all, it was barely better than the security at airports or customs. Shocked by the Miracle Group's overblown security, Fragra was brought before Ailin. Just as Ailin was developing Miracle Group in full swing. In a magnificent palace on Asgard, Ailin the clown, feeling a headache, climbed out of his 3-meter-long bed. SHH, what a headache. I'll never have another drinking contest with that Thor again. After being brought to Asgard by Thor, Thor dragged Ailin the clown, Jane, and her best friend Darcy to the Asgardian banquet. Thor and the Asgardian warriors treated Jane and Darcy with exceptional courtesy, but Ailin the clown was treated no differently. Led by Thor, the Asgardian warriors and several gods from Norse mythology rose to their feet and toasted Ailin the clown, the Midgard wizard who had saved Thor. These powerful beasts drank not by the cup, but by the jug, the jar. At the urging of the prince, Thor, Ailin the clown was forced to drink a full jar of wine. If Ailin hadn't used magic tricks to transfer the wine to the ground, his bladder would have exploded. Even so, after being guzzled with alcohol, the clown, Ailin, felt a parched mouth and a splitting headache. He climbed down from the bed curtains, grabbed the kettle on the nearby table, and guzzled half a dozen cold water. Only then did Ailin feel his hangover symptoms ease slightly. Feeling slightly more alert, Ailin lifted the kettle and gulped down the remaining cold water in one gulp. Glancing around the overly spacious room, Ailin grabbed a set of clean clothes folded by the bed and headed to the adjacent bathroom to wash up. Refreshed, Ailin changed into the distinctive Asgardian attire that lay by the bedside. Wearing these clothes, Ailin, who seemed to take on an exotic air, walked to the balcony extending from the room and lifted the golden curtains that were slightly billowing in the breeze. The next moment, a fantastical Asgardian realm came into view. Strange buildings, unlike those on Earth, rose from the divine realm of Asgard. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed these structures in a golden veil, as if the buildings themselves were truly magnificent, giving the vast Asgard the appearance of a golden city. Its splendor was extraordinary, imbuing the divine realm with an aura of sacredness and inviolability. From time to time, between these buildings, small ships could be seen paddling through the air. On the streets below, towering Asgardians crisscrossed the landscape, adding a touch of humanity to this radiant realm. Beyond, undulating mountains rose and fell, and a vast lake, where the water and sky merged into one, seemingly connecting to the very end of space. Wow, what a beautiful view! Just as the clown Ailin couldn't help but marvel at the exotic golden glow before him, a seductive voice echoed from another balcony not far away. Besides the beautiful scenery, Asgard boasts even more dazzling sights. Little mage from the atrium. The moment the voice rang out, Ailin's gaze followed the alluring line of the voice, shifting to a beautiful figure enjoying the breeze nearby. Her skin, as white as jade, shimmered like snow, a faint blush adorning her stunning features. Wind-blown golden hair tumbled across her face, and her deep brown eyes seemed filled with story after story, captivating the audience. Those eyes spoke, like peach blossoms, their lore lurking within them, their gazes moving and revealing. Though she had done nothing, she captivated Ailin with a captivating charm, a natural allure that brought deep longing. Even the clown Ailin, upon seeing this beautiful figure, was so captivated by her allure that his mind froze for a moment. A second later, the cosmic brain meditation technique spontaneously activated, inducing a state of trance in his mind, quickly helping Ailin dispel the allure that had so captivated him. After regaining clarity, Ailin didn't immediately look away from the figure. Instead, he exclaimed with admiration, "If you're referring to beautiful scenery, then I've truly seen the most beautiful scenery since arriving in Asgard." Seeing Ailin quickly shake off her charm, a flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of the goddess of beauty, Lorelei. Although she hadn't cast any spells, the inherent allure of the goddess of beauty position was not something that ordinary people could shake off. let alone shake off as quickly as Ailin had. With this thought, Lorelei, who had originally only intended to tease the young wizard from the Midgard, quickly developed a slight interest in Ailin the clown. After stretching lazily, showcasing her alluring curves to the fullest, the goddess of beauty, Lorelei, chuckled softly at the clown. "It's been a while since I've heard someone compliment me so much, little wizard. You're so sweet-tongued. You must have fooled quite a few girls with this trick." After reveling in the beauty Lorelei had deliberately displayed before her, the clown, Ailin, didn't answer her question. Instead, he asked, "I'm not small at all, beautiful lady. You may call me Joker." Hearing Ailin's emphasis on being not small, a hint of a smile played on Lorelei's lips. However, upon hearing Ailin's name, a hint of confusion crossed her large, watery eyes. Joker? Joker? What a strange name. In fact, Lorelei had met Ailin the clown, the Midgard wizard brought to Asgard by Thor himself, at the banquet yesterday. However, at that time, Lorelei's attention was more focused on the other two women Thor had brought with him, or rather, Jane. After all, Thor had, in front of Asgard, referred to Jane as his girlfriend. For Lorelei, aspiring to become a princess of Asgard, it was impossible not to notice Jane. However, upon learning that Jane was a short-lived Midgardian, her perceived threat plummeted significantly. After all, Odin would never approve of Thor's future wife being a short-lived Midgardian. The lifespan of a Midgardian meant Jane would be a passing guest in Thor's life. Despite Jane's fateful passing, Lorelei observed her closely, analyzing the unique qualities that captivated Thor. Consequently, she didn't even notice Thor's subsequent introduction to Rin the clown, not even mentioning Rin's name. Of course, this didn't matter to Lorelei. Originally, the beauty goddess Lorelei had been chatting with the clown Ailin, hoping to learn more about Jane from him, a Midgard. However, upon noticing Ailin's uniqueness, she quickly developed a slight interest in him, a man immune to her charm. With this thought, the beauty goddess Lorelei turned to Ailin and whispered, "Joker, huh? I remember your name. By the way, my name is Lorelei, the beauty goddess Lorelei." Chapter 246 Kneel Down. Beauty. Upon hearing this word, Ailin the clown's first thought wasn't of the gods of Asgard, but of the Sequence 1 vampire queen of the lunar path of the uncanny world, known as the beauty goddess. Legend has it that any creature ascending to the rank of beauty goddess is forcibly transformed into a female. This ability is similar to that of a witch after taking the witch potion, but the effect is even more powerful. Furthermore, compared to a witch, the beauty goddess's allure is incomparable. For the beauty goddess, her stunning beauty, captivating both men and women regardless of race, and her irresistible charm are her greatest weapons. It's said that even a true Sequence 0 god would find it difficult to harbor murderous intent against the beauty goddess. Thinking of this, Ailin the clown took another closer look at the beauty goddess before him, Lorelei. While the beauty goddess before him, unlike the beauty goddess of the uncanny world legend, possessed a similarly stunning appearance and irresistible charm, the difference in strength between them was immense. Asgard's goddess of beauty, Lorelei, could at best be considered a simplified, imperfect version of the goddess of beauty of the mysterious world. With this thought, the clown Ailin gazed at Lorelei with a hint of regret. Having seduced the young wizard of the atrium with her name, Lorelei had expected him to be captivated by her alluring voice or to be shocked by her name. But to Lorelei's surprise, Ailin's gaze, after hearing her name, revealed a glint of pity and regret. The next moment, as if angered by Ailin's gaze, Lorelei's expression suddenly changed. Her expression suddenly turned cold, and she even exuded an aura as cold as an iceberg. "Mortal, what are you pitying? Were you insulting me with that look just now?" "Insult? No," the clown Ailin shook his head. "I just heard the word goddess of beauty, and it reminded me of someone else who's also called the goddess of beauty. Honestly, compared to her, your looks and charm pale in comparison." As the goddess of beauty, Lorelei possessed absolute confidence in her own beauty and charm. In her eyes, no one in Asgard, the 9 realms, or even the entire universe could match her in this regard. This was a source of pride for Lorelei. But today, a little wizard from Midgard had so blatantly trampled upon her pride and wantonly mocked her. How could the ever-proud Lorelei tolerate this? "Damn mortal, you're courting death. Even if you're Thor's guest, I'll make you pay." As she spoke, a crimson light suddenly shone from the goddess's deep eyes. Under the golden red afterglow of the setting sun, the goddess of beauty, Lorelei, suddenly radiated a crimson glow. Against this backdrop, Lorelei seemed to become the world's focal point, radiating an unparalleled, breathtaking charisma. It was as if her allure had been magnified 1,000-fold. In that instant, countless people, witnessing the scene from afar, felt a surge of desire to die for Lorelei. Mobilizing the power of the goddess of beauty, unleashing the full force of the law of enchantment, Lorelei gazed at the clown, Ailin, standing not far away. Her red lips parted, and in a chilling tone, she commanded, "Humble mortal, in the name of the goddess of beauty, Lorelei, I command you to crush your fifth limb." The moment Lorelei unleashed her divine power, Heimdall, guarding the rainbow bridge at the gateway to Asgard, suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, Heimdall's shimmering golden red pupil seemed to pierce through time and space, resting on Lorelei, the goddess of beauty, who had unleashed her divine power on Ailin the clown. "Lorelei, you've crossed a line." Ailin the clown was Thor's benefactor and a distinguished guest invited to Asgard by Thor. Even if he had offended Lorelei, no one had the power to punish him before Odin, the lord of all creatures, spoke. Just as Heimdall was about to summon the Asgardian guards to stop Lorelei's antics, his eyes suddenly glazed over, as if he had witnessed something astonishing. Meanwhile, facing the allure of Lorelei, Ailin the clown's cosmic brain meditation method rapidly activated, and with his trance-like state of mind at the center of his heart, Ailin the clown quickly broke free from Lorelei's allure. Despite the initial wavering of his mind and dry mouth, Ailin the clown quickly broke free from Lorelei's allure. "Haha, you want to charm me? Kneel down first." Clown Ailin was never one to simply take a beating without fighting back. After being attacked by the goddess of beauty, Lorelei, he unhesitatingly deployed his most powerful mental attack, delivering the most brutal counterattack, Despairing Gaze. Clown Ailin's mental power was now immense. Harnessing his inner concentration, Despairing Gaze unleashed unimaginable power. The moment Ailin used Despairing Gaze, the goddess of beauty, Lorelei, who met Ailin's gaze, saw Ailin transform into a mighty ancient dragon as vast as a mountain range. The ancient dragon, seemingly enraged by his own charm, suddenly spread its immense wings, obscuring the sky. Lowering its head, it suddenly opened its maw, wide enough to devour a palace, and unleashed a deafening roar. Roar. Under that terrifying dragon roar, the goddess of beauty, Lorelei, felt as if her soul had been roared out of her body. Not only was her enchanting control broken, but even her divine power, once so easily wielded, was thrown into chaos. Facing that terrifying, bloody maw, Lorelei's mind instantly lost control, as if she had experienced death all over again. The next second, her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. It looked as if she had simply knelt before the clown, Ailin, at his command. Tisk, looking at the pale goddess of beauty, who instantly collapsed to the ground not far away, Ailin curled his lips in disdain. That was it. He had originally thought that this goddess of beauty, Lorelei, would be incredibly powerful if she dared to attack him in Asgard. But she was already lying prostrate before he could even begin to exert any strength. And this was a deity from Asgard? While the goddesses of beauty were never known for their combat prowess, their strength and willpower were far inferior to that of Thor. However, it must be admitted that the crimson power within her did possess a certain element. After the goddess of beauty, Lorelei, fell to the ground, the crimson power within her spontaneously acted in her best interest. Under the influence of that crimson power, the fallen goddess, like a frightened deer, exuded a delicate and pitiful aura. At that moment, even a brutal hunter would subconsciously set aside their murderous intent and feel an urge to protect her. Even the clown, Ailin, was no exception. However, others felt the urge to embrace Lorelei, to cherish and love her. He, on the other hand, felt the urge to kill Lorelei and see if he could explode this special ability from her and forge it into a magical artifact. If he suddenly unleashed this power during a fight, letting their guard down, and then, just as they were about to embrace him, he could strike them with a sudden and brutal blow. In an instant, the little white rabbit transformed into a big bad wolf. I wonder if the person affected by this power will collapse upon regaining consciousness. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Oh, and finally, after victory, I can spit on my opponent and make them feel humiliated. Impulsive as he may be, Clown Ailin didn't lose his composure. He wasn't about to do anything to the now distracted Lorelei. After all, this was Asgard. The moment Lorelei attacked him, Ailin felt at least 3 gazes suddenly directed his way. Lorelei was a deity of Asgard. If he truly attacked her, the clown had no doubt the owners of those gazes would intervene to stop him. Just like when Lorelei ordered him to castrate himself, a faint energy gathered in the sky, poised to strike down upon her. Facing this hidden threat, Clown Ailin curled his lips in disdain, then pulled out his Earthbred phone and used the camera to capture this beautiful moment. Snap! 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 Just as the clown Ailin captured this beautiful moment from different angles, the goddess of beauty, Lorelei, not far away, also regained consciousness from the mental shock of the despairing gaze. Responding, Lorelei instantly realized what had just happened. Just as Lorelei, her face flushed crimson, angrily rose from the ground, conjuring a crimson whip in her hand, ready to strike Ailin the clown, a red-cloaked figure, led by Thor's hammer, suddenly descended from the sky, landing in a half-crouching position between Ailin the clown and Lorelei. With a crackle. Upon landing, several arcs of destructive electricity emanated and flickered around Thor's body. Thor, recognizing the figure, Lorelei, who had been about to lash Ailin the clown with her enchanting whip, lowered the whip she had just raised. But before she could say anything, Thor, rising from the ground, his eyes instantly turned silver white. Simultaneously, more violent thunderous energy surged from Thor, emitting a heart-wrenching aura of destruction. Enough, Lorelei. What are you trying to do to my guest? Almost immediately after rising from the ground, Thor lashed out at the goddess of beauty, Lorelei. Having never seen Thor in such a state before, Lorelei, the goddess of beauty, took a half-step back in shock at Thor's harsh rebuke. But the next moment, her eyes flushed visibly, and wisps of crystal-clear mist quickly filled them. You yelled at me? He was the one who yelled at me, and you actually yelled at me. Feeling a sense of grievance, the goddess of beauty, Lorelei, angrily glanced at Thor, then pushed aside the curtains on her balcony, disappearing from sight of the clown, Ailin, and Thor. Watching the vanishing goddess of beauty, Lorelei, Thor snorted coldly, then withdrew his thunderous power. Although the goddess of beauty, Lorelei, was hailed as the most beautiful woman in Asgard, and even a candidate for his princess, Thor, for some reason, could never get close to her. He even disliked being around her. He preferred the straightforward goddess Sif, who often fought alongside him. Even Lorelei's tearful expression just now, Thor didn't take it seriously. He had seen her like this many times since childhood. Most of the time, Lorelei's tears were just a ploy to gain sympathy. After Loki showed him Lorelei's true face, Thor was disgusted by her disguise. After Lorelei left, Thor turned around and gave the clown Ailin a sincere smile. Hey, Joker, ignore that crazy woman. Let's go drink. Upon hearing this, Ailin the clown shook his head like a rattle. What a joke. Even with all the cheating, he still hadn't fully recovered from his hangover, and now he was being dragged out drinking again just as he woke up. No way. After righteously rejecting Thor's invitation, Ailin the clown said he needed to take it easy. Seeing Ailin the clown refuse to agree, Thor had no choice but to give up on his attempt to get Ailin the clown drinking. Last night, after seeing Arlen's amazing drinking capacity, Thor thought he had found a soulmate and planned to give it another try today after Ailin sobered up. But he didn't expect Ailin the clown to back off after just one day. Seeing the unsatisfied look on Thor's face, Ailin the clown, fearing Thor would try to force him to drink again, immediately changed the subject. By the way, Thor, I've heard Asgard's magic is unique. Can you take me to see it? You know, I'm a magician. Chapter 247 Odin's Treasure House. Would you like to experience Asgardian magic? Of course, my mother is the best sorceress in Asgard. I'll take you directly to her collection room. It contains nearly every spellbook in Asgard. I promise you won't be disappointed. Clown Ailin's eyes lit up at this. In the movies, Asgardian magic tends to favor illusion. By learning from others, perhaps one's own abilities can be enhanced. In that case, I'll leave it to you. Thor smiled faintly. It's a small matter. But first, you must come with me to see my father. To see your father? Now, yes. Without waiting for Ailin's reply, Thor placed one hand on Ailin's shoulder, and in his other hand, Mjolnir spun like a whirlwind. This posture, couldn't it be? Clown Ailin, seemingly realizing something, immediately said, wait, I haven't changed yet, don't worry, my father won't mind. With that casual remark, Thor's divine power restraining Mjolnir loosened. The next second, Mjolnir, like an arrow from a bow, soared with a whoosh, carrying Thor and Clown Ailin towards the palace on the highest level of Asgard. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a series of mid-air changes, Clown Ailin, like a thrilling roller coaster ride, and Thor himself, landed on a massive platform, stained a golden red by the setting sun. The moment they landed, the immense momentum caused Ailin to stumble, but before Thor could reach out to steady him, Arin's body swayed slightly, but with the enhanced coordination gained from the potion's several upgrades, he quickly regained his balance. Huh? Thor, who had just extended his hand, saw this and retracted his left hand. He couldn't help but glance at Ailin the clown for a second longer. Over the millennia, he dragged many people aboard Thor's hammer, but few had managed to regain their balance so quickly on their first ride. But remembering Ailin the clown's exceptionally swift deal with the destroyer in the courtyard, Thor wasn't surprised. After all, in Thor's opinion, Ailin the clown's strength was clear. Retracting his gaze from Ailin the clown, Thor turned to a figure already standing on the platform and respectfully addressed him. Father. At the same time, Ailin the clown's gaze shifted to the one-eyed, elderly figure clad in gilded full-body armor and a massive horned helmet. Though old, the figure stood erect, radiating a majestic, inviolable, and chilling aura. Sensing this chilling presence, he smelled a powerful aura. A chill ran through the clown's heart. Even in his twilight years, Odin, a hero in his twilight years, still possessed such terrifying aura. Imagine how domineering Odin, the king of the gods, must have been in his prime, conquering the 9 realms and even daring to challenge the Celestials. Retracting his gaze, he offered the king of the gods before him an earthly gentleman's salute. Greetings, your majesty, king of the gods. As the clown studied Odin, wielding the eternal spear Gungnir, silently observed the guest brought by his son. Upon hearing the clown's voice, Odin spoke, "No need to be polite, child. I asked Thor to bring you here this time to thank you on behalf of my son for your help. When we leave, let Thor take you to my treasury. Choose a treasure you like and take it back, don't refuse, child. Consider it a welcome gift from me." Thor explained that during his exile in Midgard, he had received considerable help from this Midgard mage. Without the aid of the clown Ailin, the power of Thor within him would never have been developed to its present level. Furthermore, in order to counter the destroyer armor controlled by Loki, Odin also saw, through the vision left by the destroyer armor, Ailin the clown shatter a piece of lustrous white stone emitting a mysterious aura. Although the destroyer armor's full power was completely unattainable in Loki's hands, the fact that it instantly shattered the destroyer's body showed the immense power of the lustrous white stone Ailin the clown consumed. His son was so careless that he didn't express any reaction, but as a father, he couldn't help but express his gratitude. Before Ailin the clown could reply, upon hearing his father's agreement to let Ailin the clown choose treasures from his treasury, Thor excitedly declared, "Joker, you've made a killing this time. Father's treasury is filled with rare and inexplicable treasures. Normally, even I'm not allowed in. Don't worry, I'll help you choose the most powerful one." Odin's eyes twitched slightly at his son's words. Wow, hearing his son's words, Odin shook his head and said to Ailin the clown, "The most powerful isn't necessarily the best. The best is what suits you. Of course, this is just my suggestion. Thank you, your majesty." This time, Ailin the clown's tone sounded much more sincere. After all, it's a good thing to give back. As far as Ailin knew, Odin's treasury held many valuable treasures. Odin didn't keep Ailin around for long. After a brief chat, Odin instructed Thor to take Ailin the clown to his treasured vault. It seemed as if the sole purpose of his visit to Ailin was to give him a treasure. After bidding farewell to Odin, Thor led Ailin the clown through a heavily guarded corridor. Then, through a series of traps, they entered the heavily guarded Odin's vault. Located just below the core of Asgard, Odin's vault housed the treasures he had plundered since conquering the 9 realms. Each treasure had been carefully selected by Odin. Treasures of insufficient power or rarity were not even worthy of entry. Taking any one of these treasures could unleash a bloodbath in the mortal world. Following Thor into this vast yet empty vault, Ailin the clown glanced around and noticed that invisible runic barriers surrounded each stone platform housing the treasures. These runic wards served as seals and guardians for the treasures on the stone platforms. If any of the treasures within this treasury were touched without Odin's permission, Odin would quickly receive a notification and rush over immediately. Of course, Ailin the clown, who had received Odin's permission this time, didn't need to consider any of this. After all, it was Odin who had originally sent him to retrieve them. Instead of dwelling on that, Ailin was now better off considering which of the hundreds of treasures within the treasury he would choose. He wasn't sure if it was laziness or something else. Beyond the names of the treasures, the stone platforms holding the treasures offered no detailed descriptions of the items themselves. If it weren't for Thor, the god of thunder, who occasionally explained the treasures to Ailin, Ailin would have been completely unaware of most of the items within the treasury. Joker, do you see that eye-like thing? That's the warlock's eye. It can see into the future and dispel all illusions and dark forces. It's a sorcerer's dream, following Thor's fingertip. A giant metal eye appeared before Ailin the clown. The warlock's eye. Putting aside the question of whether it could actually see into the future, the mere fact that it could dispel all illusions and dark forces was enough to make it the dream of many sorcerers. But he wasn't a sorcerer. Besides, dispelling illusions didn't seem to be much use for him, a magician to begin with. Dispelling dark forces, however, seemed quite effective. If he took this item to trade with the Ancient One, he'd surely be able to extract a lot of goodies from her. Of course, even if he could extract even more goodies from the Ancient One, Ailin had no intention of helping her. Shaking his head slightly, Thor took Ailin the clown to the next item. The fire in that brazier is the eternal flame, symbolizing destruction and rebirth. Surtur, the fire giant, relied on this eternal flame to roam the 9 realms. If my father hadn't defeated Surtur and sealed the eternal flame here, the 9 realms would likely have been reduced to a sea of fire, eternal flame. Looking at the flames burning in the brazier not far away, the clown Ailin's heart moved. The eternal flame is truly a treasure. It could even be considered one of the most valuable treasures in Odin's treasury. During Asgard's Ragnarok, Hela, the goddess of death, used this eternal flame to resurrect the soldiers who had followed her in untold slaughter, as well as the terrifying giant wolf. Later, Surtur, the fire giant, also resurrected with the help of this eternal flame. After absorbing endless energy, he transformed into a devastating fire giant, truly ushering in Asgard's Ragnarok. What a treasure! Even if Ailin didn't use the eternal flame, he could still exchange it for something more suitable through the scales of fate. Besides the eternal flame, Thor introduced the clown to a host of treasures he knew about. For example, the Sphere of Agamotto, which could detect various dangers and sources of magic in the universe, and the Steel of Life, which was said to be inscribed with the equation of life evolution. Just as Thor had finished sharing his knowledge, Ailin caught a glimpse of the massive glove placed in a corner of the treasury. Was this the Infinity Gauntlet forged by the Dwarf King for Odin? After a brief glance, Arin's gaze swept past the gauntlet. An Infinity Gauntlet without the Infinity Stones was meaningless. He gazed at the treasures in the treasury, each carefully selected by Odin. The clown, Ailin, shook his head and finally walked over to the brazier containing the eternal flame. He said to Thor, who was standing beside him, "This is it." Thor paused briefly at Ailin's choice, then smiled and said, "The eternal flame is one of the finest items in my father's treasury, but if you choose this, my father will surely be overjoyed. The eternal flame's energy is inexhaustible. If you choose this, we can still leave a spark of it. Perhaps after hundreds or thousands of years, we can cultivate another eternal flame." Thor approached the massive brazier containing the eternal flame, enveloped his hands with divine power, and plucked out most of the eternal flame from the brazier, leaving only a small flame that continued to burn slowly within. However, compared to the blazing flame before, the small flame was now much dimmer. After hearing Thor's words, the clown Ailin asked with a hint of surprise, "Can the eternal flame be split in this way? If so, with a few more splits, wouldn't we be able to create many more eternal flames?" Of course not that easy. Carefully placing the eternal flame in his palm onto a special metal candle holder nearby, Thor continued, "Once the eternal flame is split, if there's no special method to preserve it, let alone cultivate it, the smaller eternal flame will burn out after a while. We in Asgard only have a fire giant king's heart in our inventory, so we can try to cultivate the remaining eternal flame, but even with the fire giant king's heart, we can't guarantee we can successfully cultivate that eternal flame. Is that so?" Hearing this, a hint of regret flashed in Arin's eyes. Seeing this, Ailin had already planned to use the split eternal flame countless times to exploit the glitch in the balance of fate and trade for favors. But now it seemed this bug wasn't that easy to fix. Of course, he could give it a try. After all, if the experiment was successful, the benefits he would gain would be immeasurable. Chapter 248 Demon Shadow. After leaving Odin's treasure house, carrying the eternal flame, housed in a special candlestick, Ailin the clown returned to the luxurious guest room. After placing the special candlestick, he followed Thor to the library of Queen Fricka of Asgard. Frigga's library contained nearly every magical tome in Asgard, so it was often frequented by numerous mages. When Ailin and Thor arrived, they saw several people quietly browsing through magical books in the corners of the vast library. With his status as the Crown Prince of Asgard, Thor quickly obtained a magic card for Ailin the Clown, granting him long-term access to the library and the ability to borrow books. After preparing the card, Thor tossed it to Ailin the Clown. "And with this card, you can come here and borrow magical books next time," he said, accurately catching the black and blue card in midair. Clown Ailin looked at the magic card in his hand, which was enchanted with a special identification spell, and said to Thor, "Thank you, Thor. If you really want to thank me, please have a nice drink with me next time." After smiling at Clown Ailin, Thor happened to catch a glimpse of the magic clock in the collection room. Seeing the time on the magic clock, Thor's eyes changed, and he quickly said to Clown Ailin, "Sorry, my friend, I must leave for a moment." Seeing the hint of anxiety on Thor's face, Clown Ailin smiled and joked, "Is Jane waiting for you? Go ahead. It's ungentlemanly to keep a lady waiting." Thor laughed innocently, and without further explanation, he raised Mjolnir and flew out of the collection room window with a whoosh. After Thor's figure completely disappeared from his sight, Clown Ailin turned to look at the rows of precious magic books in the collection room, his mouth curling up uncontrollably, finally breaking into an exaggerated smile. At the same time, when Dr. Bruce Banner, forced to reopen, presented his research, Fregilla, who had just joined Miracle Group, was completely stunned. Initially, after learning about the newly formed Miracle Group, Fregilla assumed that Ailin was planning to establish a security company similar to Blackwater, or perhaps a mafia group using a backdoor listing as a way to transition from a black market to a white market. After all, according to information gathered by Fregilla's friends in the intelligence industry, after Miracle Group was established, most of its members were members of a former major New York mafia organization. Although Fregilla had little regard for the gangs that inhabited the New York underworld, for Lilith, Fregilla was willing to descend into hell. Fregilla had been prepared for the abyss. But upon entering Miracle Group, what he saw completely overturned his perceptions. Aside from the somewhat complex composition of its employees, Miracle Group was no mafia organization at all. It was simply the most advanced medical group in the world, with these research findings. Even without me, Miracle Group would still be able to rise rapidly. Looking at Fregilla, who looked incredulous, Ailin smiled and said, "Why? I'm surprised Miracle Group has such research results." After a pause, Fregilla nodded. "Honestly, I'm really curious. When I first learned about the composition of Miracle Group, I thought it was some gang-turned-company." "Gang?" Ailin shook his head. "Miracle Group isn't a gang. Of course. To ensure Miracle Group has sufficient armed forces to protect our research results as quickly as possible, I did recruit quite a few Hell's Kitchen gang members. But don't worry, they've been carefully selected, and I'm sure our security director will train them into qualified security guards." Hearing this, Fregilla's face shifted into a thoughtful expression. Then, he smiled and said, "Really? In that case, I'd like to meet our group security director." He didn't doubt Ailin's words. This only made Fregilla even more curious about the security director Ailin mentioned. Being able to transform a group of lawless gangsters into qualified security guards is no ordinary feat. "You'll see later," Aaron said to Fregilla. "By the way, Dr. Banner has some issues with the military for special reasons. To avoid unnecessary trouble, I don't want Dr. Banner's identity to be revealed without my permission. Of course, I'll keep it a secret." Looking at Flegra's serious expression, Aaron nodded slightly. Without a solid foundation of trust, Aaron didn't trust verbal promises. So, while speaking, Aaron had silently planted a psychological hint in Flegra, fundamentally preventing him from leaking Dr. Banner's information. After leaving Dr. Banner's laboratory, Aaron took Flegra on a brief tour of the Miracle Building before seeing him off from Hell's Kitchen. Of course, before Flegra left, Aaron privately asked Flegra to teach Gwen some management tips. Ailin expected Gwen to be more than just a personal assistant. After the CEO of Osborne Group took office, Ailin originally wanted to take Gwen with him to Osborne Group and resign his internship there. However, Gwen said she could handle these matters herself and didn't need Ailin's intervention. Ailin naturally had to respect Gwen's wishes. On the third day of the holiday, Ailin made a point of visiting Comrade Doug in the hospital, who had been moved to a general ward. Aside from a slight lethargy and a loss of appetite, the little boy seemed to be fine. Upon learning that Ailin, who had come to visit the little boy, was the classmate who had saved her son's life. The little boy's mother, who was in the ward, took Ailin's hand and thanked him profusely. She also generously offered Ailin free meals at their Chinese restaurant from now on. Ailin smiled and thanked the little boy's mother for her kindness. Ailin chatted with the unfortunate little fat man for a few more words, and seeing that the little fat man had recovered well, he found an excuse to say goodbye and leave. After leaving the hospital, Ailin drove to Gwen's house, and then took Gwen and strolled down the streets of New York like an ordinary couple. At the same time, in the Osborn group, an Indian man knocked on the door of Norman Osborn's office. "Come in." After hearing the voice from inside the office, Niles gently pushed open the door of Norman Osborn's office and walked in quietly. Looking at the figure with his back to him in the dim office, Niles didn't know why. Ever since Mr. Osborn recovered from his illness, Niles always felt a creepy feeling when facing Norman Osborn. After silently sighing that Mr. Osborn's momentum had become even more terrifying, Niles calmed down. Then he walked to the desk and spoke to the figure behind the desk with its back to him. "Mr. Osborn, Gwen Stacy, who you asked me to pay special attention to before, submitted a resignation this morning. Do you need me to find a reason to keep her?" "Resignation? Haha." After an ambiguous laugh, the figure behind the swivel office chair waved his hand. "Since she wants to leave, let her go. By the way, tell the HR department to give her an extra month's salary. After all, she is the girlfriend of Aaron's shareholder, and some areas still need special consideration." Yes, although he didn't know why Norman Osborn was so caring towards the girlfriend of Aaron's shareholder, Niles quickly agreed. Hearing Niles's voice, Norman Osborn, with his back to Niles, asked, "By the way, how's Connor's research going?" Seeing Norman Osborn asking about serious matters, Niles quickly replied, "Since receiving your help, Dr. Connors's research has made tremendous progress. He recently successfully tested the regeneration of severed limbs in a mouse. I'm sure with more time, Dr. Connors will definitely develop what you're looking for." After hearing Niles' words, Osborn sneered, "Haha, with Connors's abilities, it would take years to develop a product that can regenerate severed limbs. Niles, go and force Connors. Tell him that if he doesn't make any breakthroughs by the end of the month, I'll terminate this experiment." "Terminate the experiment?" Niles' heart trembled at the words, and he quickly nodded his head. "Yes." After Niles left, Norman Osborn, with his back to the office door, pressed a button, and the wall in front of him slowly turned into transparent glass. As the transparent glass changed color, a figure with dark green skin and demonic horns suddenly flashed in the reflection of the glass wall. Simultaneously, an eerie whisper echoed through the office. Almost. It won't be long before I fully master this power. Once I do, I'll definitely take possession of the things that belong to me." Haha, Norman Osborn's things aren't so easy to come by, but before that, let Connors make some little things for you to play with. Along with the eerie and terrifying whisper, a pair of crimson, vertical pupils suddenly appeared on the glass wall. After leaving Norman Osborn's office, Niles quickly went to Dr. Connors' laboratory to convey Norman Osborn's orders. He observed the busy figure in the lab. Niles calmed down and said with a regretful expression, "Dr. Connors, I am very happy about the progress you have made in the cross-species genetic experiment, but I may have to tell you some bad news. This experiment has taken too long and the financial cost is too high. If you can't make greater progress before the end of the month, then this experimental project will most likely be closed." "What?" After seeing Niles, Connors, who was about to turn the thing in his hand, suddenly showed an incredible expression when he heard this. Connors walked quickly to Niles and said excitedly, "Didn't you tell them about the research results I achieved on mice?" Facing Dr. Connors, who was so excited that he almost spitted saliva on his face, Niles took a small step back and said helplessly to Connors, "I have shown your research results to the chairman, but Connors, you also know that mice and humans are different. It is very difficult to replicate your experiment of regenerating severed limbs on humans. Your experiment has lasted for more than 10 years, and the total cost is an astronomical figure. Because of Mr. Osborn's illness, he suppressed the opposition in the group and insisted on supporting your research over the years, but now, Mr. Osborn's illness is cured, and he no longer needs your cross-species transgenic experiment that has taken more than 10 years but still has no results. So, if you can't show enough results at the board meeting at the end of the month, maybe." Niles didn't say the last sentence. Finally, he simply patted Connors' shoulder, took a deliberate look at Dr. Connors' severed right arm, and then turned and left Dr. Connors' lab. After Niles left, Connors looked at his right hand, broken at the elbow, then at the regenerated white mouse, then his gaze fell on the test tubes on the lab table, each shimmering with a faint blue hue. No, this lab is my hope for recovery. I absolutely will not allow it to be closed. Chapter 249 Mechanical Disaster. Thinking of this, Connor's eyes kept changing as he silently reached out to the test tubes of genetic medicine on the test bench, each one blooming a faint blue. At this moment, this scene was transmitted to Norman Osborn's office by a hidden camera. Seeing Connors on the screen reaching out to the test tubes of genetic medicine, Norman Osborn's face showed a cold smile. The fish has taken the bait. Norman Osborn had long anticipated Connor's choice. No one knew Connor's desire for a healthy body better than him, who had once been plagued by illness. Especially since the experiment had clearly made a breakthrough and there was hope for his own recovery, Connors would never give up the glimmer of hope. At that time, whether it was tested on others or on Connors himself, human experiments would definitely be put on the stage. Once the genetic drugs he had added were injected into the human body, the special genetic formula within them would be activated. It wouldn't be long before he could see a lively little cutie on the streets of New York. Oh, no. Maybe not just one cutie, but a whole bunch of them. After a pleasant day, Ailin and Gwen returned to campus. The 3-day break hadn't stopped the students' whispers about the incident at the winter dance, but had instead fueled the rumors. It was said that Charlie, the students' union vice president who had been in charge of food procurement for the dance, had been privately beaten with a sack more than once in recent days, driven by sympathy for the poisoned students and the fear and anger of having nearly been poisoned himself. Of course, this hadn't had much of an impact on Ailin and Gwen. With their methodical study of biology, chemistry, and other subjects, the week flew by. With the addition of Fregula, and as one step after another initiative, Miracle Group was on a path of rapid growth. That day, after the holy light swirled once more beneath Lilith's skin, Ailin withdrew his fingertip from touching her forehead and turned to Fregra, who was standing beside him. Lilith's body has recovered considerably after this period of treatment. From now on, there's no need for her to receive the holy light baptism every day. Once every 2 days will suffice. Of course, to ensure Lilith receives adequate daily nutrients, you should still bring her to my place for dinner. I'll prepare a special medicated meal for her, to ensure Lilith's already fragile body wouldn't be drained of its last ounce of nutrients by the holy light treatment. Ailin would personally prepare a daily nutritious meal based on Lilith's condition, supplementing her daily intake with nutrients and supplementing her diet. It was precisely for this reason that, as the aura of disaster was continuously expelled from Lilith's body, coupled with the holy light treatment and abundant nutrients, she continued to thrive. A week ago, Lilith had looked like a dying flower. Now, she had regained some of her youthful appearance. Her hair, once dry and straw-like, had regained a touch of golden luster. Even her withered, pale skin had regained a touch of radiance and rosiness. Hearing this, Flegra nodded vigorously and replied with a crisp, "Okay." Having witnessed her daughter's daily improvement, Flegra now regarded Ailin's words as an imperial decree. Similarly, to repay Ailin, Flegra seemed to work even harder every day. According to Gillis, Flegra never took a moment off during the day at Miracle Group. Even during mealtimes, she could be seen busy with tasks. Her dedication even shocked Gillis. To prevent this seemingly impressive company president from dying suddenly from overwork, Gillis specifically told Ailin about the incident. And then, Ailin, who had never prepared dinner for Flegra, would now prepare a nourishing meal for her in addition to preparing dinner for Lilith and himself. This would prevent his subordinate from dying suddenly from excessive fatigue. Glancing at Lilith, who lay drowsy in bed from the overwhelming relief of the holy light healing, Ailin said to Flegra, "I'll go prepare dinner first. Later, you can give Lilith some restorative massages to loosen up her limbs. That way, in a few days, she'll be able to try walking on her own." Walking. Hearing this, lying in bed, Lilith, who had been drowsy, suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Ailin with hope. "Brother Ailin, will I really be able to walk on my own in a few days?" Previously, under the ravages of the disease, Lilith's body grew weaker by the day, until she no longer had the strength to even walk. Bedridden for almost a year, she had almost forgotten the last time she'd walked. It was for this reason that Lilith was incredibly excited to hear that she would soon be able to walk. Not only Lilith, but even Flegra, who was standing beside her, held her breath, fearing that what she had just heard was just an illusion. Looking at Lilith, whose eyes were filled with hope. Ailin patted her head and smiled. Of course, upon hearing Ailin's answer, Lilith's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but raise her hand and shout excitedly. "Yeah, I'll be able to walk soon." Sure enough, no matter how sensible he was still just a child. After nodding to Fragra and leaving the rest of his time with the father and daughter, Ailin went into the kitchen to prepare. And just as Ailin was preparing dinner, in the Hammer arsenal in the suburbs of New York, a 3-meter-tall steel giant looked at Justin Hammer, who was bound to a pillar by a metal track. A hint of amusement flashed in his scarlet electronic eyes. "Squeezed dry? What a shame. I thought the renowned Justin Hammer would be able to offer me more help, but I didn't expect you'd be squeezed dry in just a week. You're truly useless." In that case, then, hearing this, before the Iron Giant could continue, Justin Hammer, who was bound to the pillar and looked as if he hadn't slept in days and nights, with an extremely haggard face, suddenly spoke excitedly, as if a last breath had returned. You said that as long as I help you raise funds to build those robots, you'll let me go. Can't you break your promise?" "Proof?" At the word proof, a sneer erupted from the Iron Giants. "You, Justin Hammer, are worthy of promise? What a joke. But don't worry, I'm different. I said I won't kill you, and so I won't. Of course, whether other mechanical life forms will kill you or not, I don't know." Hearing this, Justin Hammer's pupils suddenly shrank, sensing something was wrong. The next second, the tip of a massive steel sword pierced him from behind. Then, with a sharp turn, the blade severed Justin Hammer's body, along with the pillar, in two. Watching Justin Hammer's head tumble to his feet, the Iron Giant lowered his head and said to it, "Well, I'm still trustworthy, aren't I?" Then, he lifted his right foot. With a crack, it crushed Justin Hammer's head like a watermelon. The 3-meter-tall Iron Giant was none other than Ivan Vanko, transformed into a mechanical being. Having revived the mechanical life within the arsenal through the power of the mechanical heart, Ivan Vanko, in order to obtain more resources and more iron soldiers, lured Justin Hammer, eager to build a true iron armor, into the arsenal he controlled. Through coercion and inducement, he succeeded. Ivan Vanko easily squeezed a vast amount of resources from the cowardly Justin Hammer. With these resources, Ivan Vanko not only forged a massive steel body forged from superalloy, but also, through repeated recharging of his mechanical heart, finally revived a legion of 200 steel soldiers and a logistics force of over 100 large machines. Leveraging these mechanical life forces, Ivan Vanko transformed the Hammer Industries arsenal in the New York suburbs into a war machine in just 10 days, churning out vast quantities of munitions and weapons. These weapons would serve as the lethal weapons Ivan Vanko would use to fire the first shot at the mechanical life forms. As he gazed upon the over 300 mechanical life forms surrounding him, two captivating red beams flashed from his electronic eyes. "Tony Stark, it's time to settle our feud, haha. Let the fall of this human superhero herald the rise of us, the mechanical life forms." With this thought, Ivan Vanko looked around. He addressed the mechanical life forms around him, revived by the mechanical heart, saying, "Go, children, make humanity suffer, ha." Inside Stark Tower, Tony Stark, who had just upgraded his Mark armor with vibranium collected on the black market, had just set his tools aside when he shuddered inexplicably and sneezed. "Damn it, is that bastard yelling at me again?" After a few curses, Tony Stark took a sip of the chlorophyll beside him. Pepper, standing nearby, grabbed a coat and put it on Tony, saying, "I don't think anyone's scolding you, but you've caught a cold. It's flu season these days, and a lot of people are getting colds." "A cold? Impossible. With my body, I wouldn't catch a cold even if you put me in the Arctic. You're just being stubborn." Giving Tony a coquettish look, Pepper picked up a nearby towel and wiped the sweat from Tony's forehead. Feeling Pepper's charm, Tony couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her red lips. Caught off guard, Pepper glared at Tony. Tony, unfazed, said, "It turns out I'm not stubborn, but to be honest, there's a part of me that's really stubborn." Just as Tony Stark was about to discuss this with Pepper, an alarm suddenly sounded in the room. "Excuse me, sir." Tony, his spirits abruptly interrupted by the piercing alarm, said with some discontent, "Jarvis, don't you know how to choose a good time to sound the alarm? I remember I upgraded your program last time and entered this information into it, or have you forgotten it?" Jarvis, "Excuse me, sir, I don't actually have the ability to forget. It's just that the alarm you set was triggered, so I had to interrupt your flirting with Miss Pepper." Tony knew, of course, that Jarvis, an artificial intelligence, Couldn't forget. He'd just said that to vent his frustration at having his flirtation with Pepper interrupted. With a sigh of frustration, Tony said, "Tell me, what triggered the alarm I set?" To avoid being interrupted by trivial matters, Tony Stark had set Jarvis's alarm threshold quite high. Therefore, Tony knew exactly what it meant when Jarvis's alarm was triggered. Almost as soon as Tony Stark finished speaking, Jarvis projected a series of images before Tony Stark. Upon seeing the images clearly, even Tony Stark's face paled, and he cursed, "Shit." Jarvis displayed a torrent of steel, composed of a vast array of mechas, hurtling down a road. Everything in its path, from roaring cars to panicked pedestrians, was mercilessly crushed by the torrent, leaving only a blood-stained mess of broken limbs, typos, corrected after posting. Chapter 251. After another. Screams, wails, and sounds of agony mingled in a cacophony of clashing sounds. Explosions, crashes, and even the roar of gunfire echoed incessantly. The once clean, tidy streets were now like a meat grinder at full power, accumulating new blood and flesh with every passing moment. Vehicles, public facilities, shops and residences, and even ordinary people who were unable to evacuate or simply paralyzed by the onslaught of steel, all were easily torn to pieces. Against this torrent of steel, composed of hundreds of mechas, the scattered resistance of humanity proved utterly ineffective. Instead, it only made the mechanical life forms within it even more brutal. Corpses? No. Wherever the torrent of steel passed, leaving behind only limbs, let alone intact bodies, was a blessing. Most of the time, the ground was left with pools of blood-soaked flesh and blood, leaving behind a sludge so etched it was impossible to discern the individual parts of the human body. Ugh, Pepper, who was standing by, covered her mouth subconsciously after seeing the bloody mess that Jarvis had magnified, and hugged the trash can beside her and began to dry heave. Tony Stark, who saw this scene, also had an extremely ugly expression on his face. Damn, where did these things come from, Jarvis? According to the road facilities destroyed by those steel robots, the location where these robots first appeared was here. As Jarvis spoke, a projection screen in front of Tony suddenly enlarged. Then a huge factory located in the suburbs was displayed. Looking at the factory projected by Jarvis, Tony felt inexplicably familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Before Tony could recall, Jarvis answered Tony's doubts. Hammer Industries Arsenal 1 is also Hammer Industries' largest, according to the information I just extracted from my incursion into Hammer Industries. Ever since you, sir, piloted the Mark armor and became known as Iron Man to countless people, Hammer Industries has been trying to replicate your legend. To that end, they paid a large sum to poach the engineer who once built Ironmonger for Obadiah, hiring him as Hammer Industries' chief engineer, intent on creating their own unique armor. Over the past few months, Hammer Industries has sent vast quantities of precious materials and special resources to Arsenal 1. Especially in the past 2 weeks, the amount of those resources has increased exponentially. Now it seems their research has successful. At this point, even Jarvis, the artificial intelligence, was somewhat bewildered. Call it a success? Could the iron robots rampaging through that street, mercilessly slaughtering ordinary people, truly be considered successful? While the products produced by Justin Hammer's Hammer Industries have always been counterfeit goods of questionable quality, no matter how counterfeit they were, they couldn't possibly be specifically designed to massacre civilians. If this were true, Justin Hammer and his Hammer Industries would not only not make money, but would also have to endure the wrath of New York, and even the entire Commonwealth. It couldn't be said to be a success. According to road surveillance footage and satellite footage, the robots created by Hammer Industries are incredibly powerful. Ordinary civilian pistols wouldn't do a thing against these robots. However, their weapons could easily inflict heavy casualties on ordinary people. The only damaged robot in the surveillance footage was struck by a truck at full speed. Success, Tony Stark cursed angrily after hearing Jarvis's words. Did that idiot Justin create these robots so they could massacre civilians? After cursing, Tony Stark quickly instructed Captain Jarvis, "Jarvis, contact Rhodes as quickly as possible. I need backup this time." Looking at the densely packed, weaponized steel robots on the projection screen, Tony Stark's expression was extremely solemn. So many robots. Even if their strength couldn't match his Mark armor, quantity trumped quality, and 2 fists couldn't defeat 4 hands. Even though he had just upgraded his Mark armor, Tony Stark still felt unsure about the dense, teeming torrent of steel on the screen. So, He quickly called for help. Soon, Air Force Colonel Rhodes's phone was connected. The moment the call went through, a shrill alarm wailed, followed by the sound of running feet. Tony was startled at the clamor coming from the other end, then a flicker of joy crossed his face. "Rod, has your base heard about the incident in New York, huh?" Rod, who had just answered the phone, paused. Then, recalling past experiences, he lowered his voice and said, "Tony, don't tell me this has anything to do with you again. I'm telling you, according to the information I've received, it seems a large number of civilians have died this time. If you're really involved, you can expect a court-martial." Hearing Roger instinctively blaming him, Tony sneered, "Bullshit. Those robots slaughtering civilians on the streets this time were manufactured by Justin Hammer's Hammer Industries. Even if there's a court-martial, it's Justin Hammer who'll go. What does it have to do with me, huh?" After hearing that Tony had nothing to do with this, Rod let out a long sigh. Over the years, Rod had covered for Tony countless times. But this time, he was truly terrified. He was afraid that the incident he had just heard might be linked to Tony Stark. After all, to some extent, he and Tony Stark had long since become a community of shared interests, rising and falling together. If Tony had truly caused a major incident, he would have been doomed as well. Fortunately, this time it was just a false alarm. After exhaling, Rod said, "Justin Hammer? Robot, what's going on? And why are you calling me? I don't know anything about Justin Hammer. I only know that the robots he created are slaughtering civilians. I'm calling you to ask your military to send troops as soon as possible to stop those robots from slaughtering civilians. There's no time to explain too much. I'll go hold those robots back for a while. Please get here as soon as possible. I can't stop so many robots alone." Rod, who was donning his equipment and preparing to go into battle, said, "Nonsense. Protecting civilians is our duty as a soldier. Even without you telling me, I would have been there as soon as possible." "That's good. I'll see you on the battlefield." With that, Tony Stark hung up the phone and quickly walked onto the elevator platform, intending to have Jarvis help him put on his newly upgraded Mark VI suit. Seeing Tony leave, Pepper, who had been retching for a while hugging a trash can, came over with a look of concern. Seeing Pepper approaching, Tony gave her a hug, then whispered into her ear, "Don't worry, I'll take care of those knockoffs," knowing she couldn't change Tony's decision. Pepper pursed her lips, reached out and hugged Tony tightly, then said, "Be careful, don't worry, I'll be back." After patting Pepper on the back, Tony quickly turned around, stretched out his arms, and stood on a device that looked like a lift. With the sound of gears turning and parts snapping together, in just 3 seconds, the Mark VI was donned on Tony. After donning the armor, Tony nodded to Pepper, and 2 jets of flame rose from the bottom of the Mark armor. The next second, the golden red Mark armor shot out from the huge window that Jarvis had just opened, and with a whoosh, it swiftly streaked through the night sky, disappearing into the New York night sky like a shooting star. Watching Tony Stark disappear into the night, Pepper glanced at the images Jarvis had repeatedly projected. Her usually clear, capable eyes were now tinged with worry. Beep, warning, warning. At that moment, a shrill alarm suddenly blared from Stark Tower. Jarvis, tracking the torrent of steel, projected a red screen in front of Pepper. Jarvis said, "Ms. Pepper, based on our analysis of the Hammer Industries robot's trajectory, Stark Tower is likely their ultimate destination. Following Mr. Stark's safety protocols, I have initiated the evacuation of all employees within Stark Tower. Please leave Stark Tower as soon as possible. I've secured a dedicated elevator on the left for you, which leads directly to the Stark Tower exit. Please take the elevator and leave Stark Tower as soon as possible." At that moment, Jarvis projected the face of Tony Stark, who had recently departed, before Pepper. "Pepper, according to Jarvis's analysis, those Hammer Industries robots are most likely heading for Stark Tower. Damn it, this has to be that bastard Justin's doing. I knew he'd been pissed at me for a long time. Leave Stark Tower immediately, and then, go to that Ailin guy. With his abilities, he'll definitely be able to protect you." Looking at Tony on the screen, Pepper nodded. "Okay, I'll go to Ailin right away. But if those Hammer Industries robots are really heading for Stark Industries, you must be careful there, too." "Don't worry, I'll be careful." The military's response is swift this time. The fighter jets at Rhodes Base are ready to take off. I just have to do my best to stop those knockoff robots before they arrive. Watching the rapidly fading screen, Pepper gritted her teeth and scurried towards the dedicated elevator Jarvis had locked onto. If those Hammer Industries men were really heading for Stark Industries, or Tony, there was no telling what other tricks they might have yet to unleash. Until the situation became clear, Pepper had to ensure her own safety. She didn't want her own concerns to distract Tony from the battlefield and cause any problems. Of course, as the CEO of Stark Industries, Pepper wouldn't sit idly by. Quickly descending the stairs and leaving Stark Tower, Pepper dialed the numbers stored in her phone one after another. The owners of these numbers were either high-ranking figures in the Federation military and government, or tycoons who controlled the Federation media. Stark Industries had previously invested vast resources in maintaining these relationships. Now, it was time to enlist their help. As Pepper dialed each call, the already bustling New York seemed even more bustling. With a network of contacts of the veteran behemoth Stark Industries in action, the New York City Police Department, having just received a call from the mayor, quickly mobilized a large number of police officers. Led by SWAT teams, they rushed to the path of the steel torrent. The Federation military, having already captured the robot slaughtering Federation civilians via satellite, moved even faster. Even the Federal Department of Defense quickly called all major military districts near New York. Upon receiving the order, the troops quickly mobilized. One armored vehicle after another swiftly emerged from the military districts. Behind them, fearsome tanks, their massive gun barrels driven at full speed. Before these armored vehicles were deployed, fighter jets, loaded with gunpowder and missiles, roared through the air, breaking the sound barrier. Unbeknownst to anyone, as the Federation deployed countless troops and special police to engage in a fierce battle with the mechanical life forms revived by Ivan Vinko, Dr. Kurt Connors, in his villa, watched the computer display show the approaching month-end deadline. A flicker of resentment and madness flashed in Dr. Connors' eyes. After a long pause, he silently picked up the genetic drug he had secretly brought home and loaded it into the syringe he had prepared. He looked at the recorders and cameras that had been activated around him. Unwilling to accept the closure of his experiment, Kurt Connors made the most insane decision of his life. He decided to inject the prepared genetically modified drug into himself. He wanted to test the drug's efficacy for himself, to see if it could truly regenerate his severed limbs and restore his body to health, as he suspected. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.